The battle had ended. The one-star dragon lay defeated, its corrupted form dissolving into particles of red light that scattered across the battlefield. Goku stood among the ruins, his Super Saiyan 4 form slowly fading as exhaustion caught up with him. Around him, the other shadow dragons had already been destroyed, each one a manifestation of a wish gone wrong, each one a piece of guilt made flesh. "It's over," Pan said, running toward him, relief flooding her voice. But when she looked at her grandfather's face, she saw something that stopped her cold. He wasn't smiling. His eyes carried a weight she'd never seen before. Shenron descended from the sky, his massive serpentine body coiling through the air. But this time, there was no triumph in his arrival. His ancient eyes fixed on Goku with what could only be described as sorrow. "Son Goku," the dragon's voice rumbled across the wasteland. "You have done what needed to be done, but you understand what comes next, don't you?" Goku nodded slowly. "Yeah, I figured as much." "Grandpa?" Pan's voice trembled. "What's he talking about?" Goku turned to his granddaughter, and for the first time, she saw fear in his eyes. Not fear of death or defeat, but fear of goodbye. "Pan, the Dragon Balls, they've been used too many times. Every wish we made, every time we brought someone back to life, every problem we solved with them, it all created negative energy. That energy built up over decades until it created those shadow dragons." "But you beat them," Trunks interjected, landing beside Pan. "The threat's gone." "No," Shenron spoke, his voice heavy with ancient knowledge. "The threat is only contained. The negative energy still exists within the Dragon Balls. If they remain on Earth, if they continue to be used, this will happen again. And next time, the corruption might be too great to stop." Vegeta crossed his arms, his expression hard. "Then destroy the Dragon Balls." "It's not that simple," Goku said quietly. "The Dragon Balls are connected to Earth's ley lines, to the very fabric of this planet's life energy. Destroying them outright could cause catastrophic damage. And even if we could," he looked at Shenron, "tell them." The great dragon's eyes closed briefly. "The Dragon Balls are not simply artifacts. They are living extensions of my essence, pieces of my soul given form. To destroy them would be to kill me, and through me to sever Earth's connection to the cosmic dragon network that stabilizes dimensional barriers throughout Universe 7. A heavy silence fell over the group. "There's another way," Shenron continued. "The Dragon Balls must be removed from mortal reach. They must be taken to a place where they can be purified, where the negative energy can be safely dispersed over centuries, and they must be guarded by someone strong enough to ensure they are never misused again." "The Dragon Realm?" Goku said. It wasn't a question. "Yes, the place where all dragons originate, where the boundaries between dimensions are maintained. It exists outside normal space-time, accessible only through specific rituals or by dragonkind themselves." Shenron's gaze intensified. "And it requires a guardian, someone who can protect the Dragon Balls while they purify, someone who can ensure the negative energy doesn't spread to other dimensions." "How long?" Vegeta asked, his voice sharp.
How long would Kakarot need to stay there? Shenron's silence was answer enough. Forever, Goku said softly. Or at least until the Dragon Balls are pure again. That could take centuries, maybe longer.
No! Pan grabbed her grandfather's arm. There has to be another way. We can find someone else. We can... Pan. Goku placed his hand over hers, his touch gentle but firm. Who else could do this? Who else is strong enough to protect the Dragon Balls from anyone or anything that might want to use them? Who else has the experience with this kind of energy? Then I'll come with you, she said desperately. You can't, kiddo. The Dragon Realm, it's not meant for mortals. Just being there would be dangerous for someone who hasn't... He paused, searching for words. Someone who hasn't merged with dragon energy the way I have. Piccolo stepped forward, his face grave. When you absorbed the Dragon Balls during the final battle with the one-star dragon, you didn't just use their power. You became connected to them on a fundamental level. Yeah, I can feel it now. I can sense the Dragon Balls in a way I never could before. It's like they're part of me, or I'm part of them. I don't really understand it, but Shenron says it makes me the only one who can do this. Convenient, Vegeta muttered, but there was no real bite to his words. He understood necessity when he saw it. Chi-Chi appeared then, having finally caught up to the group. She took one look at Goku's face and froze. No. Goku, no. Not again. Not after everything. Chi-Chi. Don't you Chi-Chi me. Tears were already streaming down her face. You died saving the Earth. You stayed dead for 7 years. You left us to train Oob. And now you're telling me you have to leave again? For centuries? Goku walked to his wife, and for a moment, the legendary warrior who had saved the universe countless times looked like nothing more than a man facing the hardest decision of his life. I know I keep leaving. I know I'm a terrible husband and a worse father. His voice cracked. But if I don't do this, everything we've built, everyone we've saved, all of it could be destroyed. The negative energy could spread beyond Earth. It could corrupt other planets, other dimensions. Billions could die. Then let someone else save them, Chi-Chi sobbed. Let someone else be the hero for once. Why does it always have to be you? Because I'm the one who can. And isn't that what you've always taught Gohan and Goten? That if you have the power to help, you have the responsibility to do it? Chi-Chi's legs gave out. Goku caught her, holding her as she wept into his chest. Gohan stood apart from the group, his fists clenched. Dad, there really isn't another way? I've been searching for one ever since I absorbed the Dragon Balls. Shenron's been showing me possibilities, different futures depending on what we choose. In every timeline where I don't go, bad things happen. Really bad things. How bad? Krillin's voice was barely a whisper. Universe 7 gets erased, Goku said flatly. The negative energy becomes so concentrated that it tears holes in dimensional barriers. Those holes let in things that shouldn't exist in our reality, things that make the shadow dragons look like puppies. Eventually, it gets so bad that Xeno notices and just wipes us out. All of Universe 7 gone. The weight of those words settled over everyone like a suffocating blanket. When? Krillin's voice was barely a whisper. Now, Shenron answered. The Dragon Balls are already beginning to accumulate negative energy again. Every moment we delay increases the risk. Right now? Pan's voice broke. But we haven't had time to... I know, Pan. Goku pulled away from Chi-Chi, though it clearly took effort. He looked at each person gathered there, his family, his friends, the people he'd fought beside for decades. I know this is sudden. I know it's not fair. But when is this kind of thing ever fair? He turned to Gohan. You're the strongest now, stronger than I ever was at your age, even with all my training. Earth will be in good hands. Dad, take care of your mother and Pan and everyone. Goku smiled, but there was infinite sadness in it. And don't use the Dragon Balls no matter what happens. Promise me. Gohan's throat worked. I promise. Goku moved to Goten next. His youngest son was trying hard not to try. Hey, kid. You've gotten so strong. I'm proud of you. Keep training with Trunks, okay? Keep pushing each other. That's what rivals are for. But you're supposed to train with us, Goten managed. I know, but you don't need me anymore. You never really did. You just thought you did. Goku ruffled his son's hair. Besides, I'll be watching, somehow. I'll know if you start slacking off. He approached Vegeta, and for a long moment, the two rivals just looked at each other. A lifetime of competition, of pushing each other to greater heights, of mutual respect earned through countless battles. Kakarot, Vegeta said finally, this is the most idiotic, self-sacrificing, heroic thing you've ever done. And you've done a lot of idiotic, self-sacrificing, heroic things. Yeah, well, can't let you have all the glory, can I? Don't expect me to get soft in your absence. When you come back, if you come back, I'll have surpassed you so completely that you'll regret ever leaving. I'm counting on it, Vegeta. They clasped forearms in a warrior's grip. Keep everyone safe. You're the prince of all Saiyans. Act like it. Vegeta's jaw tightened, but he nodded. Finally, Goku knelt in front of Pan. His granddaughter's face was streaked with tears, her body trembling with the effort of holding back sobs. Grandpa, please don't go. I have to, Pan, but I need you to do something for me. I need you to be strong. Not just physically strong, you're already one of the most powerful fighters on Earth. I mean strong in here. He tapped your chest, over her heart. The world's going to need heroes, real heroes, not just powerful fighters. And you have the heart of a true hero. I saw it when you helped me fight the Shadow Dragons. You never gave up, even when things looked impossible. I was with you. I was strong because you were there. No. You were strong because you are strong. I was just there to see it. He pulled her into a tight hug. I love you, kiddo. Don't ever forget that. And don't forget, Saiyans don't give up. No matter how hard things get, no matter how impossible they seem, we keep fighting. That's who we are. Pan buried her face in his shoulder, her small frame shaking with sobs. After what felt like both an eternity and no time at all, Goku stood. He looked at Chi-Chi one last time, memorizing every detail of her face. I'm sorry, he said simply, for everything. For all the times I wasn't there. For all the promises I couldn't keep. I love you. I've always loved you. Chi-Chi couldn't speak. She just nodded, tears flowing freely. Goku turned to Shenron. I'm ready. The great dragon lowered his head in what might have been respect or perhaps shared sorrow. Then let us begin. The journey to the Dragon Realm cannot be made physically. Your body would not survive the dimensional transition. Instead, I will merge your consciousness with the Dragon Balls. Your spirit will travel with me, while your body will stay here, Goku finished. I know. I saw it in the visions. My body will become like a statue preserved in stasis until, if I ever return. Goku, you can't mean, Krillin started. It's okay, Krillin. This is just who I am. This is what I was meant to do. Goku closed his eyes, centering himself. Shenron, let's do this before I change my mind. The 7 Dragon Balls rose from where they had scattered during the battle. They formed a circle around Goku, glowing with an intense orange light. Shenron's body began to shine, his scales reflecting colors that had no names. Son Goku, the dragon intoned, his voice resonating with power that shook the very air. By accepting this burden, you become more than warrior. You become guardian. You become bridge between mortal and divine.
You become keeper of wishes and bearer of consequences. The Dragon Ball spun faster, creating a vortex of light and energy. Do you accept this responsibility, knowing you may never return? Do you accept this duty, knowing it may cost you everything you hold dear? Do you accept this fate, knowing it was not forced upon you, but chosen freely? Goku opened his eyes. In them burned a determination that could move mountains. I accept. Then let it be done. The light exploded outward in a column that pierced the sky. Goku's body began to glow, becoming translucent, then transparent. The Dragon Balls dissolved into pure energy, flowing into him like rivers of light. "Grandpa!" Pan screamed, reaching for him. But Goku was already fading. His form became like stained glass, beautiful and fragile. He looked at his family one last time and his lips moved, though no sound came out. But Pan could read them. "I'll come back, I promise." Then he was gone. The light faded, leaving only silence and a perfect statue where Goku had stood, his body frozen in time, one hand raised in eternal farewell, his face peaceful. Shenron's voice echoed as he too began to fade. "I will protect him. In the Dragon Realm, his spirit will be safe, and when the purification is complete, when the Dragon Balls are cleansed of all negative energy, he will return. Until then, have faith. Son Goku has never broken a promise. He will find his way home, no matter how long it takes." And then they were both gone. The Z-Fighters stood in stunned silence, staring at the statue that had been their friend, their family, their hero. Chi-Chi collapsed to her knees, her wails of grief echoing across the empty battlefield. Pan fell beside her grandmother, holding her, both of them crying. Gohan placed a hand on the statue's shoulder, his own tears falling silently. Vegeta turned away, his fists clenched, refusing to let anyone see his face. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and red, and in that moment, everyone present understood the same terrible truth. Goku was gone.
Not dead. Death they could handle. Death meant the Dragon Balls could bring him back, meant there was hope for a quick return. This was different. This was a sacrifice that went beyond death, beyond life. This was a hero choosing the universe over himself, the many over the few, duty over desire. This was Goku's greatest act of heroism, and it hurt more than any battle wound could ever hurt. Days turned to weeks, weeks to months. The statue remained where Goku had left it, untouched. The Z-Fighters built a shrine around it, not out of worship, but out of love, out of remembrance. People from all over the world came to see it, to pay their respects to the man who had saved them countless times, to the hero who had given up everything so they could live. Pan visited every day. She would sit beside the statue and tell her grandfather about her training, about the world he was protecting, about how much everyone missed him. She didn't know if he could hear her, but she talked anyway. Because somewhere in a realm beyond mortal understanding, Goku's spirit had begun a journey that would transform him, a journey that would test him in ways no battle ever could, a journey that, eventually, would bring him back. But that story was only just beginning.
Goku opened his eyes. The sensation was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. Not waking up, he hadn't been asleep. Not regaining consciousness, he'd never lost it. It was more like remembering that he had eyes, that he existed, that perception was something he could do. For a moment, he wondered if he was dead. But death, he knew death. He'd died twice before, and both times there had been a clear transition, leaving his body, traveling Snake Way, meeting King Yema. This was nothing like that. This was something else entirely.
The first thing that struck him was the wrongness of everything. Not wrong in a threatening way, but wrong in an impossible way, like looking at a painting by an artist who'd never experienced reality and was working purely from mathematical equations and fever dreams. The sky above him wasn't blue, it wasn't any single color he could name. It shifted and flowed like liquid, cycling through shades that existed somewhere between purple and gold, between crimson and emerald, between colors that had names and colors that shouldn't exist at all. His eyes, did he even have eyes anymore? Could perceive these impossible hues, could track their movements and transformations. The shifts weren't random, they pulsed in rhythm with something, a cosmic heartbeat that he could feel resonating in whatever passed for his chest. Mountains floated in that kaleidoscope sky, not hovering with anti-gravity technology, not suspended by any visible force. They simply existed there, as if the concept of up and down were polite suggestions rather than absolute laws. Some mountains were inverted, their peaks pointing toward nothing, defying every instinct Goku had about how reality should work. Waterfalls flowed from their bases upward into clouds that burned with cold fire, droplets rising against gravity's pull like they'd forgotten which way they were supposed to fall. Other mountains rotated slowly on invisible axes, their surfaces covered in crystalline structures that caught the strange light and sang. Not metaphorically sang, they actually produced sounds, pure tones that resonated through dimensions Goku couldn't see but could somehow feel. Rivers carved through the air itself, liquid pathways that had no business existing but flowed anyway, creating spirals and loops and impossible geometries that made Goku's head hurt when he tried to follow them. The water, if it was water, wasn't transparent. It glowed from within, each drop containing what looked like entire galaxies. Stars were born and died in the span of a ripple, entire histories compressed into single waves that rolled through the air like cosmic memories made liquid. The ground beneath him felt solid, but when Goku looked down, and looking down itself was a strange concept here, where direction seemed more like suggestion than law, he saw he was standing on something that resembled crystallized starlight. It was hard enough to support him, yet it emanated a soft luminescence that made shadows fall in 3 different directions at once. Cracks in the surface revealed depths that went down forever, or maybe up, or maybe sideways, into dimensions his mortal-trained mind couldn't quite comprehend. And everywhere, absolutely everywhere, there were dragons. Small ones, barely the size of his fist, darted through the air like hummingbirds made of living gemstones. Their scales reflected light in prismatic patterns that left trails of color in their wake. Not trails that faded, but trails that lingered, building up into complex weavings of light that formed 3-dimensional tapestries in the air. They moved in flocks, hundreds of them, creating living rainbows that wove through the floating mountains and impossible rivers. Each wing beat produced a tiny thunderclap, miniature sonic booms that somehow sounded like wind chimes made of crystal and starlight.
Medium dragons, though medium was relative when some were still as large as Earth's skyscrapers, lounged on floating islands, their massive forms draped across crystalline surfaces like cats basking in impossible sunlight. Some were grooming each other, delicate claws removing what appeared to be crystallized energy from between scales. Others slept, their breathing creating rhythmic pulses of power that rippled through the air like heat waves, visible distortions that warped space around them. And in the distance, massive dragons flew, creatures so large that calling them big was like calling the ocean wet. They were beyond size, beyond scale, moving continents made flesh and scale and ancient power. One passed overhead, so far away it looked like a moving mountain range, yet close enough that Goku could feel the displacement of air, or whatever passed for air here, as its wings beat. Each flap created storms, actual weather systems born from pure movement. Lightning crackled along its spine, thunder rolled from its throat, even though it hadn't roared. The temperature dropped 50 degrees as its shadow passed, then climbed back up as its tail swept by. The dragons came in forms that defied categorization. Some had 6 wings arranged in impossible configurations. Others had none at all and flew through pure will, their bodies surrounded by auras of condensed power that burned with cold fire. Some were serpentine like Shenron, hundreds of meters long, coiling through the air in elegant spirals that left trails of light marking their passage. Others had 4 legs and looked like the Western dragons from Earth's mythology, massive and reptilian, with horns and crests and faces that held expressions of intelligence older than civilizations. But there were others, dragons that shouldn't exist, that couldn't exist, yet did anyway. Dragons made of living crystal that reflected infinite versions of themselves, each reflection showing the dragon in a different time, a different possibility. Dragons composed of pure energy, their forms flickering between states of matter, solid, liquid, gas, plasma, and states that didn't have names in any language. Dragons whose bodies were partially transparent, revealing clockwork mechanisms inside, made of gears that looked like compressed galaxies, spinning and meshing with mathematical precision. Dragons with multiple heads, each one expressing a different emotion: rage, joy, sorrow, curiosity, all at once, creating a chorus of feelings that radiated outward like emotional shockwaves. Dragons that existed in multiple places simultaneously, their forms overlapping and diverging in ways that made Goku's eyes water when he tried to follow their movements. But what struck Goku most wasn't their appearance or their impossible existence, it was their ki. Every dragon radiated energy, but it wasn't like any ki he'd ever sensed before. It was purer, more fundamental, like they were made of the raw stuff that ki came from, the base material of power, before it was refined and shaped and given purpose. Each signature was distinct, unique, telling a story that stretched back beyond memory. Some felt warm like sunrise, others cold like the space between stars. Some were aggressive, burning with barely contained fury, others peaceful as still water. But all of them, every single one, felt ancient. Not old, but ancient, carrying the weight of eons in their energy signatures. And they were all looking at him. Goku became suddenly, acutely aware that he was the center of attention. Hundreds of dragons had stopped what they were doing to stare at this strange presence in their realm. The small ones darted closer, circling him at a cautious distance, like curious birds examining something that had fallen into their territory. Their tiny eyes, each one containing depths that suggested intelligence beyond their size, reflected confusion and curiosity. The medium ones lifted their massive heads from their rest, nostrils flaring as they tried to identify his scent. Scent! Even some of the truly massive ones in the distance had changed course, slowly making their way toward his location. Goku looked down at himself and felt another jolt of disorientation. His body, if it was still his body, if body even meant anything here, looked different. He wasn't solid anymore, not in the way he understood solidity. He was present, substantial enough to see and feel, but also somehow made of light and energy rather than flesh and bone. When he held up his hand, he could see through it slightly, could see the crystallized starlight ground beneath, but he could also see the structure of his hand, could see energy flowing through pathways that looked like key channels, but weren't quite. His gi was still there, orange and blue as always, but it rippled with colors that matched the sky, as if the fabric was slowly being integrated into this place. Remarkable, isn't it? Goku spun around, the movement feeling both too fast and too slow at once. Shenron floated behind him, but like everything else in this impossible place, he looked different. Larger somehow, though not in physical size. He was more present, more real, as if on Earth he'd been a shadow of himself, and only here did he exist in full definition. His scales gleamed with an inner light that Goku had never noticed before, each one containing what looked like entire star systems. His eyes held depths that suggested intelligence far beyond what Goku had assumed, wisdom that made the ancient dragon seem almost like a different being entirely. "Shenron," Goku said, and was startled by his own voice. It echoed strangely, carrying further than it should, rebounding off the floating mountains and impossible rivers. "What is this place? Where are we?" "Welcome, Goku," Shenron said, his voice filled with something that might be pride, or perhaps reverence, or maybe both, layered together. "Welcome to the Dragon Realm. This is where all dragons are born, where all return when their time in the mortal worlds ends, and where the balance of universal energy is maintained." The name hung in the air between them, carrying weight that made the space around them tremble slightly. Goku looked around again, trying to process the scope of what he was seeing. You mentioned it back on Earth, but I didn't think it would be like..." He trailed off, unable to find words adequate to describe what he was experiencing. "Like this?" Shenron finished, a hint of amusement in his ancient voice. "Few mortals have ever seen this place, Goku. The dimensional barriers that separate the Dragon Realm from the mortal worlds are nearly impenetrable. To cross them requires either dragonkind's natural ability to traverse dimensions or dragon essence within a mortal form." "Is that why I feel so weird?" Goku asked, flexing his hands again and watching the trails of light they left. "Like I'm not quite solid? Like I'm here but also not entirely here?" "You're not solid, not in the way you were on Earth," Shenron confirmed, moving closer. "Your physical body remains in the mortal world, preserved in stasis, frozen in time at the moment of transition. What's here is your consciousness, your spirit, your essential self. But that self has been merged with the essence of the Dragon Balls, transformed by that union into something that can exist in this realm." Goku was quiet for a moment, processing this. "So I'm like a ghost?" "No. Ghosts are echoes of the dead, impressions left on reality. You are very much alive. You're just alive in a different way now. Your consciousness has been unshackled from physical limitations, allowed to perceive and interact with reality on a more fundamental level. You're more than you were. The transformation has already begun." "Transformation?" Goku's attention snapped fully to Shenron. "What kind of transformation?"
"Tell me, Goku," Shenron said, his voice taking on a teaching quality. "Do you know why you were able to defeat the Shadow Dragons when no one else could?" Goku thought about it. "Well, I'm pretty strong, and I've trained with a lot of different masters over the years." "No," Shenron interrupted gently. "That's not why. Your strength is impressive, yes, but Vegeta is strong. Gohan is strong. Your granddaughter is strong. Any of them could have fought the Shadow Dragons with equivalent power, and they would have lost. Do you know why?" Goku shook his head. "Because you carry something no mortal has possessed in 10,000 years. Dragon essence. The words resonated through the dragon realm, causing nearby dragons to pause and turn their attention fully toward the conversation. Even the massive ones in the distance seemed to slow their flight. "Dragon essence?" Goku repeated. "When you absorbed the Dragon Balls during your battle with the one-star dragon, when you merged with their energy instead of simply using it as a tool, something unprecedented happened. The Dragon Balls are pieces of my essence, Goku, fragments of my soul given form and purpose. When a mortal uses them, they're borrowing power, accessing something external to themselves. But you didn't borrow. You integrated. You accepted the Dragon Balls on a fundamental level, merged with them so completely that the boundaries dissolved. In doing so, you became something more than Saiyan." Shenron began to circle Goku slowly. "You can feel it, can't you? The connection to this place, to all dragons, to the fundamental energies that flow through reality." Goku closed his eyes and concentrated. Shenron was right. He could feel it, a vast network of connections spreading out from him in all directions. Every dragon in this realm was like a node in an infinite web, and somehow he was now part of that web. He could sense their emotions, their thoughts not as words but impressions, their very existence humming in the back of his mind. "This is incredible," Goku breathed. "And it is why," Shenron continued, "I chose you above all others. You were chosen, Goku, selected to become a candidate." "A candidate for what?" One of the massive dragons suddenly appeared much closer, having moved without seeming to travel the distance. It was covered in scales that looked like flowing mercury, liquid metal that never stopped moving. Its eyes were molten gold, burning with intelligence that made Goku feel like an infant. "The Dragon King," it said, its voice resonating through dimensions. "He speaks of becoming the Dragon King." Another dragon materialized, this one covered in scales like weathered stone, with moss and crystals growing from its hide. The guardian of all dragons, the maintainer of balance, the bridge between mortal and eternal. A third dragon appeared, wreathed in blue flames. "The position has been vacant for 3 years. Reality itself is beginning to fray." Shenron raised his head. "Every 10,000 years, when the current Dragon King ascends to a higher plane, a new king must be chosen. 3 years ago, Aurelius the Golden completed his tenure. Since then, the position has been empty, and in that vacancy, cracks have appeared."
"The Shadow Dragons," Goku said, understanding dawning. "Precisely. Had a Dragon King been present, the negative energy would have been detected and purified decades before it reached crisis levels. But in the absence of a guardian," Shenron trailed off. The mercury-scaled dragon moved closer. "I am Argentum, guardian of the Silver Peaks. If you are to become Dragon King, you must first prove yourself worthy through the 7 trials." "7 trials?" Goku asked. "Tests of strength, wisdom, endurance, compassion, judgment, unity, and sacrifice," the stone dragon grumbled. "I am Terak, the Eternal Mountain. 12 candidates have attempted these trials in the last 50,000 years. Only 1 succeeded. And if I fail? Your consciousness dissolves into the dragon realm. You cease to exist as an individual across all timelines and dimensions, as if you had never been." Goku was quiet, processing this. Total obliteration if he failed. But if he succeeded, he could protect everyone, not just Earth, but all universes, all dimensions. How could he refuse that? "When do we start?" he asked. The dragons reacted with visible surprise. A smaller blue dragon swooped down, performing a barrel roll. "He didn't even hesitate. I like this one already. I'm Azura, by the way, guardian of the endless ocean. You face potential complete erasure and you ask when you can begin? Terrak sounded genuinely taken aback. Well, yeah, Goku said. It sounds really hard, but that just makes it more interesting. Besides, if I succeed, I'll be able to protect everyone, everywhere. How could I say no to that? Argentum's scales rippled. The mortal speaks with the heart of a dragon. Perhaps Shenron's choice was not misguided. Shenron's expression became formal. You cannot begin the trials unprepared. You must learn to truly use your dragon essence, to perceive dimensions, to fight in ways that transcend physical combat. You will train until the eternal dawn, when the dragon realm judges you ready. How long is that? Goku asked. Time moves differently here, Argentum explained. What feels like hours might be moments in the mortal world, or it might be years. The eternal dawn comes when you are ready, not before. Then we'd better not waste time, Goku said. Teach me everything. And so the training began. Azura taught him the basics first. Forget everything you know about having a body, she said cheerfully. Form is optional here. Watch. She shifted through a dozen different shapes in seconds, then snapped back. You appear as you choose to appear. Right now, you look like Goku because that's your identity. She showed him movement next. Dragons don't fly by pushing against air. We exist in multiple points simultaneously and choose which to emphasize. Pick a location and decide you're there. Goku focused on a distant mountain covered in crystal trees. He stopped thinking about distance and just decided he wanted to be there. Reality shifted, and suddenly he was standing on the mountain. I did it! First try, Azura exclaimed, appearing beside him. Most candidates take hours to manage a tiny hop. You just crossed half a continent. Argentum took over next, teaching him to see deeper. Close your eyes. Reach out with your dragon essence. Goku concentrated, and suddenly he could perceive reality on multiple levels simultaneously. Dragons appeared as patterns of energy and connection. The dragon realm revealed itself as an infinite web holding reality together, maintaining cosmic order. This is what you see all the time? Goku asked in awe. Yes, Argentum confirmed, and you must learn to see this way constantly. The Dragon King must perceive threats before they become catastrophic.
The intensity intensified. Ignis, a dragon of eternal flame, taught him combat. Fight with will, not force. The flame dragon attacked across multiple dimensions, forcing Goku to defend with pure intention rather than physical movement. Terrak taught him endurance, bombarding his consciousness with millions of years of memories, forcing him to maintain his identity under pressure that would shatter most minds. Aquaria, made of living water, taught him adaptation and flow. Umbra, the shadow dragon, taught him about voids and spaces between spaces. Kronos taught him to perceive time as a dimension rather than an absolute. Zephyr taught him about invisible forces that shape reality. Dozens of dragons contributed their wisdom, each one pushing Goku past limits he didn't know he had. Days passed, or weeks, or years. Time had no meaning here. But he was learning, growing, evolving. His consciousness expanded, his control over dragon essence became refined. He learned to breathe with the dragon realm itself, maintaining that fundamental rhythm even during combat. He sparred with dragons until he could fight using will instead of ki, attack across dimensions, perceive strikes before they manifested. He meditated until his consciousness became unbreakable. He practiced until dimensional navigation became second nature. And gradually, he became part of their community. Azura became a true friend, racing him through impossible landscapes between lessons. Argentum began showing rare approval. Terak shared quiet wisdom. Even fierce Ignis revealed a playful side, telling stories of pranks played across eons. Goku was transforming, adding dragon aspects to his Saiyan foundation without losing who he was. He was becoming something unprecedented, a bridge between mortal and eternal, warrior and guardian, Saiyan and dragon. Then everything changed. The color-shifting sky suddenly locked into place, becoming brilliant gold. The floating mountains began to hum with resonance that vibrated through dimensions. Rivers of creation energy flowed faster, blazing brighter. Every dragon in the realm stopped and turned toward the center, where light was building. "What's happening?" Goku asked, though he already knew. Shenron materialized beside him. "The eternal dawn. The dragon realm has judged you ready. The trials begin now." Goku looked at the assembled dragons one final time. Azura's excited worry, Argentum's approval, Terak's quiet confidence, Ignis's fierce expectation. All the friends he'd made, all the teachers who'd helped him grow. He thought about his family on Earth, Pan's tears, Chi-Chi's devastation, Gohan's promise, the world he was protecting. And he thought about himself, Son Goku, who'd never backed down from a challenge, who'd faced impossible odds his entire life. "Yeah," he said steadily, "I'm ready. Let's do this." The golden light exploded outward, consuming everything. Mountains sang in harmony, rivers blazed, the sky became pure gold. Every dragon raised their voices in a chorus that transcended sound. Shenron's voice rang out formal and ancient. "Son Goku, candidate for Dragon King, you stand at the threshold. Beyond lies transformation or dissolution. Do you accept the challenge, knowing failure means absolute erasure?" Goku didn't hesitate. "I accept." The light intensified until it was all that existed. The last thing he heard was Azura's voice. "Good luck, Goku! Come back to us!" Then the eternal dawn swallowed him whole, and the trials began.
The moment Goku stepped through the crystalline gateway of Shenron, reality itself seemed to shatter and reform around him. The world beyond was neither heaven nor hell. It existed outside the concept of dimensions, a realm where time moved like water and space breathed like a living creature. "Welcome, Son Goku," a voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. "You have entered the domain of dragons. Here, your body means nothing. Your power means nothing. Only your spirit will determine if you survive." Goku's feet touched down on what appeared to be floating islands of pure energy connected by bridges of starlight. The sky above swirled with galaxies and nebulae, each one containing billions of stars being born and dying in the span of seconds. In the distance, he could see massive shapes moving through the cosmic clouds, dragons, each one the size of a planet, their roars creating new dimensions with every breath. "This place," Goku whispered, his battle-hardened instincts on high alert despite the beauty surrounding him. "The energy here is insane. It's like the entire universe is alive." He tried to sense any key signatures, but what he felt instead made his blood run cold. There was no key here, at least in the way he understood it. Everything pulsed with a different kind of energy, something ancient and primordial that existed before ki, before life itself. For the first time in years, Son Goku felt truly vulnerable. Boom! A shockwave of pure heat exploded across the realm. Goku raised his arms instinctively, his aura flaring as he powered up to Super Saiyan Blue. The blue godly energy crackled around him, his hair shifting to azure as divine ki flowed through his body. But even in this form, he could feel the overwhelming presence approaching. Roar!
The sound shook the very fabric of reality, causing the floating islands to crack and splinter. From the crimson sky descended a dragon wreathed in flames that burned with colors that shouldn't exist. Purple fire, black flames that radiated light, golden infernos that froze instead of burned. Its scales were like molten gold, each one carved with ancient symbols that predated written language. Its eyes were twin suns of pure fire, containing the birth and death of 1,000,000 stars within their depths. When it landed before Goku, the ground itself ignited, transforming into a sea of cosmic fire that didn't consume, but transformed everything it touched. The dragon was easily 300 feet tall, its presence so overwhelming that Goku felt his Super Saiyan Do form flickering, struggling to maintain itself against the sheer pressure of this being's existence. "I am Ignis of the Eternal Flame," the dragon's voice boomed like 1,000 volcanoes erupting in harmony. Each word sent ripples through reality itself. "Guardian of the first fire, keeper of creation's forge, and the one who has burned before the first universe drew breath. You stand before me seeking the power of the dragon god, mortal. But power without understanding is merely destruction without purpose." Ignis lowered his massive head, bringing one enormous eye level with Goku. Within that eye, Goku could see universes being born and destroyed, the endless cycle of creation and annihilation playing out in an instant. "First trial, show me you understand the true meaning of destruction." Goku's Saiyan instincts kicked in immediately. He dropped into his fighting stance, his blue aura intensifying as he gathered his energy. "All right, if it's a fight you want, I won't hold back. Ha!"
With explosive speed, Goku launched himself at Ignis, his fist pulled back and charged with enough divine energy to shatter a planet. The air itself screamed as he broke the sound barrier 1,000 times over, his attack leaving a trail of blue fire in his wake. Wham! His punch connected directly with Ignis's chest, and absolutely nothing happened. The dragon didn't even flinch. What? Goku's eyes widened in shock. That punch had enough power behind it to destroy entire solar systems, yet it had zero effect. Before he could react, Ignis's massive claw moved with speed that defied the dragon's size. Crash! Goku was swatted away like an insect, his body crashing through 3 floating islands before he managed to stop himself. He coughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his ribs screaming in agony despite his godly form. "Impossible!" he gasped, wiping the blood away. "That barely looked like he tried." He powered up further, his aura exploding outward as he pushed Super Saiyan Blue to its absolute limits. The blue energy around him intensified, crackling with silver hints as he began to tap into Ultra Instinct. "Kaioken times 20!" he roared. His aura turned into a mixture of blue and crimson, his power multiplying exponentially. The very realm around him began to crack from the pressure of his energy. He blitzed forward again, this time moving so fast that he created afterimages, each one real enough to have its own presence. He struck from 100 different angles simultaneously, punches, kicks, energy blasts, each one carrying enough force to obliterate galaxies. Bam! 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 Every single attack connected. The sound was like thunder across dimensions. And Ignis stood completely unmoved, not a single scratch on his golden scales. "You still don't understand, warrior. Strike me with all your power if you wish. You could punch me for 1,000 years and nothing would change. The trial is not about destroying me." Goku powered down, breathing heavily, his body aching from the exertion. Frustration bubbled up inside him, a feeling he rarely experienced. He'd fought gods, angels, and beings of unimaginable power, but this was different. This wasn't about being stronger or faster. This was something else entirely. Then what is it about?" he asked, his voice carrying genuine confusion. "If it's not about fighting, then how do I pass this trial?"
Ignis's eyes gleamed with something that might have been approval at the question. The dragon spread his massive wings, each one spanning miles, and suddenly the entire realm around them burst into flames. "Destruction that creates," declared Ignis. "Watch and learn, Son Goku. See the truth that existed before gods walked the cosmos." The dragon unleashed a torrent of cosmic fire that consumed everything. The floating islands, the bridges of starlight, the very air itself seemed to burn with flames that existed beyond the physical plane. Goku raised his arms to defend himself, his energy flaring instinctively, but the flames didn't hurt him. Instead, he watched in absolute amazement as the fire consumed the old landscape.
And from the ashes, new worlds were born. Where there had been simple floating islands, now entire ecosystems emerged. Trees of crystal sprouted from the scorched ground, their branches reaching toward the cosmic sky, each leaf refracting light into rainbow patterns that sang with harmonic frequencies. Rivers of liquid starlight flowed through valleys that hadn't existed moments before, their waters containing the building blocks of life itself. Strange and beautiful creatures began to appear, beings of pure energy taking physical forms, adapting to the new environment. They weren't created by Ignis, they emerged naturally from the rich foundation his destruction had provided. "Do you see?" Ignis's voice had softened, taking on the tone of a wise teacher. "True destruction is not an end. It is a transformation, a metamorphosis from what was to what can be. The old must burn so the new can rise from its ashes." The dragon's massive form coiled around Goku, not threatening but protective, like a parent embracing a child. When he spoke next, his words carried the weight of eons. "A forest fire seems devastating to those who witness it. Trees burn, animals flee, and destruction reigns. But what comes after? The dead wood that choked new growth is cleared. The soil is enriched with ash and nutrients. Seeds that could only germinate in extreme heat finally sprout. In 5 years, the forest is more alive than it was in 50 years before the fire." Goku listened intently, his mind beginning to grasp the concept, but struggling with its implications. A star must die in a supernova, the most destructive force in the natural universe, to create the heavy elements that form planets. The iron in your blood, the calcium in your bones, the carbon that makes up your very DNA, all of it was forged in the death throes of ancient stars. Destruction and creation are not opposites, warrior. They are partners in the eternal dance of existence. Goku slowly lowered his arms, the blue aura around him fading as he powered down completely. He looked around at the new world Ignis had created, really seeing it for the first time. "I never thought about it that way," he admitted quietly. "I've always just destroyed things that needed to be destroyed. Bad guys, evil planets, threats to Earth, but I never thought about what came after. Your ultra instinct allows you to move without thinking," Ignis said, his massive tail creating new patterns in the cosmic sand. "But it is still reactive, still defensive. You dodge attacks, you counter strikes, you survive through instinct. That is the peak of martial arts, yes, but it is not enough for what you seek to become." The dragon's massive eyes blazed brighter, the heat of 1 billion suns condensed into those twin orbs of flame. "To pass this trial, you must show me that you can destroy with purpose, with intention, with the understanding that what you tear down, you do so to build something greater. You must learn to see the potential in destruction, not just the loss." Goku closed his eyes, and memories flooded through his mind like a raging river. Planet Vegeta, destroyed by Frieza, leading to his survival and the protection of Earth.
the Saiyan race nearly extinct, but their legacy lived on through him, Vegeta, and their children. Frieza's empire torn down through years of rebellion and his own defeat at Goku's hands. The Red Ribbon Army torn down twice over, but Dr. Gero's hatred led to the creation of androids 17 and 18, who became protectors of Earth.
Cell, an abomination created from stolen DNA. His destruction led to Gohan awakening his true potential and gave Earth 7 years of peace. Even Kid Buu's complete annihilation led to the birth of Oob, a pure soul with incredible potential who would one day protect the Earth. "Every time I've destroyed something," Goku said slowly, opening his eyes with new understanding dawning in them, "something new grew from it. I just never saw it as my responsibility. I thought my job ended when the threat was gone." "And that is where you were wrong," Ignis said firmly, but not unkindly. "The Dragon God is not merely a warrior. A Dragon God is a force of nature, of change, of evolution, of transformation. To wield that power, you must accept responsibility not just for what you destroy, but for what rises from those ashes." Goku nodded slowly, then took a deep breath. He could feel something shifting inside him, a new understanding taking root in his soul. He raised his hand and energy began to gather, but this time it was different. Instead of the destructive ki he usually wielded, something new formed in his palm. It pulsed with a strange duality, one half swirling with the violent energy of destruction, the other glowing with the gentle light of creation. Trying to hold both in balance was like trying to mix water and oil, to hold fire and ice in the same hand without either overwhelming the other. Sweat poured down Goku's face as he concentrated harder than he ever had before. This wasn't about power, he had plenty of that. This was about control, about understanding, about fundamentally changing how he viewed his own energy. His body began to tremble from the effort. The two opposing forces wanted to tear each other apart, to destroy each other, but Goku held them together through sheer force of will, refusing to let either side win. "That's it," he growled through gritted teeth. "You're both part of the same thing, destruction and creation, two sides of the same coin." The energy in his palm began to stabilize, the two halves slowly merging into something new. It wasn't blue like his godly ki, nor silver like Ultra Instinct. It was something else, a swirling mix of crimson and gold, pulsing with the rhythm of stars being born and dying. "I think I've got it," Goku shouted, and with a powerful thrust, he released the energy. The blast shot forward and struck one of the new crystal trees Ignis had created. But instead of destroying it, something incredible happened. The tree dissolved into pure energy, its structure breaking down completely. But that energy immediately reformed into 3 new trees, each one more vibrant and alive than the original. The destruction had created more life, not less. Goku stared at his hand in wonder, then at the new trees, then back at his hand. A huge grin spread across his face, his signature expression of joy when learning something new. "I did it! I actually did it! That was amazing! Did you see that, Ignis?" The dragon's laughter boomed across the realm, a sound like the roar of a wildfire mixed with the crackling of a warm hearth. It was fierce and comforting at all once. "You begin to understand, Son Goku," Ignis said with unmistakable pride in his voice. "This is only the first step on a long path, but it is the most important step. Destruction is not your enemy, it is your teacher. It shows you what must change, what must evolve, what must be transformed." The dragon's form began to glow, his scales burning with an intensity that would vaporize normal matter.
He rose up on his hind legs, spreading his wings wide, and spoke with the voice of prophecy.
Remember this lesson in the battles to come, warrior. You will face enemies that cannot be simply defeated. You will encounter problems that cannot be simply solved. In those moments, you will need to destroy parts of yourself to become what you must be. You will need to let old ways burn so new understanding can emerge. Ignis's entire body erupted into flames, not destructive fire, but transformative energy. The flames spiraled inward, condensing, compressing down into a single point of light that shot forward and merged with Goku's chest. Ah! Goku screamed as the essence of Ignis flowed into his body. It felt like his entire being was on fire, every cell burning and reforming, his DNA rewriting itself on a fundamental level. Knowledge flooded his mind, the wisdom of creation through destruction, the understanding that every ending contains a beginning, the truth that nothing truly dies, it only transforms. When the pain finally subsided, Goku fell to one knee, breathing heavily. But when he looked up, his eyes briefly flashed with flames before returning to normal. He could feel Ignis's presence inside him now, not controlling him, but guiding him, a new layer of understanding added to his soul. "Thank you," Goku said quietly, genuine gratitude in his voice. "I learned something today that I should have understood a long time ago." But there was no time to rest or reflect on the lesson. The realm began to shift, the cosmic landscape transforming around him. The islands of crystal and fire dissolved, replaced by something entirely different. Goku felt himself falling, the ground vanishing beneath his feet. He plummeted through layers of reality, each one showing him a different version of the cosmos. He saw universes being born, expanding, contracting, and dying. He saw timelines splitting and merging. He saw the very fabric of existence flowing like a great river. And then he hit water. Chapter 2: The Flowing Depths of Transformation. Goku plunged deep into an ocean that defied all logic and reason. This wasn't water in any normal sense. It was liquid reality, sentient and aware, flowing with thoughts and emotions and memories that weren't his own. It pressed against him from all sides, and he could feel it trying to communicate, trying to teach him something through osmosis rather than words. The pressure here was different from anything he'd experienced. It wasn't physical pressure like deep-sea diving, nor was it the spiritual pressure of overwhelming ki. This was the pressure of infinite possibility, of potential unrealized, of paths not taken. Every drop of this cosmic ocean represented a choice, a change, a transformation that could be, but wasn't yet. From the infinite depths rose a presence that dwarfed even Ignis, a dragon of pure liquid, its body constantly shifting and changing, never the same from one moment to the next. Its scales were waves that crashed and reformed eternally. Its eyes were whirlpools of ancient wisdom, spiraling inward to depths that had no bottom. When it moved, currents and riptides reshaped entire sections of the ocean realm. "I am Aquaria of the infinite depths." The water dragon's voice flowed like a river, sometimes a gentle stream, sometimes a roaring rapid, always moving, always changing. Keeper of the flowing path, guardian of transformation's tide, the one who has moved since before stillness existed. You seek to become Dragon God, Son Goku, but you still cling to rigidity. You still hold forms that were meant to be released.
Aquarius forms swirled around Goku, circling him like a shark studying prey. But there was no malice in the movement, only assessment. Second trial. Show me you can flow with change, not fight against it.
Before Goku could respond or even take a proper defensive stance, the attack came. But it wasn't a strike or a blast or any form of direct assault. The water itself became the weapon. It surged toward him in a massive wave, a tsunami of cosmic force that threatened to drown him in its embrace, to dissolve his very being into the infinite ocean. Goku's instincts screamed at him to defend. His hands came up, energy gathering in his palms as he prepared to blast the wave away. Kame, wrong. Aquaria's voice thundered through the water, the sound waves nearly rupturing Goku's eardrums even though he was underwater. You seek to resist, to push back, to fight the current, but water does not fight water. It joins, it flows, it adapts to every obstacle. The wave crashed over Goku before he could release his attack, spinning him around violently, disorienting him completely. Up became down, left became right. He had no reference points, no way to orient himself. The water moved in ways that defied physics, flowing upward, sideways, in directions that shouldn't exist. He tried to power up, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, his aura exploding outward to push the water away. But the water simply flowed around his energy, absorbing it, redirecting it, using his own power against him. The harder he pushed, the stronger the current became. Panic began to set in. Goku was one of the strongest beings in the multiverse, had faced gods and destroyers, had mastered Ultra Instinct. But here, in this alien realm, his power meant nothing. He was drowning. His lungs, which could survive in space for limited periods, which had endured the vacuum of destroyed worlds, now burned with the need for air. His vision started to blur at the edges, dark spots appearing as oxygen deprivation set in. I can't breathe, he thought desperately, his movements becoming more frantic, more uncontrolled. Have to get to the surface. Where's the surface? Then stop trying to breathe as you did before. Aquaria's voice thundered through the water, the sound waves nearly rupturing Goku's eardrums even though he was underwater. You seek to resist, to push back, to fight the current, but water does not fight water. It joins, it flows, it adapts to every obstacle. Goku's mind raced even as his consciousness began to fade. Adapt? How could he adapt to not being able to breathe? He was a Saiyan, not a fish. He needed air, needed oxygen, needed... Wait. Master Roshi's voice echoed in his memory, from lessons given decades ago on a tiny island when Goku was just a child learning the basics of martial arts. Be like water, Goku. Water takes the shape of whatever contains it, yet it can carve through solid stone given time. The bamboo that bends in the storm survives, while the mighty oak that refuses to yield is uprooted. At the time, young Goku hadn't really understood what his teacher meant. He'd thought it was just some wise-sounding advice. But now, on the verge of death in an ocean of cosmic consciousness, the meaning became crystal clear. He'd been fighting the water, fighting the change, trying to remain Goku the Saiyan warrior in an environment that identity meant nothing. With what might be his last moment of consciousness, Goku made a choice. He stopped fighting. He stopped trying to swim against the current, stopped trying to find the surface, stopped trying to breathe air that didn't exist. He let go of everything he thought he knew about how his body worked, how reality worked. He surrendered to the water. And the moment he did, everything changed. The water was no longer crushing him. It was embracing him. The current that had been drowning him became a gentle flow that carried him, and somehow, impossibly, he could breathe. Not in the normal way. He wasn't breathing water into his lungs. Instead, his entire body became permeable, allowing the essence of the water to flow through him, providing what he needed directly to his cells. He didn't need lungs anymore because he'd adapted beyond the need for lungs. Goku's eyes snapped open, no longer panicked, but clear and focused. He looked at his hands and watched in fascination as they became translucent, almost liquid themselves, before re-solidifying. Yes! Aquaria's form materialized before him, her liquid body swirling with approval. Now you begin to understand. You released your rigid form and allowed yourself to become what the situation required. But understanding is not mastery, warrior. Knowing the path and walking the path are very different things. Show me you have truly learned. The water dragon's body suddenly separated into 1,000 individual streams, each one hardening into a spike of crystallized water. They all pointed at Goku, hovering in the cosmic ocean like a field of deadly needles. "Defend yourself," Aquaria commanded. All 1,000 spikes launched simultaneously from every conceivable angle. In his normal state, even with Ultra Instinct, Goku would have had to dodge or block. His body would have moved automatically, finding the gaps in the attack pattern, deflecting the strikes he couldn't avoid. But that wasn't the lesson here. Instead of dodging, Goku flowed. When a spike came from his left, he didn't move right. He simply stopped being solid in that location. His body became like water, and the spike passed harmlessly through him. When 3 spikes came from above, he didn't duck. He shifted into a new form entirely, his body rippling and reforming in a position where the attacks had no target. It was similar to Ultra Instinct, but fundamentally different. Ultra Instinct made his body move without conscious thought, achieving the ultimate separation of mind and body. This new technique made his entire being adapt to each situation, becoming what was needed in the moment. His form wasn't fixed, it was fluid, constantly changing, infinitely variable. The 1,000 spikes continued their assault, attacking faster and faster, the pattern becoming increasingly complex. But Goku matched every escalation. When the spikes began to curve and change direction mid-flight, he allowed his body to flow in multiple directions simultaneously. When they started combining into larger weapons, he dispersed himself into mist and reformed elsewhere. He was grinning now, that pure joy of learning something new radiating from him, despite the mortal danger. "This is incredible! I feel like I'm not even really here anymore, but I'm everywhere at once." "Magnificent," Aquaria said, her attack ceasing as her form coalesced back into a single dragon. "Now you understand that strength is not about being unmovable or unchanging. True strength is in accepting change and using it to become stronger. The river that fights against the rock eventually wears itself out and evaporates, but the river that flows around the rock shapes the entire landscape over thousands of years, carving canyons and creating new paths." She swam closer to Goku, her watery eyes reflecting his image back at him, but in the reflection, he looked different, more fluid, more adaptable, more complete. "In your life, you have always been able to adapt in battle," Aquaria continued, her voice taking on a serious tone. "Transforming into new forms, learning new techniques, finding new levels of power when you needed them. Your ability to grow and evolve has been your greatest strength. But you have resisted change in other ways, have you not?" Goku's smile faded slightly as her words hit home. He thought about all the times Vegeta had criticized him for being naive, for not taking his responsibilities seriously, for acting like a child when he should act like a father and husband. All the times Chi-Chi had been frustrated with him for disappearing to train instead of providing for his family. All the times his sons had needed him and he'd been off fighting, or dead, or training in Otherworld. He'd grown stronger, yes, but had he really grown? "You clung to being Son Goku the martial artist because it's comfortable," Aquaria said, not cruelly, but with the blunt honesty of someone who sees the truth clearly. "You avoided the harder transformations, growing as a father, as a husband, as a leader. You let others handle the complicated parts of life while you focused on the simple joy of fighting."
Goku started to protest, but the words died in his throat. She was right. He knew she was right. He'd always taken the easy path when it came to personal growth, leaving the hard stuff to Bulma, to Chi-Chi, to his friends. He trained his body to perfection, but neglected to train his character with the same dedication. Vegeta changed, Aquaria continued. He went from a ruthless killer to a family man, from a loner to someone who fights for others. He transformed in ways that had nothing to do with power levels. That is why, despite having less raw talent than you, he has sometimes surpassed you. He was willing to change everything about himself. The words stung because they were true. Goku had always thought of himself as the hero, the one who saved everyone. But heroes had to grow too. Heroes had responsibilities beyond just being strong. To master the Dragon God power, you must be willing to let go of Son Goku and become something more, Aquaria said, her form expanding to encompass the entire ocean realm. Not to lose yourself, but to transcend yourself. The caterpillar does not cease to exist when it becomes a butterfly. It transforms into something greater. Can you do that, warrior? Can you change not just your power, but your very nature? Goku floated in the cosmic ocean, surrounded by infinite possibilities, infinite paths he could take. For a long moment he was silent, really thinking about the question. It would be easy to say yes and move on, but this trial required honesty, required him to truly commit to change. He thought about Gohan, about how his son had surpassed him, but then stopped fighting to focus on his family and his studies. Goku had never understood that choice. How could Gohan give up getting stronger? But maybe Gohan had understood something Goku didn't. Maybe there were more important things to grow than just power. He thought about Goten and Trunks, who looked up to him and Vegeta. What kind of example was he setting? That the only thing that mattered was being the strongest? That family came second to training? He thought about Chi-Chi, who had stuck with him through death and resurrection, through his obsession with training, through everything. She'd asked so little of him, and he'd given even less. Finally, Goku opened his eyes, and there was a new maturity in his gaze that hadn't been there before. "Yeah," he said quietly, but with absolute conviction. "I can. I will. I've been selfish, hiding behind the excuse of protecting Earth, when really I just wanted to fight strong guys. That
Change. Not all at once, maybe. I'm still gonna love fighting, but I'll grow in other ways too. I'll be the father Gohan and Goten deserve. I'll be the husband Chi-Chi married. I'll be the leader Earth needs." He smiled then, but it wasn't his usual carefree grin. It was something deeper, wiser, more complete. "I won't stop being me. That's not what you're asking, but I'll become a better version of me. I'll flow and change and grow in every direction, not just in power. That's what it means to really be like water, right?" Aquaria's entire form shimmered with approval, her essence radiating warmth despite being made of water. "Yes, Son Goku, that is exactly what it means. You have passed the second trial, not because you learned a new technique, but because you learned a new truth about yourself. That is worth more than any amount of power." The dragon's form began to dissolve, breaking down into millions of droplets of cosmic water. But unlike Ignis's dramatic transformation, this was gentle, peaceful, like rain falling on a calm lake. Each droplet floated toward Goku and merged with his body, flowing into him and becoming part of his essence. The sensation was different from absorbing Ignis, where the fire dragon had burned and forcibly reforged him. Aquaria's essence flowed into him naturally, filling spaces he hadn't known were empty. He could feel his ki changing, becoming more fluid, more adaptable. The rigid forms and transformations he'd relied on began to loosen, becoming starting points rather than fixed states. As the last drops of Aquaria merged with him,
Goku felt the two dragon essences beginning to resonate within him. Fire and water, destruction and adaptation, two opposing forces finding harmony in his soul. But he knew there was still one more trial to come. The ocean drained away, pulled by forces beyond comprehension, leaving Goku standing on solid ground for the first time since entering Shenron. But this ground was different from the floating islands he'd first encountered. It was ancient stone, weathered by eons of existence, bearing the weight of countless worlds and ages. Just standing on it made him feel small, insignificant, a brief flicker of life on something eternal. The ground began to shake, not violently, but with the slow, inevitable tremor of continental drift, of mountains rising over millions of years, of the very bones of reality settling into place. Then Goku heard them. Footsteps. Boom. The sound reverberated through his entire body, through the ground, through the air itself. Boom. Each step felt like the march of inevitability, like the turning of the cosmos, unstoppable and eternal. Boom. Goku looked up and his jaw dropped. In the distance, a mountain was moving. No, the mountain was moving. The mountain was alive. The mountain was the dragon. Chapter 3. The Unbreakable Mountain. Terrak of the mountain's spine was impossibly massive in a way that defied comprehension. Where Ignis was huge and Aquaria was expansive, Terrak was immense. His body was formed from living stone and ancient earth. His scales were mountain ranges. His claws were tectonic plates. Crystals the size of skyscrapers jutted from his back, each one containing the compressed history of galaxies. His eyes were deep caverns that went down to the molten core of existence itself, glowing with the primal heat of creation.
When Terrak moved, continents shifted. When he breathed, volcanoes erupted into being and then went dormant. He was ancient beyond ancient, old beyond old, the physical manifestation of permanence in an impermanent universe. Each step the dragon took shook Goku to his core, not just physically, but spiritually. This wasn't pressure from overwhelming power. This was something else. This was the weight of eternity, the pressure of inevitability, the crushing force of something that simply was and always would be.
I am Terrak of the mountain spine.
The dragon's voice was like an earthquake given speech, like the grinding of continental plates, like the slow collapse of stars into black holes. Each word carried the weight of eons.
Foundation of all that endures, guardian of the eternal core, the one who has stood unmoved since the first atom found stability. You come seeking the Dragon God's mantle, son Goku. But tell me, what good is power built on a foundation that crumbles? What use is strength without the will to wield it when all hope is lost?
Terrak's massive head lowered, bringing those cavern eyes level with Goku. Within those depths, Goku saw the births and deaths of entire universal cycles, the slow, patient existence of stones that had witnessed the rise and fall of 1 trillion civilizations.
Third trial. Show me your will can stand unshaken against any force. Show me you possess the immovable core that defines true strength.
Unlike the previous 2 trials, Terrak didn't attack immediately. He simply stood there, an immense presence that radiated pure, overwhelming pressure. And that pressure began to increase. At first, it was subtle, like standing in heavy gravity. Goku had trained in 100 times Earth's gravity before, so this was nothing. He stood straight, his posture relaxed but ready. Then the pressure doubled.
Goku's knees buckled slightly before he caught himself. This wasn't physical weight, it was something deeper. It felt like reality itself was pressing down on him, trying to force him to submission, trying to make him acknowledge that he was nothing compared to the eternal mountain before him. "That all you got?" Goku said with a confident grin, though he could already feel the strain. He powered up, his aura exploding around him as he transformed into Super Saiyan God, his hair shifting to crimson as divine ki flooded his body. "I've trained under King Kai's gravity, survived Beerus's pressure, and stood against Jiren's overwhelming presence. I won't break." Terax said nothing, but the pressure increased again. Goku gritted his teeth, his divine aura flickering as the pressure doubled once more. His muscles tensed, every fiber of his being fighting against the invisible force crushing down on him. Sweat began to pour down his face despite his godly form. He powered up further, the crimson aura intensifying as he pushed Super Saiyan God to its absolute limits. The ground beneath his feet cracked and splintered from the clash of energies, his divine power pushing upward against Terax's immovable pressure pushing down. But still the pressure increased. "Kaioken!" he growled, his aura beginning to pulse with crimson energy overlaying the divine red. "Times 10! Boom!"
His power exploded outward, creating shockwaves that should have shattered mountains. The multiplication of his already godly strength should have been enough to resist any force. But against Terax's pressure, it barely made a difference. Goku dropped to one knee, his right leg trembling as he fought to stay upright. His vision began to blur at the edges. It felt like the entire weight of the universe was sitting on his shoulders, like every world, every star, every galaxy was pressing down on him simultaneously. "Times 20!" he roared, his voice straining with effort. His aura turned into a violent mixture of crimson and red, crackling with unstable energy as his body struggled to contain the multiplication of power. His muscles bulged, veins standing out on his forehead and arms. The ground around him shattered completely, leaving him standing in a crater of his own making. But the pressure continued to increase, relentless and inevitable as the march of time itself. "Strength of body means nothing here," Terax's voice boomed, each word adding more weight to the already crushing pressure. "I am not testing your muscles, warrior. I am not measuring your energy. I am testing your will, your determination, your refusal to break no matter what stands against you. Power up all you want, transform into any form you possess. It changes nothing. The question is not, can you be strong? The question is, can you remain you when everything tries to crush you into submission?" The pressure increased again, and this time Goku couldn't fight it. His left knee hit the ground, joining his right, both hands pressed against the stone beneath him just to keep from being flattened completely. Blood dripped from his nose, from the corners of his eyes where the pressure was so intense it was rupturing capillaries. "No," he gasped, every word an effort. "I won't give up." His mind raced desperately, searching for a solution. He'd faced overwhelming opponents before, being stronger than him, faster than him, more skilled than him. But he'd always found a way. There was always a transformation, always a technique, always something. Blue. He could go blue. That was his most balanced divine form. With a roar of defiance, Goku's aura shifted from red to azure as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. The godly blue energy crackled around him, more controlled and refined than his previous form. This was the pinnacle of combining godly ki with Saiyan power, the form he'd trained for years to perfect. But even Super Saiyan Blue made no difference against Terax's pressure. "Ultra Instinct!" Goku shouted, desperation creeping into his voice.
His hair turned silver white, his eyes became mercury pools of calm, and his aura transformed into the crystalline silver energy of the god's ultimate technique. His movements became automatic, his defenses perfect, his body achieving the separation of consciousness and action that even most gods couldn't master. But Ultra Instinct was about dodging attacks, about moving without thinking. There was nothing to dodge here, nothing to counter, just relentless, crushing, absolute pressure that cared nothing for technique or transformation. The pressure doubled again. Goku collapsed completely, his face pressed against the ancient stone, his body pinned like an insect under a boot. He couldn't move, couldn't even lift a finger. His Ultra Instinct flickered and died, unable to function when there was nothing to react to. His divine energy scattered, overwhelmed by something that existed beyond the concept of power. "Is this it?" he thought, panic rising in his chest. I can't beat this. There's nothing to punch, no weakness to exploit, no trick that works. I'm going to fail.
"Stand up, Son Goku," Tarek commanded, his voice carrying both disappointment and challenge. "Or admit defeat. Choose." Goku's fingers clawed at the stone, trying to find purchase, trying to push himself up, but his body wouldn't respond. The pressure was too much. He was pinned, helpless, defeated by an opponent he couldn't even fight. Images flashed through his mind, all the times he'd been knocked down before. Raditz, his own brother, breaking his ribs with a single punch. He'd gotten back up. Vegeta, during their first fight, beating him so badly he couldn't move. He'd gotten back up. Frieza on Namek, impaling him through the chest. He'd gotten back up. Cell, destroying him so completely that King Kai thought he was dead. He'd gotten back up. Majin Buu, who'd killed him and everyone he loved. He'd gotten back up. Beerus, who'd casually flicked him away like he was nothing. He'd gotten back up. Jiren, who'd been so overwhelmingly powerful that Ultra Instinct nearly wasn't enough. He'd gotten back up. Every time, every single time someone had knocked him down, he'd found a way to stand back up. But why? Why? Tarek asked, as if reading his thoughts, or perhaps because the question was the point of the entire trial. Why do you get back up, Son Goku? Why do you refuse to stay down? Is it pride, the Saiyan need to prove superiority? Is it the thrill of battle, the addiction to fighting? Is it simply because you don't know when to quit like a stubborn fool? Goku's mind struggled to answer, his consciousness fading under the crushing weight. Pride? No, that was Vegeta's thing. The thrill of fighting? That was part of it, but not the core reason. Stupidity? Maybe sometimes, but not always. Then what? Why did he always get back up? Because... Goku forced the word out, speaking into the stone, his voice barely a whisper. Because there are people counting on me. Is that all? A sense of responsibility? Duty? Tarek pressed, the pressure increasing yet again, threatening to crush Goku into the atomic structure of the stone itself. No. Goku shook his head, or tried to. The movement was less than a millimeter, but it was there. It's more than that. He thought about Gohan as a child, looking up at him with those innocent eyes, believing his dad could do anything. He thought about Goten, who he'd never even met until the boy was 7 because he'd been dead. He thought about Chi-Chi, waiting for him to come home, always waiting. He thought about Krillin, his best friend since childhood, who died so many times protecting others. He thought about Master Roshi, who taught a wild monkey boy to be a martial artist. He thought about Bulma, who gave him his first adventure beyond the mountains. He thought about all the people of Earth, living their lives, never knowing how many times they'd been saved. But it was more than even that. I get back up because... Goku's voice grew stronger, fueled by something deeper than energy, something more fundamental than power. Because that's who I am. Even if there was no one left to protect, even if Earth was gone, even if everyone I loved was dead, I'd still get back up. Because the memories crystallized into a single truth, a core understanding of himself that had always been there but never articulated. Because giving up means accepting defeat, and I'd rather die standing than live kneeling. I'd rather be destroyed trying than survive by surrendering. It's not about being strong.
Enough. It's not about winning. It's about never, ever letting the universe tell me I can't do something. Something shifted inside him. Not power. Something deeper than power. Something fundamental to his existence. When Raditz beat me down, I didn't have the strength to win, but I got back up anyway and found a way. When Vegeta was going to destroy Earth, I didn't have the strength to stop him, but I got back up and found allies. When Frieza killed me on Namek, I got back up as a Super Saiyan. Every time someone said you lose, or you're not strong enough, or this is impossible, I got back up and proved them wrong. His fingers, which had been limp and useless, suddenly clenched into fists. The pressure was still there, crushing, overwhelming, absolute, but something inside Goku refused to acknowledge it anymore. This pressure, this weight, it's just another thing trying to keep me down, Goku growled, his voice gaining strength. Just another force saying you can't. Just another mountain saying you'll never climb me. Slowly, impossibly, against pressure that should have been able to compress him into a singularity, Goku's arms began to straighten. Millimeter by millimeter, he pushed himself up. Not with energy, not with power, with pure, absolute, unbreakable will. But I don't care how impossible it is. His body rose a centimeter, then 2, then 5. I don't care if it takes me 1,000 years. His chest lifted off the ground. I don't care if I die trying. He got one knee under him. I will get back up. Boom! Goku forced himself to standing position, every muscle in his body screaming, blood pouring from wounds caused by the internal pressure. He wasn't using any transformation. His hair was black, his eyes were black. He was just Goku, base form, mortal, finite, but standing. The pressure increased again, trying to drive him back down. It should have worked. By all logic, all physics, all cosmic law, he should have been crushed flat. But Goku remained standing. Not because he was strong enough, not because he had some hidden power, simply because he refused to fall. His will, his absolute determination, his core essence that defined who Son Goku was, that immovable truth was stronger than the pressure of eternity. That, Terak's voice boomed with unmistakable pride and approval. That is the answer I sought. That is the immovable core that allows mortals to challenge gods. That is the will that cannot be broken. For the first time since the trial began, Terak's massive stone face shifted into what might have been a smile, cracks forming in the ancient rock in a pattern suggesting approval, perhaps even joy. Immovable will is not about being stubborn, though you are certainly that. It is not about refusing to change. You learned that lesson from Aquaria, and I am pleased to see you understood it. Immovable will is about having something at your core that can never be broken, no matter what happens.
a truth about yourself that remains constant as everything else changes and evolves. The pressure vanished instantly, and Goku gasped, able to breathe freely for what felt like hours. His legs shook violently, trembling to collapse, but he forced himself to remain standing through sheer determination. Blood still dripped from various wounds, and his body ached in ways he'd never experienced. But he was standing.
Your truth, Son Goku, is that you never give up, Turok continued, his cavern eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. Not because of pride, like Prince Vegeta, not because of duty, like your son Gohan, but because surrender is fundamentally incompatible with your existence. That core of your being, that is immovable. Everything else about you can and should evolve. Your power will grow, your understanding will deepen, your relationships will mature. But that core, that refusal to accept defeat, must remain constant. It is the foundation upon which everything else is built. The massive dragon lowered his head until one enormous eye was level with Goku's entire body. In that crystalline cavern of an eye, Goku saw reflections of every time he'd refused to give up, a lifetime of determination crystallized into a single image. In the battles ahead, you will face forces that can destroy your body with a thought. You will encounter beings that can manipulate your energy, making you weak when you need to be strong. You will meet enemies that can alter your very mind, making you doubt yourself, making you question your purpose. Your transformations can be countered. Your techniques can be learned and surpassed. Your power can be matched or exceeded. The dragon's eye blazed brighter, the light of creation's core shining through. But if your will remains unbroken, if that core truth of who you are stays solid, then you can endure anything. You can come back from any defeat. You can find a way forward when all paths seem closed. That is the power of an immovable foundation. That is why you, a mortal from a low-level universe, have been able to stand among gods and angels. Not because you were born strongest, but because you possess the will that refuses to break. Turok pulled back, his massive form beginning to glow with an inner light that seemed to come from the molten heart of a billion worlds. Stone and crystal shimmered, becoming translucent, revealing the core of pure energy within. Remember this, Son Goku. In your darkest moment, when all seems lost, when your power fails you and your allies have fallen, when the enemy seems insurmountable and death is certain, remember that your will is the one thing that cannot be taken from you. It can only be surrendered, and you will never surrender. The massive dragon's entire body began to break apart, but unlike the dissolving of Ignis and Aquaria, this was a shattering. Turok exploded into millions of crystallized fragments of eternal strength, his immovable nature, his unbreakable will. The fragments flew toward Goku like a meteor storm, each one slamming into his body with the force of a planet's worth of momentum. Ah! Goku screamed as Turok's essence merged with him, joining with the fire of Ignis and the water of Aquaria. Where the fire had burned and the water had flowed, the mountain essence anchored. It settled into the deepest part of his soul, creating a foundation that could never be shaken, a core that would remain solid no matter what forces tried to break him. He could feel all three dragon essences resonating within him now, creating something greater than the sum of their parts. Fire gave him the understanding of destruction as creation. Water gave him the ability to flow and adapt. Mountain gave him the unbreakable core that would hold firm no matter what changed around him.
When it finally ended, Goku collapsed to his hands and knees, breathing heavily. But when he looked up, his eyes had changed. They held a depth they'd never possessed before. The wisdom of dragons layered over the determination of a Saiyan warrior. "Thank you," he whispered, not knowing if Tarek could still hear him. "All three of you, thank you." For a long moment, there was silence. Goku remained on his hands and knees, not from weakness now, but from a sense of reverence. He could feel the three dragon essences inside him, pulsing with their own rhythm, teaching him even in their silence. Then, the realm of Shenron itself began to change. The ancient stone ground dissolved. The cosmic sky compressed. The entire dimension seemed to be folding in on itself, reality bending in ways that defied perception. Goku found himself rising into the air, not through his own power, but carried by forces beyond his understanding. "What's happening?" he called out, looking around as the world collapsed and reformed around him. "The trials of the three great dragons are complete." The original voice that had greeted him upon entering Shenron returned, echoing from everywhere and nowhere. "But your true test has only just begun. You have learned the lessons, you have gained the essence, but knowledge without application is meaningless. Power without mastery is danger. You must now prove you can wield what you have been given." The collapsing realm reformed into something new, a vast arena of crystalline energy that stretched infinitely in all directions. The floor, walls, and ceiling, if they could be called that, were made of pure, solidified consciousness, shimmering with every color that existed and some that didn't. And surrounding Goku, appearing from the very fabric of reality itself, were beings. Hundreds of them. They weren't dragons, they weren't gods. They were something else entirely. Consciousnesses given form, cosmic entities that existed before matter coalesced into the first atoms. They were the thoughts of the universe made manifest, the dreams of reality given shape. Some appeared humanoid, others were geometric patterns that hurt to look at. Some existed in 3 dimensions, others in 4 or 5 or 12. Some were made of light, others of darkness, still others of concepts that couldn't be perceived directly. "Welcome to the Crucible, Son Goku," one of the beings spoke, its voice a harmony of 1,000 tones. "You have passed the trials of understanding, learning what destruction truly means, what change requires, what will must be. Now you must face the trial of becoming. Here you will fight, you will struggle, you will learn, you will die, and you will be reborn, over and over again, until you transcend what you are and become what you must be." Goku slowly got to his feet, his battle-worn body protesting but obeying. Despite everything he'd been through, despite the exhaustion that weighed on him, he felt a spark of excitement ignite in his chest. A challenge, a real challenge. "How many times?" he asked, clenching his fists. "How many times do I have to die and come back?" The beings all spoke in unison, their voices creating a sound that was simultaneously terrifying and beautiful. "Until you succeed. Until the lessons of the 3 dragons are not just understood, but embodied. Until you don't just know the path, you are the path. Until Son Goku dies and the Dragon God is born." Before Goku could respond, before he could even take a defensive stance, the first entity attacked. Chapter 4: The Crucible of Rebirth, Part 1. What followed defied conventional description, for time and space had no meaning in the Crucible. Seconds could become years, years could become seconds. Cause and effect were suggestions rather than laws. Death was not an ending, but a transformation. The first entity that attacked Goku was a being of pure kinetic energy. Every movement it made multiplied in force exponentially. Its first punch carried the force of a normal strike. Its second punch carried the force of a planet's destruction. Its third would crack a universe in half. Goku's instincts kicked in immediately. He dodged the first strike easily, his body moving with Ultra Instinct's automatic precision. The second strike came faster, and he phased slightly out of sync with reality, letting it pass through the space where he'd been. The third strike, boom! Even though he wasn't hit directly, the shockwave from the punch caught him, and the force was so immense that his body simply came apart.
not violently, not painfully. His molecules lost cohesion and scattered across dimensional boundaries. Goku died for the first time in the Crucible. But death here was different. He felt his consciousness persist even as his body vanished. He existed as pure awareness, floating in the void between existence and non-existence. Then, like a fire being rekindled, he felt himself being pulled back together. Whoosh! Dragon fire, cosmic, primordial, creative, erupted around his scattered essence. Following Ignis's lesson, the fire didn't just restore him, it refined him. His body reformed, but it was slightly different, more efficient, more adapted to the environment of the Crucible. Goku's eyes snapped open and he was standing again, facing the same entity. But now he understood. Death wasn't failure here, it was feedback. Every time he died, he learned. Every rebirth made him stronger, not in raw power, but in understanding. "All right," he said, his voice carrying new determination. "Round 2, let's go." He engaged the kinetic entity again, but this time he applied Aquaria's lesson. Instead of dodging the strikes, he flowed with them. When the first punch came, he let his body become like water, absorbing the force and redirecting it. When the second punch came, he adapted his entire structure to harmonize with the kinetic energy rather than resist it. The third punch came, carrying universe-shattering force. Goku didn't dodge, he didn't block, he became kinetic energy himself, matching the entity's nature. The punch passed through him because they were both the same thing in that moment, pure motion without solid form to be destroyed. The entity froze, its featureless face somehow conveying surprise. Then it nodded in approval and dissolved, its essence flowing into Goku, teaching him how to manipulate kinetic forces in ways he'd never imagined. But there was no time to celebrate or rest. The second entity appeared, this one made of temporal paradoxes. It existed in past, present, and future simultaneously. Every attack it made had already hit and hadn't happened yet at the same time.
Goku tried to fight it conventionally, but how do you dodge an attack that already landed before you moved? How do you counter a strike that hasn't happened yet? Within seconds, he found himself trapped in a time loop, being hit by the same attack infinitely from all temporal directions simultaneously. His body aged to dust, then was reversed to nothingness, then aged again, the cycle repeating until his consciousness couldn't hold coherence anymore. He died again, and was reborn in Dragonfire again. This time, when he faced the temporal entity, he approached it differently. He thought about Aquaria's lesson. Flow with change, don't resist it. Time was just another form of change, another current to flow with rather than fight against. Goku let go of his perception of linear time. He stopped experiencing moments as separate instances and instead felt them as a continuous flow. Past, present, and future became points on a river he was swimming through rather than discrete locations he existed in. The temporal entity's attacks, which had seemed unavoidable before, now became visible as part of the flow. He could sense them coming from the future, see them landing in the past, and position himself in the present to be where the attack wasn't, across all timelines simultaneously. He defeated the temporal entity not through speed or power, but through understanding that time was just another thing to adapt to. The third entity was pure destruction, not in the way Goku understood destruction from his battles, but fundamental unmaking. Whatever it touched ceased to have ever existed. It didn't kill, it erased from reality itself. One brush against this being and Goku was simply gone. Not dead, not destroyed, unmade. As if Son Goku had never existed, had never been born, had never been conceived. The universe retroactively adjusted to a timeline where he'd simply never been. But the dragon essences within him persisted beyond reality. They existed outside cause and effect,
and they pulled him back from non-existence, remaking him from the conceptual foundation of who he was, rather than from physical matter. When he reformed, Goku understood something profound. He'd been fighting these entities as if they were opponents to defeat, but that wasn't the lesson. The lesson was to understand them, to learn from them, to become aspects of what they represented. Against the Erasure entity, he applied Ignis's lesson in reverse. If destruction could create, then couldn't creation also involve selective destruction? He learned to unmake parts of his own structure and remake himself faster than the entity could erase him, each cycle of destruction and recreation making him more refined, more essential, more real than he'd been before. And so it continued. Chapter 5, The Crucible of Rebirth, Part 2, The Spiral of Growth. Time lost all meaning in the Crucible. Goku fought and died and was reborn so many times that counting became meaningless. Days blurred into years, years into decades, decades into centuries. Or perhaps it was only minutes. The distinction ceased to matter. Each entity taught him something new. He faced a being made of pure gravity that could compress anything into a singularity. He died by collapsing into an infinite point. He was reborn and learned to spread his existence across multiple points so no single gravity well could trap all of him.
He faced a creature of crystallized thought that attacked by forcing him to experience every possible negative outcome of every decision he'd ever made. He died from existential despair as infinite regrets crushed his spirit. He was reborn and learned to anchor himself in Tarek's lesson. His core truth remained unshaken by what-ifs and maybes. He faced a being of dimensional recursion that folded him through 17 dimensions simultaneously until his three-dimensional mind couldn't maintain coherence. He died from cognitive collapse. He was reborn and learned to perceive reality in more than 3 or 4 dimensions, expanding his consciousness to match. He faced an entity made of his own doubt and fears, a shadow version of himself that knew every weakness, every insecurity, every moment he'd failed. It beat him not with strength, but with words, pointing out every time he'd let someone down, every person who died because he wasn't strong enough, every family moment he'd missed for training. That death was different, not physical, but spiritual. His will cracked under the weight of his own perceived failures. But when he was reborn, Tarek's lesson held firm. Yes, he'd failed before. Yes, people had died. Yes, he'd been selfish. But that didn't change his core truth. He would always get back up and try again. He defeated his shadow self not by denying his flaws, but by accepting them as part of his journey, while refusing to let them define his future. The battles became more abstract. He fought living mathematical equations that had to be solved through combat. He sparred with emotional concepts made manifest: hope, despair, rage, serenity, learning to embody and channel each one. He battled beings made of pure information that tried to overwrite his existence with new data. In one particularly harrowing fight, he faced an entity that existed in negative space. It was defined not by what it was, but by what it wasn't. It was the absence of everything, and fighting it was like trying to punch a hole in reality. Every strike just made the hole bigger. Goku died nearly 100 times against that entity before understanding the lesson. Some things can't be fought directly. You don't defeat absence by striking at it. You defeat it by filling it with presence. He learned to project his existence so strongly, so completely, that there was no room for the absence to exist anymore. Another entity was composed of pure chaos. It had no patterns, no predictability, no logic. It changed forms randomly, attacked from impossible angles, followed no rules. Ultra Instinct was useless because there was nothing to read, nothing to predict. Goku died repeatedly, driven mad by the randomness. But when he finally understood, the solution was beautiful in its simplicity. If chaos followed no rules, then he didn't need to either. He let go of all his training,
all his techniques, all his forms and transformations, he became as random and chaotic as the entity, matching it not through skill, but by embracing absolute spontaneity. The Crucible taught him things that couldn't be learned through normal training. He learned to perceive ki in ways he'd never imagined, not just as energy, but as the fundamental vibration of existence itself. Every atom, every particle, every wave of light had its own ki signature, and he learned to sense and manipulate them all. He learned to move through dimensions as easily as walking, slipping between realities when a fight required it. The barriers between universes became like curtains he could push aside. He learned to manipulate his own atomic structure consciously, changing his density, his molecular bonds, even his quantum state. He could make himself immovable as a mountain or dispersed as mist, and everything in between. He learned to channel the 3 dragon essences simultaneously, burning and flowing and standing firm all at once. The contradiction that should have torn him apart instead created something new, a state of being that transcended normal physics. But the hardest lessons weren't physical or mystical, they were personal. Chapter 6, The Crucible of Rebirth, Part 3, The Inner Trial. One day, or perhaps 1 century into his trials, Goku found himself facing an entity that didn't attack. It just stood there, humanoid in shape, featureless and waiting. Are we fighting?" Goku asked, confused. "No," the entity spoke with a voice that sounded strangely like his own. "This trial is different. I am going to show you something, Son Goku, and you must watch without looking away, no matter how painful it becomes." Before Goku could respond, the Crucible's crystalline walls began to display images, memories, but not his own. They were the memories of the people in his life, showing him how they saw him. The first memory was Chi-Chi's. He watched himself through her eyes on their wedding day, saw the hope and joy she felt, believing she was marrying a hero who would build a life with her. Then he watched years pass in fast forward, him leaving to train, dying and not coming back for 7 years, returning briefly only to leave again, choosing to stay dead after Cell to train with other world masters, finally returning, but spending most of his time training or fighting. He saw her crying alone at night, wondering if she'd made a mistake. Saw her explaining to young Gohan why Daddy wasn't there for his birthday, again. Saw her putting on a brave face for Goten, who barely knew his father for the first 7 years of his life. "Stop," Goku whispered, but the images continued. Next was Gohan's perspective. He watched himself disappear constantly through his son's childhood, saw little Gohan trying to make him proud, pushing himself harder and harder to be strong like Daddy. Saw the terror in Gohan's heart when he fought Cell, not fear of Cell, but fear of disappointing his father. Saw teenage Gohan giving up training because his dad was gone, and he wanted a normal life, something stable, something his father had never provided. He saw adult Gohan at his wedding, looking at the crowd, a flicker of sadness crossing his face when he realized Goku had spent more time training than being present in his son's life. "Please, stop," Goku said, his voice breaking. But there was more. Goten's memories showed a child growing up with an absent father who was more legend than dad. The confusion of meeting Goku for the first time at age 7 and not understanding why everyone said his daddy loved him when his daddy had never been there. The desperate attempts to get attention through fusion, through training, through becoming strong, anything to make dad notice him. Krillin's memories showed a best friend who died multiple times, often to save Goku or buy Goku time. Showed the strain on Krillin's family when he had to keep leaving to help Goku save the world. Showed Krillin watching Goku achieve godhood while he remained human. The growing gap between them and Krillin's quiet acceptance that his best friend had outgrown him. Piccolo's memories showed frustration with Goku's naivety, with his tendency to give enemies second chances that got people killed, with his habit of creating problems through his desire to fight strong opponents. but also deep respect and something like brotherhood.
Tinged with the sadness of watching someone refuse to grow up emotionally, even as they grew stronger. Vegeta's memories were perhaps the most painful. They showed decades of frustration, of training himself to exhaustion, trying to surpass Kakarot, of rage at always being second best, of slow, grudging respect, and finally of something like friendship. But they also showed Vegeta consciously choosing to be a better father to Trunks than Goku was to his sons, to be a better husband to Bulma than Goku was to Chi-Chi. Vegeta had grown beyond being a warrior, and in his memories, Goku saw pity for someone who hadn't. The images continued, showing him through the eyes of everyone he knew. Bulma's exasperation at his thoughtlessness, Master Roshi's disappointment that his student had never learned balance, King Kai's frustration at Goku's recklessness, even enemies like Frieza and Cell, showing their perspectives. Goku as a threat, yes, but also as a simple creature driven only by the desire to fight. Finally, the worst memory of all, Earth's perspective. He saw billions of people living their lives, unaware of the countless times they'd been saved. But he also saw the collateral damage, cities destroyed in battles he could have taken elsewhere, innocent people killed because he gave enemies chances to power up, entire populations traumatized by invasions that happened because powerful beings were drawn to Earth specifically to fight him. He saw the toll his death took, not just on his family, but on the world. Every time he died, there was a period of vulnerability. And in one potential timeline he saw branching off from Trunks' memories, he saw what happened when he died from the heart virus. Androids destroyed everything because he wasn't there. "Stop!" Goku screamed, falling to his knees. "I get it! I get it! I've been selfish! I've put fighting ahead of everything else. I've failed as a father, as a husband, as a friend. You don't need to show me anymore." The images froze, then faded. The featureless entity stood before him silently. "Do you understand now why you must change?" it asked quietly. "Power without wisdom is just destruction. Strength without responsibility is just selfishness. You have the ability to protect everything, but you spent your life chasing the thrill of battle and called it heroism." Goku's hands clenched into fists, trembling against the crystalline floor. Tears streamed down his face, something he rarely allowed himself. The warrior who had faced gods without fear, who had died and been reborn multiple times without complaint, was breaking under the weight of his own failures. I thought I was doing the right thing," he whispered. "Every time I left to train, every time I chose to stay dead to train with the Grand Kai, every time I let an enemy power up to have a good fight, I thought I was protecting everyone. I thought being strong enough to save them was all that mattered." "And were you wrong?" the entity asked. Goku looked up, confused by the question. "What? Were you wrong? Did you not save Earth countless times? Did your training not give you the power needed to defeat Frieza, Cell, Buu, and countless others? Did your choices not ultimately lead to Earth's survival again and again?" Yes, but you hurt people along the way. You saved the world, but damaged your family. You protected billions, but failed to protect your sons' childhoods. You defeated evil, but created collateral damage. So I ask you again, son Goku, were you wrong?
Goku sat back on his heels, wiping his eyes, really thinking about the question. It would be easy to say yes, he was completely wrong. It would be comfortable to sink into guilt and self-flagellation. But Tarek's lesson echoed in his mind. Hold to your core truth. "No," he said slowly. "I wasn't completely wrong. My choices saved lives. My training gave me the power to protect people who couldn't protect themselves. Without me, Earth would have been destroyed a dozen times over." But he took a deep breath, and when he spoke again, his voice was stronger, more mature than it had ever been. "But I was incomplete. I focused on one truth, that being strong enough matters, and ignored other truths, that being present matters, that being a good father matters,
that thinking about consequences matters. I wasn't wrong to train and fight, but I was wrong to only train and fight. I was wrong to think that was enough. The entity nodded slowly. And what will you do with this understanding? I'll change, Goku said, standing up. Not give up who I am. I'll always love fighting, always want to get stronger, but I'll grow beyond that. I'll be the father Gohan and Goten deserve, the husband Chi-Chi married, the friend Krillin needs, the protector Earth requires, not just the strongest warrior, but a complete person. He looked at his hands, watching divine energy flicker around them. Aquaria taught me to flow and change. This is just another change I need to make, not losing myself, but becoming more than I was. And if you must choose, the entity pressed, if a situation arises where being a good father conflicts with being Earth's protector, where being present for your family means not training for the next threat, where being responsible means not fighting the strong opponent you desperately want to face, what then? Goku was silent for a long moment, really grappling with the question. The old Goku would have had a simple answer: save Earth first, apologize to the family later. But that was the path that had led to the pain he'd just witnessed. Then I'll make the hard choice, he finally said. I'll think about what causes the least harm overall. I'll talk to my family about it instead of just deciding on my own. I'll find ways to train that don't mean abandoning everyone. And if I can't find a perfect solution, he smiled sadly, then I'll accept that I can't have everything, and I'll choose based on what matters most in that moment, not just what I want most. Even if it means being weaker than you could be? Even then, Goku said firmly, because Vegeta was right about something. Being the strongest doesn't matter if you lose everything else. What's the point of being able to protect Earth if I destroy my own family in the process? What's the point of saving billions of strangers if I can't be there for the people who love me? The entity stood silent for a moment, then began to change. Its featureless form gained definition, taking on characteristics that seemed to shift, sometimes looking like Grandpa Gohan, sometimes like Master Roshi, sometimes like King Kai, sometimes like faces Goku had never seen, but felt he knew from some deep ancestral memory. You have passed the trial of self, the entity said, its voice now a harmony of all Goku's teachers throughout his life. The hardest trial, because you could not fight your way through it. You could only face truth and choose to grow. Many warriors who enter the Crucible master every technique, defeat every entity, but fail this trial because they refuse to see their own flaws. The entity placed a hand on Goku's shoulder, and warmth flooded through him. Not physical warmth, but the warmth of acceptance, of understanding, of growth.
You are ready for the final stage. After the trial of self, something fundamental changed in how Goku approached the Crucible. He stopped seeing it as a series of fights to win and started seeing it as a journey of transformation. Each entity wasn't an enemy to defeat, but a teacher offering a lesson written in combat. He died his 100th death facing an entity made of living paradox, existing and not existing simultaneously. He was reborn understanding that contradiction didn't need to be resolved, it could be embraced. He died his 200th death against a being of pure order that tried to categorize and systematize his existence until there was no room for spontaneity or growth. He was reborn understanding that structure and chaos both had their place. He died his 300th death facing his own potential, a version of himself that had made every perfect choice, never wasted time, never failed. This perfect Goku was stronger, wiser, better in every measurable way. He was reborn understanding that perfection was impossible and the pursuit of it could be as destructive as giving up entirely. Between deaths, he meditated in storms of pure creation where thoughts became reality. He had to maintain absolute focus or his stray thoughts would materialize as threats. He learned to control not just his body and ki, but his very consciousness.
his idle thoughts, his subconscious impulses. He dove into pools of dragonfire that burned away impurities in his soul. Each immersion hurt worse than any physical pain, but when he emerged, he was lighter, cleaner, more refined. The selfishness burned away, the arrogance burned away, the thoughtlessness burned away. What remained was the core truth Tarak had identified, the unbreakable will, but now it was pure, no longer tangled with negative traits. He walked through gardens where every flower represented a different universe, and he could feel the key of every living thing in each one simultaneously. The overwhelming flood of sensation drove him mad the first dozen times, but gradually he learned to process it all, to be aware of everything without being overwhelmed by anything. He faced his 400th death against a collective entity, a being made of 1 trillion minds acting as one. Fighting it was like fighting an entire civilization simultaneously. Every tactic he tried, 1,000 minds countered. Every technique he used, 1,000,000 minds adapted to. He was reborn understanding that individuals had power, but unity had its only strength that couldn't be matched alone. His 500th death came against himself again, but not his perfect self this time, his worst self. A version of him that had given in to every dark impulse, every selfish desire, every violent urge. A Goku who had become everything Vegeta once was, and worse. This dark Goku was fighting without restraint, without mercy, without any code of honor. And he was terrifyingly effective. Good Goku died repeatedly because he held back, because he tried to reach the darkness in his counterpart, because he couldn't bring himself to kill what was essentially himself. Each death taught him a painful lesson, that mercy had its limits, that some things needed to be destroyed completely, that holding back against true evil wasn't compassion, it was cowardice. When he finally won, it wasn't by becoming dark himself. It was by accepting that he had darkness within him, all people did, and choosing not to be ruled by it while not denying its existence either. The deaths continued. 600, 700, 800.
Each death refined him. Each rebirth rebuilt him stronger, wiser, more complete. His ki started to change at a fundamental level. It was no longer just Saiyan energy or godly energy or even Ultra Instinct. It was becoming something new, something that pulsed with the rhythm of creation and destruction, that flowed like water but stood firm as mountains, that existed across multiple dimensions simultaneously. His 900th death was against an entity of pure entropy, the heat death of universes given form. It simply waited, and everything around it slowly wound down to stillness. Goku couldn't fight it because fighting required energy, and energy was what it consumed. He couldn't outlast it because time was on its side. He died of absolute stagnation, his energy simply stopping. He was reborn understanding that even in stillness there was potential. Even in endings there were seeds of new beginnings. He defeated entropy not by fighting it, but by becoming the new beginning, the spork that refused to be extinguished even when all else went dark. Death 1000 arrived. Goku stood in the center of the Crucible, and every entity he'd ever faced appeared simultaneously. Hundreds of cosmic beings, each one representing a fundamental force of existence, all attacking at once. It was impossible, utterly, completely impossible. And yet, Goku didn't try to fight them all, didn't try to dodge them all, didn't try to endure them all. Instead, he applied every lesson he'd learned. From Ignis, he destroyed his own solid form, breaking down his physical structure and letting it scatter, destruction as creation. From Aquaria, he flowed through the attacks, adapting his structure to each one, becoming what was needed in each microsecond, change as strength. From Tarak, his core will remained absolutely solid, the central truth of his being never wavering,
even as everything else transformed. Unbreakable foundation. From the Crucible's 1,000 deaths, he existed simultaneously across multiple states, solid and liquid and energy and thought, present and future and past, individual and collective, ordered and chaotic. He became the embodiment of the lessons rather than just applying them. The attacks passed through him, around him, reflected off him, were absorbed by him, were transformed by him. He was everywhere and nowhere, everything and nothing, unchanging yet infinitely variable. And when the final attack landed, an attack that should have obliterated him across all levels of existence, he simply was. Still standing, still breathing, still himself, but also more than himself. The entities froze, then one by one they began to bow. These cosmic beings, older than gods, powerful beyond measure, bowed to a mortal Saiyan who had transcended mortality through sheer will and determination. "You have died 1,000 times," their collective voices spoke as one, "and been reborn 1,000 times. Each death burned away weakness. Each rebirth made you stronger. You are no longer the Son Goku who entered Shenron." Goku looked at his hands. They appeared normal, but he could see beyond the physical now. He could see the layers of reality, the quantum foam beneath existence, the fundamental forces that held everything together. His ki had become something beyond.
It was primordial energy, the raw stuff of creation itself, channeled through the form of a Saiyan warrior. "But I'm still me," Goku said, and his voice carried harmonics that hadn't been there before, echoes of dragon roars, the rumble of mountains, the flow of cosmic waters. "I've changed, but my core is still the same, just like Tarek taught me." "Then you are ready," the entities said, "ready for the final trial. The trial that will determine if you can truly become Dragon God or if you will remain merely a powerful warrior who has learned some lessons." The crucible began to dissolve, its crystalline structure breaking down into motes of pure light. The entities faded like morning mist, their essences returning to whatever cosmic corners they'd come from. Goku felt himself rising, being carried by forces beyond his control. The realm of Shenron reformed around him one final time, but it was different now, simpler. He found himself standing on a single floating island in the middle of infinite cosmic void, and before him appeared a mirror. But this was no ordinary mirror. It showed him every version of himself, every possibility, every path he could have taken, was taking, might yet take. Infinite Gokus stared back at him in infinite timelines. "The final trial is simple," the original voice that had greeted him echoed through the void. "You have learned the lessons of the 3 dragons. You have died and been reborn 1,000 times. You have faced yourself and chosen to grow. Now you must do the hardest thing of all. Become one with everything you have been, accept every part of your journey, and transcend it all. You must take every version of yourself, past, present, future, potential, actual, and merge them into something new." The mirror began to glow with impossible brilliance. "You must become not just Son Goku, not just a Saiyan warrior, not just a student or a father or a husband or a friend or a protector. You must become the synthesis of all these things and more. You must become the Dragon God." Goku stared at the mirror, at the infinite reflections of himself. He saw child Goku living in the mountains with Grandpa Gohan, teen Goku training under Master Roshi, young adult Goku facing Piccolo at the World Tournament, adult Goku sacrificing himself against Raditz, Goku on Namek turning Super Saiyan for the first time, Goku in the time chamber with Gohan, Goku fighting Cell, Buu, Beerus, Jiren, Goku achieving Ultra Instinct. But he also saw versions that never happened. Goku who survived the heart virus in Trunks' timeline, Goku who stayed dead after Cell and never came back,
Goku who never hit his head as a child and became a destroyer like Vegeta. Goku who chose family over training and never became powerful. Goku who became a god like Beerus. Goku who died on Namek and never returned. All of them were him. All of them were real in some timeline, some possibility, and now he had to accept them all, become them all, and transcend them all. How? He asked simply. How do I become all of that? By letting go, the voice answered. Let go of your attachment to being any one thing. Let go of identifying as just Goku or just Kakarot or just the strongest. Accept that you are all things and no things, that you contain multitudes, that contradictions can coexist, that you can be a warrior and a father, selfish and selfless, simple and profound, mortal and divine. Goku closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This was it. The final step. Everything he'd gone through, all the trials, all the deaths, all the lessons, had led to this moment. He thought about what Whis had once told him about Ultra Instinct. You must not think. Your body must move on its own.
But this was different. This wasn't about separating mind and body. This was about integrating everything. Mind, body, soul, past, future, power, weakness, light, dark, everything. He reached deep within himself, past his ki, past his soul, past even the dragon essences that pulsed within him. He reached for the fundamental core of his existence, the thing that made him him across all timelines and possibilities. And he found it. That core truth Tarek had identified, the unbreakable will that refused to give up, that existed in every version of him, from the weakest to the strongest, whether he was a child or an adult, dead or alive, good or corrupted, that core never changed. But it had to evolve. Not change, evolve, grow without losing itself. Goku opened his eyes and they were no longer just black. They shimmered with colors that shifted, crimson like Ignis's flames, blue like Aquaria's depths, crystal gray like Tarek's stone, but also gold like Super Saiyan, silver like Ultra Instinct, and colors that had no names because they existed beyond normal perception. He stepped forward toward the mirror, and with each step, he felt versions of himself merging with him. The child who never knew his parents but found family anyway, the student who learned from every teacher, the warrior who loved fighting, the father who failed but tried, the husband who disappointed but cared, the protector who sometimes caused as much damage as he prevented, the naive fool, the battle genius, the destroyer, the savior, all of them. Every contradiction, every flaw, every strength, every failure, every victory. He pressed his hand against the mirror and the surface rippled like water. Then, with a sound like reality itself sighing, the mirror shattered into 1 trillion pieces of light, and each piece flew into Goku's body. The scream that tore from his throat was the voice of 1,000 Gokus crying out in unison. His body began to transform, not into a new form, but into a synthesis of every form. His hair flickered between black, gold, red, blue, silver, cycling through them so fast that they became a blur of color. His aura exploded outward, mixing every energy he'd ever possessed into something entirely new. The 3 dragon essences, Ignis, Aquaria, and Tarek, roared within him, their powers fully awakening. They merged with his Saiyan heritage, his godly training, his ultra instinct mastery, his mortal determination, creating something that had never existed before. His body was being rewritten at every level. His DNA was incorporating the essence of dragons. His cells were becoming capable of existing in multiple states simultaneously. His ki was transforming into something that was simultaneously energy, matter, thought, and pure will. The pain was transcendent, beyond anything the Crucible had inflicted. It felt like he was dying and being born at the same time, like every atom of his being was being destroyed and recreated in an endless cycle of transformation. But through it all, his core remained solid. That unbreakable will that defined who he was
held firm, the eye in the center of the hurricane, the foundation on which everything else was being rebuilt. Time dilated, the moment stretched into eternity. Goku experienced what felt like 1,000 lifetimes in a single instant, living, dying, being born, all occurring simultaneously across all possible timelines. And then, silence. Complete, absolute silence that seemed to swallow all sound, all thought, all existence itself. Goku opened his eyes slowly, feeling the weight of his transformation settling into every fiber of his being. He stood in the void of Shenron, surrounded by nothing, yet feeling everything. His body hummed with energies he couldn't fully name. Dragon essence, godly ki, mortal determination, all woven together into something entirely new. The pain of transformation had faded, replaced by a strange sense of completion, like a puzzle that had finally been solved or a song that had found its perfect final note. He looked at his hands, watching as colors flickered across his skin: crimson, azure, crystalline gray, gold, silver, before settling back to their normal appearance. "I did it," Goku whispered to himself, his voice carrying harmonics that hadn't been there before. "I actually did it. I merged with every version of myself. I accepted all the contradictions, all the flaws, all the failures." But even as relief began to wash over him, the voice that had guided him through Shenron returned, echoing through the emptiness with an edge of finality. "You have completed the merger," it said, neither congratulatory nor condemning. "You have become one with yourself across all timelines and possibilities. You have learned the lessons of Ignis, Aquaria, and Terrak. You have died 1,000 times and been reborn stronger each time." Goku nodded, dropping into a relaxed stance. "So what happens now? Do I get to go home? Do I become the Dragon God?" "Not yet," the voice replied, and something in its tone made Goku's newly heightened senses tingle with warning. "There is one final trial, one last test that will determine whether you are truly worthy of the title Dragon God, or if everything you've endured has been for nothing." The void began to shift, reality bending and folding in ways that made Goku's eyes hurt despite his expanded perception. Colors that shouldn't exist bled through the darkness. Sounds that predated language whispered at the edges of hearing. The very fabric of existence seemed to tear open like a wound in reality itself. "What kind of test?" Goku asked, his battle instincts already awakening. He could feel something approaching, something massive, something ancient, something that made even the entities of the Crucible seem insignificant by comparison. "You will face an opponent unlike any you have encountered. Not Ignis, who taught you transformation through destruction. Not Aquaria, who taught you
Strength through adaptability. Not Terrak, who revealed your unbreakable core. Not even the collective entities of the Crucible, who forged you through repeated death." The tears in reality widened, and through them, Goku could see glimpses of something that defied comprehension. A shape that was simultaneously solid and liquid, present and absent, singular and infinite. This opponent is the antithesis, the counterforce, the ultimate negation. It exists to test whether your synthesis is true or merely illusion, whether your acceptance is genuine or just another form of denial. "What's its name?" Goku asked, his body tensing as the presence grew stronger, more oppressive with each passing second. "It has no name," the voice said. "Or rather, it has every name and no name. But for your understanding, you may call it the Void Walker." The tears in reality finally ripped completely open, and through the wound stepped something that made Goku's breath catch in his throat.
The Voidwalker was humanoid in the loosest sense of the word. It stood at least 15 feet tall, its body composed of what looked like compressed absence, not darkness, but literal nothingness given form and substance. Its surface rippled like disturbed water, showing glimpses of galaxies being born and dying within its form. Where it stepped, reality itself seemed to pause, unsure whether to exist or not. But most disturbing were its eyes, 7 of them, arranged in a vertical line down the center of what passed for its face. Each eye burned with a different color of cosmic fire: red, blue, green, yellow, purple, white, and black. And each one seemed to look into a different aspect of Goku's existence simultaneously. Son Goku, the Voidwalker spoke, and its voice was the sound of universes ending, not with a bang or a whimper, but with a simple cessation of all things. "You are my final test," Goku said, his multicolored aura flaring to life around him. "I am more than a test," the Voidwalker replied, its form shifting and rippling with each word. "I am inevitability. I am the end that comes to all things. I am the silence after the last word is spoken. I am the darkness that swallows even light itself." The entity raised one hand, and Goku felt something fundamental shift in the void around them. The sense of completion he'd felt moments ago began to unravel at the edges, like a tapestry being pulled apart thread by thread. "You have synthesized yourself," the Voidwalker continued, its 7 eyes fixed on Goku with unblinking intensity. "You have become one with all your possible selves,
Accepted contradiction and embraced transformation. Very impressive. But can that synthesis withstand true dissolution? Can your acceptance survive genuine negation?" Without warning, the Voidwalker moved. It didn't run or teleport or fly. One moment it stood 20 feet away, the next it was directly in front of Goku, its massive fist already in motion. Goku barely managed to raise his arms in defense before the impact hit. The force of the blow sent him flying backward, crashing through layers of reality itself. But it wasn't the physical force that shocked him, it was the sensation that came with it. That single punch had done something to his carefully constructed synthesis. He could feel pieces of himself beginning to separate, the merger he'd achieved starting to come undone. "No!" Goku roared, stopping his momentum and bursting back toward the Voidwalker with a devastating combination of strikes. His fists moved faster than thought, each punch carrying the weight of 1,000 lifetimes, each kick infused with the essence of 3 primordial dragons. The Voidwalker took the assault without flinching, its form absorbing each impact like water accepting a stone. And with each hit Goku landed, he felt more of his synthesis unraveling. "Do you understand yet?" the Voidwalker asked calmly, even as Goku's attacks continued. "I am not an opponent you can defeat through force. I am not a puzzle you can solve through cleverness. I am the fundamental challenge to your existence, the question of whether you can remain whole when everything tries to tear you apart." To demonstrate its point, the Voidwalker gestured casually, and Goku's transformation simply stopped. His multicolored aura flickered and died. The dragon essences that had been flowing through him went dormant. Even his godly ki compressed back down to base levels. It was as if none of his achievements in Shenron had ever happened.
Goku dropped to one knee, gasping, "What did you do to me?" "I negated your synthesis," the Void Walker explained, circling Goku slowly. "I removed the merger. I separated the contradictions. Right now, you are just Son Goku, base form. No transformations, no godly power, no dragon essence. Just a mortal Saiyan who is very, very far from home." Panic clawed at Goku's chest. Everything he'd worked for, all the deaths, all the lessons, all the pain of transformation, gone in an instant. He tried to access Super Saiyan, but the transformation wouldn't come. Tried to tap into his godly ki, but it was like reaching for something that didn't exist. Even the dragon essences were silent, as if they'd never been part of him at all. "This is your reality now," the Void Walker said, continuing, its voice almost gentle. "This is what you face. I can strip away everything you've gained, every power, every transformation.
Every lesson learned, I can reduce you to your most basic self and force you to face me with nothing but your mortal limitations." The entity's 7 eyes blazed brighter. "So tell me, Son Goku, what will you do? How will you fight an opponent that can negate everything you are?" Goku struggled to his feet, his legs shaking. Without his transformations, without his godly ki, he felt naked and vulnerable in a way he hadn't experienced since he was a child training with Grandpa Gohan. But even through the fear and the shock, his Saiyan instincts burned bright. "I'll fight anyway," Goku said, his voice steady despite everything. "I don't need transformations to be a fighter. I don't need God Ki to be a warrior. I'm a martial artist first, and martial arts doesn't depend on power levels or special forms." He dropped into the basic stance Master Roshi had taught him decades ago, feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, hands ready but not tense. It was the foundation everything else had been built on, and if that's all he had left, then that's what he'd use. The Void Walker tilted its head, an almost curious gesture. "Interesting. You still have fight left in you, even stripped of all advantages. But fighting spirit alone will not be enough." The entity attacked again, faster this time, and Goku met it head-on. His punches were basic, no special techniques, no energy attacks, just fundamental martial arts. But each strike was perfectly executed, decades of experience guiding every movement. It wasn't enough. The Void Walker caught Goku's fist mid-punch, and that terrible unraveling sensation intensified. Goku felt something deeper being stripped away, not just his powers, but his memories. The time he'd spent in Shenron began to fade. His 1,000 deaths in the Crucible became hazy. His lessons from Ignis, Aquaria, and Terrak slipped through his mental grasp like water. "Stop!" Goku shouted, trying to pull away, but the Void Walker's grip was absolute. "This is negation, not just of your power, but of your growth. Not just of your transformations, but of your experiences. I can make it as if Shenron never happened, as if you never came here seeking dragon godhood, as if this journey was just a dream you're waking up from." The memories continued to fade. Goku could barely remember Terrak's face now, couldn't recall what Aquaria had taught him. The Crucible became just a vague sense of having fought something somewhere. Even the reason he'd come to Shenron in the first place was slipping away.
No, I won't forget," Goku gasped, his free hand clutching at his head as if he could physically hold on to the memories. "I died 1,000 times. I learned something important. I can't forget. I won't forget." "Why not?" the Void Walker asked, genuine curiosity in its ancient voice. These memories bring you pain. This growth required suffering. Wouldn't it be easier to simply let go, to return to who you were before, to be unburdened by the weight of transformation? For a moment, just a brief, terrible moment, Goku almost considered it. The memories hurt. The lessons had cost him dearly. Maybe it would be easier to just stop fighting, to let the negation complete, to wake up back on Earth and pretend this had all been a strange dream. Then he felt it. Deep in his chest, beneath even the fading memories and the stripped-away power, something pulsed. A single steady rhythm like a heartbeat. It was so faint he'd almost missed it, but now that he noticed it, he couldn't ignore it. His core. The unbreakable will that Terek had identified, the fundamental truth of who Son Goku was beneath all the power and transformations and growth. That core couldn't be negated because it wasn't something he'd gained, it was something he'd always been. "No," Goku said, his voice gaining strength. "I won't let go. I won't forget. Because even if you take away my memories of the specific lessons, even if you erase my knowledge of what happened here, you can't erase who I am." He focused on that pulsing core, that bedrock of his existence, and used it as an anchor. The fading memories stopped slipping away. The unraveling sensation paused. His core will, refusing to be diminished, began pulling everything back together. "I am Son Goku," he declared, and power, not his godly ki or dragon essence, but something more fundamental, began radiating from him. "I'm a Saiyan raised on Earth. I'm a martial artist trained by the greatest teachers. I'm a husband and a father and a friend. I'm someone who never gives up, no matter what. That's not something you can negate, because that's not power or technique. That's just who I am." The Voidwalker's 7 eyes widened slightly in what might have been surprise. "Remarkable. You're using your core identity as a foundation to resist complete dissolution. But that alone won't be enough to defeat me." The Voidwalker released Goku's fist and stepped back, its form growing larger, more oppressive. "Very well. If you insist on fighting, then let me show you the true depth of negation."
The Voidwalker raised both arms, and reality itself began to break down around them. The void of Shenron, already empty, became even more so. It was as if existence itself was being erased, leaving behind something that was less than nothing. "I will show you the end of all things," the Voidwalker intoned. "The ultimate cessation, the final silence, and you will understand that no matter how strong your will, no matter how unbreakable your core, everything ends eventually. Everything surrenders to the void, including you." The entity's form exploded outward, no longer maintaining any humanoid shape. It became a wave of pure negation, rushing toward Goku like a tsunami of unexistence. Goku could feel the intent behind it. This wasn't meant to kill him. It was meant to unmake him, to erase him so completely that he would never have existed in the first place. Every instinct screamed at Goku to run, to dodge, to escape somehow. But his newly recovered memories of the Crucible reminded him running didn't work, dodging wouldn't help. The only way forward was through. So instead of fleeing, Goku did something insane. He charged directly into the wave of negation. The sensation was indescribable. It was like being torn apart at every level simultaneously: physical, mental, spiritual, temporal. Goku felt himself being unmade, his existence being erased bit by bit. His body dissolved, his thoughts scattered, his very soul began to disintegrate. But through it all, that core remained. That unbreakable will that defined who he was refused to be negated. And as long as that core existed, Goku could rebuild everything else around it.
Drawing on lessons he could barely remember but somehow still understood, Goku let himself be destroyed while keeping his core intact, just like Ignis had taught, destruction as a path to creation. He didn't fight the negation, he accepted it, embraced it, and used it as a catalyst for transformation. His body reformed within the wave of negation, not as solid matter, but as pure will given form. His consciousness reconstructed itself, not as linear thought, but as quantum possibility. His soul reintegrated, not as a single entity, but as the synthesis of all his selves across all timelines. The merger he'd achieved earlier, the one the Voidwalker had stripped away, snapped back into place, but it was stronger now, refined by the trial of negation. His multicolored aura burst to life again, but brighter, more vibrant, more real than before. Goku emerged from the other side of the negation wave, his transformation not just restored, but evolved. He wasn't just synthesized anymore, he was integrated. The difference was
subtle but crucial. Synthesis was parts working together. Integration was parts becoming truly one. Impossible, the Voidwalker said, its form coalescing back into its humanoid shape. You shouldn't have been able to survive that. The negation should have erased you completely. Goku stood tall, his integrated form radiating power that was simultaneously simple and infinite. You were right about one thing. You can't defeat negation by fighting it, but you were wrong about something else. My core isn't just about refusing to give up. It's about accepting what comes and transforming because of it. He took a step forward, and reality rippled around him. You tried to negate me, to unmake me, to reduce me to nothing. But what you didn't understand is that I've already been nothing. I've died 1,000 times. I've been reduced to base components over and over again. Being unmade doesn't scare me anymore. It just makes room for me to rebuild stronger. The Voidwalker's 7 eyes narrowed. Pretty words, but can you back them up with action? Let's find out, Goku replied and attacked. This time was different. His strikes carried not just power, but principle. Each punch embodied the lesson of Ignis, destruction creating space for new growth. Each kick channeled Aquaria's teaching, adaptation and flow. Each movement was anchored by Terak's core, unbreakable foundation supporting infinite possibility. But more than that, each attack also incorporated what the Voidwalker itself had taught him, that negation and creation were two sides of the same coin, that ending and beginning were partners in the dance of existence. The Voidwalker fought back with everything it had, wielding the power of cessation like a weapon. It tried again and again to negate Goku's powers, to strip away his transformations, to dissolve his existence, and each time Goku let it happen, then rebuilt himself stronger. The battle raged across dimensions, tearing through the fabric of Shenron itself. They fought in spaces between spaces, in moments between moments, in possibilities that existed and didn't exist simultaneously. The clash of their powers created and destroyed entire pocket realities with each exchange. Goku felt himself being pushed to his absolute limit and beyond. The Voidwalker wasn't just strong, it was the conceptual opposite of everything Goku represented. Where Goku was growth, it was decay. Where Goku was possibility, it was cessation. Where Goku was life, it was the end of life. Fighting it felt like fighting the concept of giving up itself. And slowly, terribly, Goku began to feel himself losing ground. The Voidwalker's negations were becoming more effective. Each time Goku rebuilt himself, it took longer, required more effort. His integrated form started showing cracks, pieces of his synthesis beginning to separate despite his best efforts to hold them together. "You're weakening," the Voidwalker observed, landing a devastating blow that sent Goku crashing through layers of reality. "Your core is strong,
But even bedrock erodes eventually. Even will itself can be worn down by time and entropy. You cannot win this fight, Son Goku. The void always claims everything in the end. Goku struggled to his feet, blood or something like it dripping from his mouth. His multicolored aura flickered weakly. His breathing came in ragged gasps. Every part of him screamed in agony from the constant cycle of destruction and reconstruction. The Voidwalker was right. He was losing. Not because he wasn't strong enough, not because he hadn't learned his lessons well enough, but because he was fighting something that couldn't truly be defeated. You couldn't beat the concept of ending. You couldn't punch cessation into submission. You couldn't overcome the void through force alone. Goku dropped to one knee, his body finally giving out. The Voidwalker approached slowly, inevitably, like death itself walking closer. "It's over," the entity said, raising its hand for the final negation. "You fought well. You survived longer than any candidate before you. But in the end, all things surrender to the void, even you." The hand descended, and Goku felt the negation beginning to take hold for the last time. This one would be complete, total, irreversible. He would be erased not just from Shenron, but from existence itself, past, present, and future. And in that moment, facing absolute cessation, something clicked in Goku's mind. A memory. A simple memory from so long ago it almost felt like someone else's life. He was 7 years old, training with Grandpa Gohan in the mountains. They'd been practicing a particularly difficult kata, and young Goku had failed over and over again, growing more frustrated with each attempt. "Grandpa," little Goku had asked, "what do I do when I can't win, when I've tried everything and nothing works?" Grandpa Gohan had knelt down and ruffled Goku's hair with a gentle smile. "Then you accept that you can't win, little one. You let go of the need to be victorious. Because sometimes the greatest strength isn't in winning, it's in accepting what is and finding peace with it." "But I don't want to give up," young Goku had protested. "Acceptance isn't giving up," Gohan had explained. "It's understanding that some things are beyond your control, and that's okay. You can still stand tall, still face forward, still be yourself even in defeat. That's true strength. Being okay with who you are, win or lose." The memory faded, but its lesson remained crystal clear. Goku stopped fighting, not gave up, stopped fighting. There was a crucial difference. He stopped trying to resist the negation, stopped trying to rebuild himself faster than the Voidwalker could break him down, stopped trying to win. Instead, he just existed. He accepted the negation flowing through him, accepted that he might cease to exist, accepted that he might lose, accepted that the void might claim him just like it claimed all things eventually. And in that acceptance, something profound happened. The negation stopped hurting. It flowed through Goku without destroying him because he wasn't resisting it anymore. He wasn't fighting to maintain his synthesis. He was simply being synthesized, regardless of what forces acted upon him. His core remained solid not because he defended it, but because it simply was, whether defended or not. The Voidwalker's hand touched Goku's head, the final negation flooding through him, and nothing happened. Goku remained whole, integrated, unchanged by forces that should have erased him from all of existence. He looked up at the Voidwalker, and his eyes held no fear, no desperation, no need to prove anything, just calm acceptance of whatever would come next. "I understand now," Goku said quietly. "You weren't trying to defeat me. You were teaching me the final lesson." The Voidwalker's 7 eyes studied him intently. "And what lesson is that?" "That I don't have to fight everything," Goku answered. "That acceptance isn't weakness, it's the ultimate strength. You're the void, the end of all things,
And that's okay, because endings are part of life. Cessation is part of existence. Fighting against that is like fighting against reality itself.
He stood up slowly, his integrated form stabilizing, becoming more solid than ever before. But it wasn't defensive solidity, it was peaceful presence. I accept you, Goku continued. I accept negation. I accept that all things end. I accept that I might fail. I accept that I'm flawed and limited and will eventually cease to exist. And by accepting all of that, you lose your power over me. The Void Walker remained silent for a long moment, its 7 eyes burning with inscrutable emotion. Then, slowly, it began to smile, an expression that appeared on its featureless face like dawn breaking through eternal night. Perfect, the entity whispered. Absolutely perfect. You have passed the final trial, Son Goku. Before Goku could respond, the Void Walker's form began to dissolve, but not in defeat, in completion, like a teacher's job finished, like a lesson successfully taught. I am not your enemy, the entity said as it faded. I never was. I am the ultimate test, the challenge of accepting what cannot be changed, embracing what cannot be avoided, and finding peace with what simply is. Every candidate who came before you tried to defeat me, tried to overcome the void through power or cleverness or determination. All failed because they misunderstood the nature of the trial. Its 7 eyes closed one by one as it spoke. But you stopped fighting, not out of weakness, but out of wisdom. You accepted that some things cannot be overcome, only accepted. That is the mark of true divinity. That is why you are worthy. The last eye closed, and the Void Walker's final words echoed through Shenron. Be the Dragon God, Son Goku, not through power, but through understanding, not through victory, but through acceptance. You have earned it. The entity vanished completely, and the void of Shenron began to transform. The oppressive emptiness lifted, replaced by something that felt almost welcoming. Colors returned, not just visible spectrum, but impossible hues that existed beyond normal perception. The tears in reality healed themselves, the broken dimensions reconstructed. Goku stood alone in the transforming space, his integrated form glowing softly with multicolored light. He felt different, not stronger in the traditional sense, but more complete, more at peace, more himself than he'd ever been. The original voice that had guided him through Shenron returned one final time. The trials are complete. You have learned from Ignis, Aquaria, and Terek. You have died 1,000 times in the Crucible. You have synthesized yourself across all timelines. You have faced the Void Walker and learned acceptance. A sudden wave of energy ripples through the air. Goku freezes. His fingers tremble. His breath becomes shallow. Goku, what is this? The ground beneath him starts to crack as an invisible force lifts his body. Slowly, Goku begins to levitate. Dust, rocks, and shattered debris rise around him, spinning in a silent storm. His eyes widen, then slowly lose focus. His body is there, but his mind is somewhere else. Inside Goku's consciousness, flashes explode in the darkness. His childhood, Grandpa Gohan, Master Roshi, King Kai, his first fight, his first loss, Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, Boo, every scream, every victory, every death. His entire life replays at once, not like memories, like his soul is being scanned. In Back to the Real World, a divine white gold energy bursts from Goku's chest and eyes. It is not Ki. It is not God Ki. It is something older.
The sky splits with thunder as this energy erupts outward, forming a glowing aura that bends the air itself. Goku's body goes rigid, suspended in midair like a sacred relic. His expression is blank. He is not conscious. He is being chosen. At the peak of the phenomenon, the divine energy suddenly intensifies, then begins to pull back. The light collapses inward, sucked back into nothingness. The aura vanishes. The sky falls silent. Gravity returns. Goku's body drops back to the ground. He lands on one knee, gasping, drenched in sweat. His eyes return to normal, but something in them has changed. Goku, it's gone. He looks at his hands. They feel the same, but he knows something touched his soul.
The sun hung low over the horizon at Capsule Corporation, casting long shadows across the training grounds where the Z fighters had gathered once again. It had been 3 years since Goku departed for the Dragon Realm, leaving behind a promise and a responsibility that weighed heavily on everyone's shoulders. Ha! Goten's voice echoed across the courtyard as he launched a flurry of punches at the reinforced training dummy that Bulma had specially designed. Sweat dripped from his brow, his muscles trembling with exhaustion, but he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. "Your form is sloppy," Piccolo called out from his meditation spot beneath the ancient tree. His arms were crossed, eyes closed, but nothing escaped his notice. "You're telegraphing your moves. An enemy would read you like a book." Goten wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, panting heavily. "I'm trying my best, Mr. Piccolo. Dad said we need to get stronger, and I'm not going to let him down." "Trying isn't enough." Vegeta's sharp voice cut through the air like a blade. The Saiyan Prince stood at the entrance to the gravity chamber, his training gi torn and scorched from his latest session. "We need results, not effort. Kakarot left us with a responsibility, and I'll be damned if I'm going to fail because you're trying." Gohan descended from the sky, landing gracefully beside his younger brother. His scholarly demeanor had been replaced with the focused intensity of a warrior. "Vegeta's right, Goten. Dad wouldn't have asked this of us if he didn't believe we could do it. We need to push beyond our limits." "Easy for you to say," Goten muttered, though there was no real resentment in his voice. "You've been doing this way longer than me." Gohan smiled softly, placing a hand on his brother's shoulder. "And that's exactly why I'm going to help you. We're in this together, remember?" Trunks emerged from the Capsule Corp building, carrying a tray of senzu beans that Bulma had been rationing carefully. "Mom says we should take a break. We've been at this for 6 hours straight." "A break?" Vegeta scoffed, his pride bristling at the suggestion. "Warriors don't take breaks. Warriors push through the pain, through the exhaustion, until they break through to the other side." "Yeah, and warriors also don't collapse from exhaustion before the actual threat arrives." Bulma's voice rang out from the doorway, her arms crossed in that way that made even Vegeta pause. "You're no good to anyone if you burn out before the fight even begins." Vegeta grumbled something unintelligible under his breath, but he didn't argue further. Even the Prince of all Saiyans knew better than to argue with Bulma when she used that tone. Piccolo opened one eye, regarding the group with his characteristic stoicism. "She has a point. Rest is part of training. Your bodies need time to recover and adapt." "I just wish Dad would come back already," Goten said quietly, slumping down onto the grass. "It feels like forever since he left." The mood shifted, becoming heavier. Everyone felt it. The absence of Goku was like a missing piece in the fabric of their world. His laughter, his endless optimism, his ability to make even the darkest situations seem conquerable. All of it was gone, replaced by an uncertain waiting. "Kakarot will return when he's ready," Vegeta said, though his voice carried an edge of frustration that betrayed his own impatience. "Until then, we train, we prepare. We become strong enough that when danger comes, we don't need him to save us." "You really miss sparring with him, don't you?" Gohan asked with a knowing smile. Vegeta's eyes flashed. "Don't be ridiculous. I simply want to ensure that when he returns, I'll be strong enough to finally surpass him once and for all." Trunks and Goten exchanged amused glances. Everyone knew the truth. Vegeta and Goku's rivalry was built on a foundation of mutual respect, and, though Vegeta would never admit it, friendship. "How long did Goku say he'd be gone?" Trunks asked, popping a Senzu bean into his mouth and immediately feeling his energy restore. "He didn't give a specific timeline," Gohan replied, his expression thoughtful. "The Dragon Realm operates differently than our world. Time might flow at a different rate there. What feels like months to us could be days to him, or vice versa." "That's just perfect," Vegeta growled, clenching his fists. "Waiting around like sitting ducks while Kakarot is off playing Dragon King in some mystical realm." "He's not playing, Vegeta," Piccolo interjected calmly. "He went there for a purpose. The Dragon Realm needed him, and Goku answered that call, just as he's answered every call to protect others." "I know that," Vegeta snapped, then caught himself, taking a deep breath. "I know, but waiting has never been my strong suit." Krillin descended from the sky with Android 18, both looking fresh from their own training session. "Hey guys, how's the training going?" "Brutal, as always," Trunks replied with a grin. "But we're getting stronger." "Good," Krillin said seriously, "because I've got a feeling we're going to need every bit of strength we can muster." "What do you mean?" Gohan asked, his senses immediately heightening. Krillin shook his head. "I don't know exactly, just a feeling, like something's coming." Android 18 nodded in agreement. "I've been detecting unusual energy signatures at the edge of the solar system. Nothing concrete, but enough to make me suspicious." Piccolo's eyes snapped open fully. "How long have you been detecting these signatures?" "About a week," 18 replied. "They come and go, never staying long enough for me to get a lock on them." "And you're just mentioning this now?" Vegeta demanded. "I wanted to be sure before I raised any alarms," 18 said coolly, unfazed by Vegeta's intensity. "But the frequency is increasing." Gohan's expression grew serious. "We should inform everyone. If there's a potential threat, we need to be ready." "Agreed," Piccolo said, rising to his feet. "But we also shouldn't panic. These signatures could be anything: scouts, travelers, even space debris with unusual properties. Or they could be enemies," Vegeta added darkly. "Enemies waiting for the perfect moment to strike when Kakarot isn't here to protect the Earth." "Then we'll protect it," Goten declared, standing up with renewed determination. "That's what Dad asked us to do, right? To be strong enough to handle any danger that comes." Gohan smiled proudly at his younger brother. "That's right, and we will." Vegeta looked at the assembled warriors, some veterans of countless battles, others still growing into their strength. It wasn't the ideal team, not without Kakarot, but it would have to do. "Then we continue training, double the intensity. If enemies are coming, they'll find the Earth protected by warriors who refuse to back down." "Yeah!" Goten and Trunks shouted in unison, their spirits lifted.
As the group dispersed to continue their training, Piccolo remained still, his eyes gazing up at the stars beginning to appear in the darkening sky. Something was indeed coming. He could feel it in his bones, in the very fabric of the universe. And somehow, he knew it was connected to Goku. "Come back soon, old friend," Piccolo whispered to the wind. "We're holding the fort, but I have a feeling we're going to need you sooner rather than later." Far beyond the reaches of Earth, beyond the known galaxies and the edges of mortal comprehension, there existed a place where darkness thrived. A distant planet, barren and cracked, its surface scarred by ancient battles and forgotten wars. The sky above was a swirling mass of purple and black, lightning crackling through clouds that never brought rain. On this desolate world, in a fortress carved from obsidian and pain, two figures stood in a chamber illuminated only by the eerie glow of cursed energy. The first figure was shrouded in shadow, their face completely obscured by darkness that seemed to actively resist the light. Only their eyes were visible, burning crimson orbs that spoke of endless rage and suffering. Their voice, when they spoke, was like gravel scraping across broken glass. "One star dragon," the shadowy figure hissed, each word dripping with venom. I cannot bear his death. I will not bear it. A massive fist slammed into the stone table before them, cracking it down the middle. The very air seemed to vibrate with the figure's fury. Standing beside them was another figure, equally mysterious, their face also hidden beneath a dark hood. This second figure's voice was calmer, more measured, but no less dangerous. "But Goku has gone to the Dragon Realm," the second figure said carefully, as if treading on thin ice. "He went there to become the Dragon King. The Dragon Realm is protected by ancient laws and barriers. Even you cannot simply walk in there." "Silence!" the first figure roared, and the entire chamber shook. Rocks fell from the ceiling and cracks spiderwebbed across the walls. "Do you think walls and laws and realms will stop me? One star dragon was my brother, my kin, my blood. That Saiyan destroyed him, and for that he will pay with his life." The second figure remained calm, though there was a tension in their posture that suggested wariness. "I understand your pain, my lord, but rushing in without a plan would be—" "I have a plan," the first figure interrupted, turning those blazing crimson eyes towards their companion. "Oh, I have a magnificent plan. One that will bring Goku to his knees before I end his miserable existence." The second figure tilted their head slightly, curious. "And what plan would that be?" A dark chuckle emanated from the shadowy figure, growing into a full-throated laugh that echoed through the chamber like the screams of the damned. "The evil dragons," the first figure said, their voice taking on a quality of twisted glee. "Goku may have defeated them, may have scattered their essence across the universe, but their power remains. Their dark energy still exists, waiting to be claimed by someone with the will and strength to harness it." The second figure's eyes widened slightly beneath their hood. "But such energy is unstable, chaotic. It could consume you. Or it could make me unstoppable," the first figure declared, spreading their arms wide. "I will gather every fragment of evil dragon energy that remains. I will absorb their hatred,
their power, their very essence. And when I am complete, when I have become something greater than any dragon that ever existed, I will descend upon the earth like a plague." The first figure began to pace, their movements jerky with barely contained excitement and rage. "I will destroy everything Goku loves, every person, every place, every memory. I will turn the earth into a wasteland of ash and bone. And when there is nothing left, when he has lost everything, then I will allow him to leave his precious dragon realm. Then I will face him in battle, and then, with his spirit broken and his hope shattered, I will kill him with my own hands." The second figure remained silent for a long moment, processing the magnitude of what was being proposed. "The destruction you speak of, it will take time, gathering the evil dragon energy, accumulating that power. It won't happen overnight." "I have all the time in the world," the first figure replied, their voice suddenly cold and patient. "Revenge is a dish best served cold, as the saying goes, and oh, what a feast I will prepare. The agony, the despair, the absolute annihilation of everything Goku holds dear. It will be glorious." "And what of the other Z fighters?" the second figure asked. "They are not to be underestimated. Vegeta alone possesses power that rivals Goku's." The shadowy figure waved a dismissive hand. "They are gnats, irritating perhaps, but ultimately insignificant. Without Goku, they are rudderless, leaderless. Oh, they may put up a fight, may show some resistance, but in the end, they will fall like all the others who have stood against me." "You speak with great confidence, my lord. "And why shouldn't I?" the first figure shot back. "I am the culmination of everything the evil dragons represented. Chaos, destruction, the end of all things. When I am finished gathering their power, I will be a god among insects." "As you command," the second figure said, turning to leave. "Wait," the first figure called out, stopping their companion mid-step. "Yes, my lord?" "Fun," the shadowy figure said, and there was a sick, twisted pleasure in their voice. "What I'm about to do, what we're about to unleash upon the universe, it's going to be so much fun. The screams, the panic, the utter devastation. Oh, I can already taste it." The second figure said nothing, simply bowing once more before departing from the chamber. Alone now, the first figure approached the shattered window that looked out upon the dead world. Their reflection was visible in the broken glass, or rather, the absence of a reflection, just a void where a person should be. "Goku," the figure whispered, pressing a shadowy hand against the glass. "You took my brother from me. You and your heroic nonsense, your belief in redemption and second chances. You showed him mercy, tried to save him, and in doing so, you led him to his death."
The glass cracked under their touch. "I will show you no such mercy. When I'm done with you, you'll beg for death. You'll pray for the release that I will deny you until the very last moment. Your death is written in my hands, Goku, written in blood and sealed with the tears of everyone you've ever loved." Lightning crashed outside, illuminating the chamber in brief, violent flashes. The Dragon Realm thinks it's safe, thinks its barriers and ancient laws will protect it. But laws can be broken, barriers can be shattered, and when I come for you, Goku, when I finally stand before you with all the power of the evil dragons coursing through my veins, you will understand true despair. The figure turned away from the window, moving deeper into the fortress. Let them train, let them prepare, let them believe they have a chance. It will make their defeat all the sweeter. And somewhere in that dragon realm of yours, I hope you can feel it, Goku. I hope you can sense the storm that's coming, because ready or not, destruction is on its way. The laughter that followed echoed through the dead planet, a sound of pure malevolence that would have chilled the blood of anyone who heard it. In the darkness, plans were being made, power was being sought, and somewhere in the infinite cosmos, a threat unlike any the Earth had ever faced was beginning to take shape.
Finally, I am the Dragon God.
The Eternal Mountain stood at the very heart of the Dragon Realm, a colossal peak that pierced through 7 different layers of reality. Its summit existed in a space where time moved differently, where a single breath could last an eternity, or an eternity could pass in a heartbeat. Goku had climbed this mountain not with his legs, but with his spirit, ascending through trials that had broken lesser beings across millennia. Now, on the 1000th day of his training, he sat cross-legged on a platform of crystallized dragon essence, surrounded by the 7 elder dragons who had shaped the very fabric of existence. Each one was massive beyond comprehension, their bodies coiling around the mountain peak like living constellations. Bahamut, the eldest of them all, lowered his ancient head. His scales were the color of starlight and shadow mixed together, and his eyes held the memories of universes being born and dying. Goku, son of Bardock, Saiyan of Earth, protector of the innocent. His voice resonated through every atom of Goku's being. You have walked the path that destroys most who dare attempt it. You have died 17 times in our flames and been reborn stronger each time. You have faced the mirror of truth and accepted what you saw. You have earned the right to know the final secret. Goku opened his eyes slowly. His body bore the marks of his training, not scars, but patterns of light that moved beneath his skin like living tattoos. Each one represented a lesson learned, a barrier broken, a piece of his old self shed away. "I'm ready," he said simply, though his voice carried a weight it had never possessed before. The second Elder Dragon, Tiamat of the chromatic spectrum, unfurled her 5 heads, each one a different color representing a different aspect of dragon magic. Before you can unlock Shenron, you must understand what it truly means to be the Dragon King. It is not merely power, young one. It is responsibility beyond mortal comprehension. Every dragon in every realm, every wish ever made, every prayer whispered to the stars, all of it flows through the Dragon King. You will feel the joy and suffering of countless worlds simultaneously. That sounds... Goku paused, searching for words. That sounds heavy. It is, rumbled Typhon, the storm dragon whose body was made of perpetual hurricane winds. Many who stood where you stand chose to walk away. Even with all the power they had gained, they could not bear the weight of that much existence pressing down on their souls. Goku's expression grew serious, his usual playful demeanor fading. He thought of his family, Chi-Chi, Gohan, Goten, Pan. He thought of Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, all his friends and rivals. He thought of Earth, the planet he died for more times than he could count. "If I become the Dragon King," he asked carefully, "can I still protect Earth? Can I still see my family?" The 7 elders exchanged glances that spanned dimensions. Finally, Nidhogg, the Void Dragon, whose form seemed to absorb light itself, spoke in a voice like the absence of sound. "The Dragon King exists outside normal time. You will be able to return to any moment, any place. But here's the truth that breaks most candidates. You will experience all moments simultaneously. You will watch your loved ones live and die across infinite timelines. You will see every possibility, every path not taken, every tragedy that could have been prevented, and every joy that was earned. Can you bear that?" Goku closed his eyes again, and for the first time in his 1,000 days of training, he trembled. Not from fear, but from the magnitude of what they were asking. He saw Chi-Chi's face in his mind, remembered her smile, her anger, her love. He saw his sons growing up, becoming stronger than he'd ever imagined. He saw Pan's first flight, her first ki blast, her determination that reminded him so much of Videl. "I don't know," he admitted, and the honesty in his voice made the Elder Dragons respect him even more. "But I know this. I've never walked away from a challenge because it was hard. And if being the Dragon King means I can protect not just Earth, but every world, every person who might suffer from negative energy or misused wishes, then I have to try. That's what it means to be a martial artist, to constantly push beyond your limits for the sake of others." Bahamut's eyes glowed with ancient approval. "Then rise, Goku. Stand and face your destiny." Meanwhile, on Earth, the sun was setting over Mount Paozu. Chi-Chi stood on the porch of their home, staring at the orange and purple sky with an expression that mixed anger, sadness, and resigned acceptance. It had been 3 years since Goku left with Shenron. 3 years without a word, without a sign, without even a sense of his key signature anywhere in the universe. "Mom," Goten appeared in the doorway,
Now a young man of 17, his features a perfect blend of his parents. "You're doing it again." "Doing what?" Chi-Chi didn't turn around. "Waiting for Dad, looking at the sky like he's going to instant transmission back any second." Chi-Chi's hands tightened on the porch railing. "Your father has a habit of leaving when we need him most, and an even worse habit of coming back just when I've convinced myself to stop caring." "You've never stopped caring," Chi-Chi said gently, moving to stand beside her. "None of us have." At Capsule Corporation, Vegeta stood in the gravity chamber, arms crossed, glaring at nothing in particular. Bulma had come down 20 minutes ago to tell him dinner was ready, but he hadn't moved. He couldn't stop thinking about Kakarot's departure, couldn't stop the gnawing feeling that his greatest rival had found a challenge Vegeta couldn't follow him to.
"Damn you, Kakarot," he muttered. "Always leaving me behind. Always finding new heights while I'm stuck here, stagnant." "You're not stagnant, Dad," Trunks said from the doorway. "You've gotten stronger. We all have." "Stronger?" Vegeta's laugh was bitter. "What does strength matter when your greatest opponent has transcended to a realm you can't even sense? Kakarot didn't just leave Earth, boy. He left this entire dimension. I can feel it. The void where his energy used to exist in the universe. It's like a wound in reality itself." In the sacred world of the Kais, Shin and Elder Kai stood before a crystal orb that showed countless timelines and possibilities. The image within was fractured, unstable, showing glimpses of dragon realms and energies that made even the Supreme Kais uncomfortable. "The balance is shifting," Shin said, his voice tense. "Goku's presence in the dragon realm is causing ripples across all of existence. Some timelines are stabilizing, but others are becoming chaotic," Elder Kai finished grimly. "The boy doesn't realize what he's doing. By accepting the dragon essence, by training to become their king, he's pulling cosmic strings that connect to every universe, every timeline, every possibility. If he succeeds, Shin interrupted, he'll become something beyond even the gods of destruction, something that hasn't existed since the original Omni King created the multiverse. And if he fails?" Shin's silence was answer enough. Far away in the cold depths of space, on a planet whose name had been erased from all star charts, a figure sat in meditation within a throne room carved from bones and black crystal. The planet itself was dying, its core drained of energy, its surface a wasteland of ash and frozen atmosphere. But the figure didn't care about the planet. It had already served its purpose. The one-star dragon's death had released a pulse of negative energy so concentrated that it had reached across dimensions. Most beings would have been poisoned, driven mad, or simply disintegrated. But this figure had absorbed it, welcomed it, used it to fuel a transformation that had been waiting for millennia. Slowly, the figure opened its eyes. They glowed with a sickly yellow light, pupils slitted like a reptile's. Its body was humanoid but wrong, too angular, covered with scales that shifted between black and deep purple, with cracks of crimson energy running through them like veins of molten hate.
"Goku," the figure whispered, and the name carried such malice that the very air crystallized and shattered. "The fool who defeated my children. The Saiyan who thinks he can become a dragon. He doesn't understand what dragons truly are, what we were before the good dragons sanitized our history, what we could have been if not for the Dragon King's mercy." The figure rose from its throne, and the movement caused the entire planet to shudder. Its power was immense, but unstable, constantly eating away at reality around it. This was negative energy incarnate, all the suffering and hatred that had ever been poured into the Dragon Balls over centuries, given form and consciousness. "Train well, little Saiyan," the figure continued, beginning to walk toward a portal that opened in the air before it, a tear in space-time that led to the edge of the Dragon Realm. "Become the Dragon King. Become everything you can be. because when you finally return to protect your precious Earth, I will be waiting, and I will show you what happens when you dare to oppose the true nature of dragons, the ancient nature, the darkness that was sealed away." The figure stepped through the portal, and behind it, the dying planet finally gave up its last gasp of life, imploding into a singularity that would one day become a black hole. "I am Vitra, the dragon of apocalypse, and my wait is almost over." Back in the Dragon Realm, Goku stood at the center of the 7 Elder Dragons, unaware of the threat gathering in the shadows. He took a deep breath, centering himself as he had learned over 1,000 days of brutal training. His body was relaxed but ready, his mind clear but alert, his spirit open but protected. To unlock Shenron, you must venture into yourself deeper than you have ever gone, past your Saiyan heritage, past your Ultra instinct, past even your identity as Goku. You must find the core of what you truly are, the eternal spark that exists beyond forms, beyond power levels, even your soul as you understand it. "That sounds like a lot of mystical talk," Goku said, but there was no mockery in his tone. He'd learned over the past 1,000 days that the dragons didn't waste words. If Bahamut said he needed to go beyond his soul, then that's exactly what he meant. "It is not mystical," Tiamat corrected. "It is the most fundamental truth of existence. You are not your body. You are not your memories. You are not even your ki. You are the observer, the consciousness that experiences all of these things. That consciousness is what will merge with the dragon essence to create Shenron." Goku nodded slowly, processing this. It reminded him of something Master Roshi had said decades ago, something about the difference between learning a technique and understanding the principle behind it. "Okay, so how do I do it?"
"You die," Nidhogg said simply. "Again?" Goku couldn't help but grin. "I've died like 17 times already in your trials." "Those deaths were of the body and spirit," the Void Dragon explained. "This will be different. This will be the death of the self. You must willingly dissolve everything you think you are. Your name, your memories, your attachments, your desires, your fears, all of it must burn away. Only then, in that moment of absolute nothing, will you find the truth." Goku's grin faded. "And if I can't come back from that? If I lose myself completely?" "Then you will be lost," Bahamut said without sugarcoating it, "and the Dragon Realm will sleep for another 10,000 years, waiting for the next candidate. But Goku, we would not have brought you this far if we believed you would fail. We have watched you your entire life, every battle, every sacrifice, every moment you chose others over yourself. You have already proven you can let go of your ego. Now you must prove you can let go of your existence." For a long moment, Goku stood in silence. He thought about Krillin, his best friend since childhood. He thought about Master Roshi's teachings. He thought about King Kai's jokes. He thought about Vegeta's rivalry, how it had pushed both of them to heights they never would have reached alone. He thought about Piccolo's sacrifice for Gohan. He thought about Gohan surpassing him during the Cell Games. He thought about Goten's innocence. He thought about Pan's laughter. He thought about Chi-Chi telling him he was an idiot but staying with him anyway. "All right," Goku said finally, his voice carrying absolute conviction. "Let's do this." The 7 Elder Dragons began to glow, each one radiating a different color of energy. Bahamut was white, Tiamat was rainbow, Typhon was electric blue, Nidhogg was black that somehow shone, and the 3 remaining, Jormungandr the World Serpent was green, Fafnir the gold was metallic yellow, and Quetzalcoatl the feathered was brilliant turquoise. Their energies intertwined, creating a sphere of pure dragon essence around Goku. It was beautiful and terrifying, like being inside a star that was also alive, that could think and feel and judge. "Close your eyes," Bahamut instructed, "and let go." Goku closed his eyes and began to meditate, sinking into himself. He passed through layers of consciousness he'd never known existed. He saw his Super Saiyan transformations like discarded clothes, forms he'd worn but wasn't. He saw his Ultra Instinct state like a door he'd opened but never fully walked through. He saw his memories playing out like a movie he was watching, seeing himself from outside. And then he began to let it all go.
The name Goku dissolved. It was just a name his grandfather had given him. Before that, he'd been Kakarot, a name from a dead world. Both were labels, not truth. His identity as a Saiyan dissolved. Yes, that was his species, but what was a species except biology? Atoms arranged in a particular pattern, not fundamental. His memories began to fade. Chi-Chi's face, Gohan's birth, Krillin's death, Frieza's defeat, Cell's pride, Boo's chaos. One by one, they became distant, like dreams he was waking up from. His attachments loosened, his love for fighting, his desire to protect Earth, his need to grow stronger, all of it became background noise. Important, but not essential. His very sense of I began to crack. Who was the I that was letting go? Who was the I that was observing the letting go? Who was observing the observer? The questions multiplied infinitely, each one taking him deeper, until nothing. Pure, absolute, infinite nothing. No thoughts, no memories, no identity, no body, no soul, no existence, just awareness. Pure consciousness without object or subject. The eye that sees but cannot see itself. The silence between sounds. The space that allows all things to exist. And in that nothing, something stirred. It wasn't external. It wasn't internal. It was beyond such distinctions. It was the dragon essence, waiting, not forcing itself on him, not demanding acceptance, just existing, available, patient. And the awareness that had once been Goku, that was now nothing and everything, recognized something. The dragon essence wasn't foreign. It had always been there. Every wish he'd made as a child on the Dragon Balls, every time he'd pushed past his limits, every impossible victory, the dragons hadn't given him power. They'd reflected the power that was already within him, that was within all beings. The difference was he could now see it clearly. With understanding beyond words, beyond thought, the awareness merged with the dragon essence. Not consuming it, not being consumed, but becoming one with it in a way that transcended duality. And then, rebirth. The 7 elder dragons gasped as one, an unprecedented occurrence. The sphere of dragon essence around Goku suddenly imploded, all that infinite energy compressing down to a single point within his chest. For a moment, there was perfect silence, perfect stillness. Then, Goku opened his eyes. They were no longer black. They were prismatic, shifting through every color imaginable and some that weren't, like looking into a kaleidoscope of impossibilities. But more than that, they held depth, infinite depth, as if entire universes were rotating within them. Energy erupted from his body in a pillar that pierced through all 7 layers of the dragon realm and beyond, visible to every dragon in every corner of their dimension. But it wasn't violent or destructive. It was serene, powerful beyond measure, but controlled with perfect precision. The energy wasn't golden like Super Saiyan. It wasn't blue like Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. It wasn't silver like Ultra Instinct. It was prismatic, constantly shifting, each color representing a different aspect of dragon nature, creation, destruction,
wisdom, chaos, life, death, balance. Dragon scales began to manifest across Goku's body, but they weren't physical. They were made of condensed ki, each one inscribed with ancient runes that told the history of the dragons from the very beginning of time. They covered his arms, his chest, his legs, his face, creating an armor that was more concept than matter. His hair remained its natural black, but it moved as if underwater, flowing with currents of dragon energy. Occasionally, strands would flash different colors, white, red, blue, green, before returning to black. And then, the wings emerged. 7 pairs unfurled from his back, each pair different, each representing one of the elder dragons who had trained him. They weren't flesh and bone, but pure energy, translucent and shimmering, vast enough to shadow the entire mountain peak, but also somehow contained, folded into dimensions that overlapped with his body. Goku rose into the air effortlessly, not flying in the traditional sense, but simply existing where he chose to exist. The distinction was subtle but crucial. He wasn't moving through space. He was choosing which space to occupy. I understand now. Goku's voice came out layered, as if multiple versions of him from different timelines were speaking in perfect unison. This is Shenron. This is what it means to be connected to all dragon essence across every dimension, every possibility, every moment of time.
The 7 elder dragons bowed their heads, an acknowledgement of what Goku had become. He wasn't their equal, not yet, but he was something unprecedented. A mortal who had grasped immortal power while retaining his mortal heart. "Hail the Dragon King," Bahamut spoke, and this time his voice carried no irony, no testing, just pure respect. "You have succeeded where countless others failed. You have died and been reborn, not as something greater than yourself, but as the truth of what you always were." Goku descended back to the mountain peak, his feet touching the crystallized dragon essence with a gentleness that belied the cosmic power flowing through him. As his feet touched down, the energy radiating from him began to stabilize, the pillar of light fading to a gentle aura that wrapped around him like a cloak. "But your training is not finished," Tiamat warned, her 5 heads looking at him seriously. "You have unlocked Shenron, yes, but you do not yet control it. Right now, you are like a child who has been given a sword capable of cutting through dimensions. One wrong move, one moment of lost control, and you could tear apart the fabric of reality itself." Goku felt the truth of her words. The power flowing through him was intoxicating and terrifying. He could sense everything, every dragon in the realm, every wish being made across the multiverse, every fluctuation in cosmic energy. It was overwhelming, like trying to drink from a fire hose. "How do I control it?" he asked, struggling to keep his voice steady. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and the scales of ki on his body flickered, threatening to disperse. "By learning what every Dragon King before you had to learn, that power without purpose is destruction, that strength without wisdom is tyranny, that control without compassion is cruelty. You must be tested, Goku, not in trials of endurance or willpower, you have passed those, but in trials of character, in trials of choice." Before Goku could ask what that meant, the world around him shifted. He was no longer on the Eternal Mountain. He was standing in the ruins of West City, surrounded by destruction and death. The sky was blood red, choked with smoke. Buildings lay in rubble, and everywhere were bodies. People he recognized, people he loved. Chi-Chi lay motionless in the street, her eyes staring at nothing.
Gohan was pinned beneath a collapsed building, his body broken. Goten's small form was curled up next to his mother, as if he died trying to protect her. Krillin, 18, Yamcha, Teen, Piccolo, all of them dead, scattered across the ruined city like discarded dolls.
No, Goku breathed, his power spiking uncontrollably. The prismatic aura around him turned dark, infected with his horror and rage. No, no, no! This is an illusion, Typhon's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. But it is a possibility. One of countless timelines where you failed, where you weren't there, where your power wasn't enough. As the Dragon King, you will see all these possibilities simultaneously. You will know every failure, every death, every tragedy. Can you bear it? Goku fell to his knees, his hands gripping the rubble-strewn ground. The Shenron power inside him was going haywire, responding to his emotional turmoil. Reality around him began to crack, literal fractures appearing in the air as his uncontrolled energy threatened to tear through dimensions. "I can't," he gasped, tears streaming down his face. "I can't watch this. I can't see my family die over and over. I can't." "Then you have failed," Bamat's voice cut through his despair like a blade. "And you will be trapped here, in this moment of weakness for eternity. Is this truly the extent of your strength?" Something in those words struck Goku like a physical blow. He'd heard similar words before, long ago, from Roshi, from Korin, from Kami, from every master who had ever pushed him beyond what he thought were his limits. Slowly, painfully, Goku raised his head. He looked at Chi-Chi's body, at his son's broken forms, at the devastation surrounding him, and he made a choice, not to look away, not to deny the pain, but to accept it. This is one possibility, one timeline, but it's not the only one. And if I become the Dragon King, I'll have the power to make sure this never happens, not just on Earth, but anywhere, everywhere. He stood up, his legs shaking but holding. The fractures in reality began to seal as he took control of his power, channeling his grief not into rage, but into determination. "Show me another," Goku said. "Show me every failure, every tragedy, every timeline where I wasn't enough. I'll face them all, because that's what it means to protect people. Not just to save them, but to witness their pain and still have the strength to fight for their future." The illusion shattered like glass. Goku was back on the Eternal Mountain, surrounded by the 7 Elder Dragons, but he was different now. The wild fluctuations in his power had steadied. His prismatic aura burned with controlled intensity, no longer threatening to tear reality apart. "Good," Bamat said, approval clear in his ancient voice. "You have passed the first trial of character, the trial of grief. But there are 6 more." Before Goku could respond, the world shifted again. This time he stood in a throne room of infinite grandeur. He sat on a throne carved from the bones of dead universes, wearing robes woven from the fabric of space-time itself. Before him, kneeling with their heads bowed, were everyone he'd ever known. Vegeta, the proud Saiyan prince, forehead pressed to the ground. Piccolo, the once demon king, prostrated in submission. Even Whis and Beerus, the angel and god of destruction, were there, acknowledging his supremacy. "All hail the Dragon King," they chanted in unison. "All hail Goku, who stands above all gods, above all creation, above all law." A figure approached from the side. It was Chi-Chi, but different, subservient. Her eyes held no fire, no defiance, only worship. "My husband," she said, her voice hollow, "what is your command?" This was wrong. Everything about this was wrong. "This is the trial of pride," Jormungandr's voice slithered through the throne room. "As Dragon King,
All beings in all dimensions would acknowledge your supremacy. You could make them worship you. You could demand their obedience. You would have earned it through your trials. So tell me, Goku, would you take it? Would you become the god you have the power to be? Goku looked at his friends, his family, all bowing before him. The power of Shenron whispered to him that this could be real, that he could make it real with a thought. He was strong enough. He had earned it. No, Goku said immediately, standing up from the throne. This isn't why I got strong. I didn't train to make people bow to me. I trained to protect them, to stand with them, not above them. He walked down from the throne, approaching Chi-Chi's kneeling form. And Chi-Chi would never talk to me like that. She'd tell me I was being an idiot, smack me over the head, and demand I come home for dinner. He smiled, and the expression was pure Goku, genuine, warm, completely lacking in ego. That's who she is, and I wouldn't change her for anything. The illusion shattered. The trial of pride, Jormungandr confirmed, passed. The world shifted again, and again, and again.
In the trial of grief, Goku faced an enemy who had tortured his family, who begged for death, who wanted Goku to kill him and prove that all his talk of mercy was a lie. Goku refused, instead choosing to seal the enemy away where he could harm no one, regardless of how satisfying revenge would have felt. In the trial of greed, Goku was offered infinite power, the ability to reach heights beyond even Shenron if he would only take all the dragon essence for himself and leave the dragon realm empty. He refused, recognizing that such power would come at the cost of balance, would harm the very thing he was trying to protect. In the trial of envy, Goku watched as Vegeta surpassed him, achieving transformation after transformation that Goku could never reach, being celebrated as the greatest warrior in history while Goku was forgotten. He felt the bitter sting of jealousy, but pushed through it, recognizing that his rivalry with Vegeta was about mutual growth, not competition. In the trial of gluttony, Goku was offered endless battles, infinite opponents, a paradise where he could fight forever without consequence, never having to return to boring everyday life. He was tempted, oh was he tempted, but ultimately chose to return, recognizing that life was more than just fighting, that the quiet moments mattered too. In the trial of sloth, Goku was shown a path where he could achieve ultimate power instantly, without effort, without training, if he would only accept it as a gift rather than earning it. He refused, understanding that the journey was as important as the destination, that growth required struggle. Each trial broke him down and built him back up. Each one forced him to confront aspects of himself he'd never fully examined. Each one required him to choose between power and principle, between desire and duty, between what he wanted and what was right. And through it all, the Shenron power grew more stable, more controlled, more truly his. Finally, after what felt like years but was only hours in the Dragon Realm's twisted time, Goku stood once more on the Eternal Mountain. The 7 elder dragons circled above him, their massive forms creating patterns in the violet sky. "You have passed all 7 trials," Behemoth declared. "The trial of grief, the trial of pride, the trial of wrath, the trial of greed, the trial of envy, the trial of gluttony, and the trial of sloth. You have proven that your character is worthy of the power you now wield. Few candidates have made it this far. None have done so as quickly." Goku breathed heavily, not from physical exertion, but from emotional exhaustion. Each trial had felt completely real, had forced him to experience genuine emotions, genuine temptations, but he'd made it through. "Is it done then? Am I the Dragon King now?" "Not quite," Tiamat said, and there was something ominous in her tone. "There is one final test, not a trial of character,
but a trial of application. You must prove you can use Shenron.
Combat. You must prove that when faced with an enemy who threatens everything you've sworn to protect, you can maintain control and use your power wisely.
Who do I fight? Goku asked, tensing instinctively.
All of us, the 7 Elder Dragons said in unison, and they attacked. Bahamut came first, his jaws opening wide enough to swallow planets. Pure white energy gathered in his throat, a breath weapon that could erase matter from existence. He fired, and the beam crossed the distance between them in less than an instant. Goku's body moved on instinct, but it was different from Ultra Instinct. Instead of dodging, he raised one hand, and the prismatic energy of Shenron flowed from his palm, creating a barrier that didn't block the attack, but redirected it, splitting the beam around him like water flowing around a stone. Tiamat struck from behind, all 5 heads firing different elemental attacks simultaneously: fire, ice, lightning, acid, and pure force. Goku spun, and his 7 pairs of energy wings swept through the air, each one deflecting a different attack with precisely calibrated counter-energy. Typhon became a living hurricane, his winds capable of stripping continents clean of life. The storm engulfed Goku, winds tearing at him from every direction, but he centered himself, found the eye of the storm within his own being, and the winds couldn't touch him. He existed in perfect calm while chaos raged around him. Nidhogg emerged from a portal of pure void, attempting to drag Goku into non-existence. For a moment, Goku felt himself being pulled apart, his very being threatened with erasure. But he remembered the trial of grief, remembered accepting nothingness and coming back from it. He used that memory, that experience to anchor himself, and instead of being consumed by the void, he briefly merged with it, understanding its nature before pulling himself back out. Jormungandr wrapped around the entire mountain, his coils tightening with force that could crush dimensional barriers. Goku didn't fight against the constriction. Instead, he allowed his form to become fluid, flowing like water through the gaps before reconstituting himself above the serpent's head. Fafnir breathed a spray of molten gold that would transmute anything it touched into precious metal, beautiful but dead. Goku created a shield of life energy, pure vitality that countered the transmutation, keeping him flesh and spirit rather than eternal golden statue. Quetzalcoatl moved with impossible speed and grace, striking from angles that shouldn't exist, phasing between dimensions, but Goku's prismatic eyes could see through all dimensions simultaneously now. He met each strike, not with counterattacks, but with precise redirection, turning the feathered dragon's momentum against itself. The battle raged for hours, destroying and recreating the mountain peak a dozen times over. The 7 Elder Dragons attacked with the combined power of beings who had shaped reality itself, and Goku met them all. But he never attacked to kill. He never used his full power to destroy. Every movement, every counter, every technique was about protection, control, redirection. He was proving that even in the midst of the most intense combat imaginable, he could maintain his principles. Finally, as Goku blocked a simultaneous 7-dragon assault that would have annihilated a universe, something clicked into place. The Shenron power that had been flowing through him chaotically, that he'd been barely controlling, suddenly became an extension of his will as natural as his own limbs. His prismatic aura flared once more, but this time it wasn't wild or uncontrolled. It was perfect. Each color represented an aspect of dragon nature that he'd fully integrated. White for creation, black for void, blue for storm, red for fire, green for nature, gold for transmutation, and turquoise for wind. They flowed around him in perfect harmony, each supporting the others, each balanced by the others.
The 7 elder dragons stopped their assault simultaneously, retreating to their positions around the mountain peak. They were breathing heavily, their energies depleted, not because Goku had defeated them, but because they had given everything to test him. "It is done," Bahamut declared, his voice filled with something that might have been pride. "You have proven yourself worthy in every way. You have mastered Shenron. You have become what we hoped you would become." The 7 dragons landed, forming a circle around Goku once more, but this time they did not loom over him. They placed their heads on the ground, a gesture of respect and acknowledgement. "Goku, son of Bardock, Saiyan of Earth, protector of the innocent, master of Shenron, we, the 7 elders of the Dragon Realm, do hereby name you Dragon King. May your reign bring balance to all realms. May your power be tempered by wisdom. May your strength serve compassion. May you never forget why you sought this power, not for yourself, but for all those who cannot protect themselves." Goku felt something fundamental shift in his being. It was as if the entire Dragon Realm had acknowledged him, as if every dragon in every dimension had whispered his name in recognition. He was connected now to something vast and ancient, a network of power and responsibility that stretched across infinite timelines and possibilities. "I accept," Goku said simply, and his voice carried to every corner of the Dragon Realm. "I'll protect everyone. Not just Earth, not just this dimension, but everyone who needs protecting. That's my promise."
The 7 elder dragons raised their heads, and for the first time since Goku had arrived in this realm, they smiled, expressions alien and beautiful on their massive draconic faces. "Then rise, Dragon King," Bahamut said, "and let your first act be to truly see your domain." Goku closed his eyes and extended his consciousness outward. What happened next almost overwhelmed him. He could sense every dragon in existence, thousands, no, millions of them across countless dimensions. Some were wise and ancient like the elders, others were young and playful, barely more than hatchlings. Some were guardian dragons protecting planets he'd never heard of. Others were wish dragons like Shenron and Porunga, serving mortals across the multiverse. And he could feel the Dragon Balls themselves, not just Earth's set, not just Namek's, but every set that had ever been created in every timeline. He felt their power, their purpose, and most importantly, he felt the negative energy that still lingered in some of them, the corruption that had almost destroyed his universe. "I can fix them," Goku realized aloud, his eyes snapping open. "The Dragon Balls! I can purify the negative energy. I can make sure what happened with the Shadow Dragons never happens again, anywhere." "That is one of your responsibilities as Dragon King," Tiamat confirmed. "But be warned, purification is not destruction. The negative energy exists for a reason. It is the balance to positive wishes. Light casts shadow. You cannot eliminate it, only redirect it, transform it, keep it from concentrating into something dangerous." Goku nodded, understanding. It was like what Kami had tried to teach him long ago, that good and evil weren't separate forces, but 2 sides of the same coin. The trick wasn't to destroy one, but to maintain balance between them. "There's something else," Goku said, his expression growing serious. "I can feel something wrong, something dark watching the Dragon Realm from the edges. It's familiar, but wrong, twisted." The 7 elder dragons exchanged glances, and for the first time Goku saw something like concern in their ancient eyes. "You sense it already," Nidhogg said quietly. "Good. That means your connection to the Dragon Network is complete. What you're sensing is the reason we needed a Dragon King so urgently, the reason we searched so desperately for a candidate." "What is it?" Goku asked, his battle instincts flaring.
A shadow from the old times, Bahamut explained, his voice grave. Before the dragon realm existed in its current form, before we elder dragons took our oaths to maintain balance,
There was chaos. Dragons were beings of pure instinct and power, neither good nor evil, simply existing to consume and grow stronger. Most of us evolved beyond that, chose to serve higher purposes. But some refused to change. They were sealed away, their essences scattered across dimensions, their very names erased from history. The one-star dragon's death released a pulse of concentrated negative energy, Typhon continued. We felt it, tried to contain it, but something intercepted it. Something that had been waiting, hibernating, gathering strength across millennia. Vitra, Quetzalcoatl said, and the name made the air itself shudder. The dragon of apocalypse, the one who rejected balance, who believed that dragons should rule over all creation through might alone. We thought he was dead, truly dead, his essence destroyed in the war that created the dragon realm's current order. But if he absorbed that negative energy, he's coming here, Goku finished, understanding flooding through his new connection to the dragon network. That's what I'm sensing. He's at the edges of the dragon realm, building his strength, waiting for the right moment to strike. Yes, Bahamut confirmed, and he will come soon. Your transformation into the Dragon King has sent ripples through all of existence. Vitra will feel them. He will know that the throne he believes is rightfully his has been claimed by another. He will come to take it back, and when he does, the battle will determine the fate of not just the Dragon Realm, but every dimension connected to it. Goku's expression shifted, and despite the gravity of the situation, a familiar excitement crept into his eyes. So I'll fight him, that's what you're saying, right? This Vitra guy is strong? Goku, Fafnir said seriously, Vitra is not like any opponent you have ever faced. He is not evil in the way you understand it. He is primordial. He existed before concepts like good and evil had meaning. Fighting him will not be like fighting Frieza or Cell or even Beerus. It will be fighting the embodiment of draconic supremacy, the will to dominate given form and consciousness. He will try to corrupt you, your Mangonda added, to show you that your principles are weakness, that your compassion is a flaw. He will offer you power beyond Shenron if you will only embrace what he represents, absolute strength, the right of the mighty to rule over the weak. Goku's excitement faded, replaced with determination. Then I'll prove him wrong, just like I've proven everyone wrong who thought strength was about domination. Strength is about protecting people. It always has been. The 7 elder dragons looked at him with expressions that mixed hope and concern. They had chosen well, but they knew what was coming. The battle between Goku and Vitra would shake the foundations of reality itself.
You have time to prepare, Bahamut said. Vitra is building his strength, creating a body that can contain the negative energy he absorbed. It will take him time, weeks, perhaps months in Dragon Realm terms. Use that time wisely. Train with your new power, learn its limits, understand its potential. Because when Vitra comes, you will have one chance to stop him. If you fail, I won't fail, Goku said simply. I've never let anyone down when they really needed me. I'm not about to start now. Back on Earth, night had fallen over Mount Paozu. Chi-Chi still stood on the porch, though the temperature had dropped, and she was wearing one of Goku's old gi jackets over her shoulders. She didn't know why she'd put it on, maybe because it still smelled like him, like training and sweat and that indefinable something that was just Goku. Mom, Goten said again, more insistently this time, you need to come inside. You'll catch cold. I felt something,
Chi-Chi said quietly. Just now, a few minutes ago, like a ripple in the air, or I don't know how to describe it, but it felt like your father. Not his ki, not anything I can sense normally, but him, his presence, his spirit. Goten stepped up beside his mother and closed his eyes, trying to sense what she was describing. For a moment, there was nothing. Then, there, the faintest flutter, like a butterfly's wing brushing against his consciousness. It was so brief he almost missed it, but it carried an unmistakable feeling. Dad. I felt it too, Goten breathed. Do you think he's okay? Do you think he's coming back? Chi-Chi pulled the gi jacket tighter around herself. Your father is always okay. He's too stubborn to be anything else. And yes, he'll come back. He always does. The question is what he'll be when he returns, what he'll have become. There was fear in her voice, hidden beneath layers of forced confidence. She'd seen Goku transform so many times. Super Saiyan 2, 3, God, Blue, Ultra Instinct. Each time he'd come back a little more distant, a little more otherworldly. What would he be like after spending years in another dimension, becoming something called a Dragon King? Would he still be her Goku? Would he still be the man who smiled like an idiot and ate too much and couldn't understand social cues to save his life? Or would he be something else, something that wore her husband's face but wasn't really him anymore? Come on, Mom, Goten said gently, putting an arm around her shoulders. Let's go inside. If Dad's going to come back, he'll find us whether we're on the porch or at the dinner table. And you know how he is. First thing he'll ask about is food.
That got a small laugh out of Chi-Chi, watery but genuine. You're right. Your father's stomach is more reliable than any homing beacon. She allowed Goten to lead her back toward the house, but at the door she paused and looked back at the star-filled sky. Be safe, Goku, she whispered. Whatever you're doing, wherever you are, be safe and come home to us. The stars glimmered in response, and for just a moment, one of them seemed to pulse with prismatic light. At Capsule Corporation, Vegeta suddenly stiffened in the gravity chamber. His eyes widened, his Super Saiyan blue aura flickering around him before he powered down completely. Kakarot, he breathed. Trunks, who had been training nearby, immediately went on alert. Dad, what is it? Is Goku coming back? No, Vegeta said slowly, his voice filled with something between awe and frustration. He's not coming back yet, but I felt him. For just an instant, I felt his presence, and it's... He trailed off, struggling to find words for what he'd sensed. What? What is it? Vegeta's hands clenched into fists. He's gone even further beyond. That idiot has found another level, another transformation. And this one? He laughed bitterly. This one isn't Saiyan at all. He's become something entirely different. Something I can't sense properly. Can't understand. Can't... He stopped himself, fury and respect warring in his expression. Can't follow, Trunks finished quietly. Not yet, Vegeta corrected sharply. If Kakarot can do it, then so can I. I just need to figure out how. There has to be a way. There's always a way. But even as he said it, doubt crept into his voice. How do you follow someone into a transformation that requires dying completely, that requires letting go of your very identity? Vegeta had spent his entire life building and rebuilding his identity. The thought of dissolving it terrified him in ways that no enemy ever had. Trunks watched his father war with himself and made a decision. I'm going to go talk to Goten and Gohan. If Goku's going to come back changed, we should probably prepare. Make sure we're ready for whatever might follow him back. Vegeta nodded absently, already lost in thought about how to bridge the gap between himself and Kakarot once again. It was a familiar obsession, one that had driven him for decades. But for the first time, he
He wondered if maybe, just maybe, this was a gap that wasn't meant to be bridged.
In the sacred world of the Kais, alarms were going off, literally. The crystal orb that monitored dimensional stability was pulsing with red light, cracks spreading across its surface as it struggled to process the readings it was receiving. "This is impossible," Shin said, his face pale. "The energy readings from the Dragon Realm just spiked to levels that shouldn't exist. It's as if an entirely new type of divine being has been born." Elder Kai was frantically flipping through ancient texts, books so old they predated the current multiverse structure. "Here," he said, finding a passage and reading it aloud. "In the time before time, when the Omni King first shaped reality, there were beings known as primordial kings, entities that existed outside the normal hierarchy of gods, angels, and mortals. They were manifestations of fundamental concepts: time, space, life, death, and dragon." He looked up at Shin, his expression grave. The Dragon King wasn't just a title, it was a fundamental part of reality's structure. "The implications are beyond our ability to fully comprehend," Elder Kai agreed. "We can only hope he remains the same pure-hearted warrior we've always known, because if he were to be corrupted, if that much power were to turn toward evil..." He didn't need to finish the thought. Both Kais turned back to the cracking crystal orb, watching helplessly as the Dragon Realm, a dimension that should have been stable and eternal, began to show signs of impending catastrophe. "Something else is coming," Shin said, pointing to shadow formations gathering at the edges of the Dragon Realm in the orb's vision. "Something dark, something that wants to challenge Goku for his new position." "Then we pray," Elder Kai said simply. "We pray that Goku is ready for what's coming, because if he's not, if he falls, the consequences will cascade through every dimension, every timeline, every corner of existence." They stood together in silence, watching and waiting as the fate of all reality hung in the balance. Far beyond the perception of gods or mortals, in the cold void between dimensions, Vitra opened his eyes fully for the first time in 10,000 years. The negative energy of the one-star dragon's death had been the catalyst, but it was Goku's transformation that had truly awakened him. He could feel it, the birth of a new Dragon King, the throne that should have been his, claimed by a mortal, a Saiyan, an insect who dared to rise above his station. "So," Vritra's voice echoed through the void, causing dimensions to shiver. "The dragons have finally found a replacement. They've taken some primitive warrior and elevated him, dressed him in power he doesn't understand, given him responsibilities he's too naive to comprehend." Vritra's body was nearly complete now, reconstructed from negative energy and ancient draconic essence. He stood 15 feet tall, humanoid but clearly inhuman. His scales were black as the void between stars, traced with veins of crimson that pulsed like a heartbeat. His eyes glowed with sickly yellow light, pupils vertical like a serpent's. Horns curved back from his head, and a tail thick as a tree trunk extended behind him, its tip sharp enough to pierce dimensional barriers. "Come, little Saiyan," Vitra said, beginning to move toward the Dragon Realm's borders. "Train, grow, reach your full potential. I want you at your strongest when I tear you apart and take back what is mine. I want you to understand in your final moment that compassion is weakness, that mercy is a flaw, that in the end, only power matters." He reached the edge of the Dragon Realm and paused. He couldn't enter yet, not while the 7 elders maintained their guard, not while Goku was still protected within the realm's heart. But soon he would be strong enough to break through their defenses. Soon he would issue his challenge. Soon the true Dragon King would reclaim his throne. Vritra smiled, and the expression was a terrible thing to behold. "Wait for me, Goku, son of Bardock. Wait and prepare, because when I come, I will show you what it truly means to be a dragon, and you will break before me, as all who oppose their natural superiors must break." The void around him pulsed with dark energy, and across 100 dimensions, sensitives and prophets shuddered in their sleep, dreaming of the apocalypse to come. In the Dragon Realm, Goku stood at the edge of the Eternal Mountain, looking out over the impossible landscape of floating islands and prismatic skies. His Shenron form had stabilized, the 7 pairs of energy wings folded against his back, the dragon scales of ki forming a subtle armor across his body. His prismatic eyes saw everything, every dragon in the realm, every fluctuation of energy, every possibility branching from every decision. And he saw the shadow at the borders. He felt Vitra's presence, felt the malice and contempt radiating from the ancient dragon. "He's strong," Goku said to Bahamut, who had come to stand beside him. "Stronger than anyone I've ever felt. Stronger than Beerus, maybe even stronger than Whis." "Stronger than you?" Bahamut asked. Goku considered this carefully. "I don't know. Maybe. Probably. Right now, at least. But," he grinned, and it was pure Goku, excited, determined, completely lacking in fear. "That just means I need to train harder, need to push Shenron further, understand what I can really do with this power." "You cannot simply overpower Vitra," Bahamut warned. "He is corruption incarnate, the antithesis of everything the Dragon King represents. If you fight him with pure strength alone, he will match you blow for blow and eventually overcome you through attrition. You must fight smarter." "Then teach me," Goku said, turning to face the Elder Dragon. "I've got time before he breaks through, right? Then let's use it. Show me everything the Dragon King can do, every technique, every ability, every trick. Because when Vitra comes through those barriers, I'm going to be ready for him." Bahamut smiled, a fierce expression full of fangs. "Very well, your training begins now. And know this, Goku, what you've learned so far is merely the foundation. Unlocking Shenron was step 1. Mastering it, that is a journey that will make everything you've endured so far seem like a warm-up." "Bring it on," Goku said, dropping into a fighting stance. His prismatic aura flared around him, colors swirling like a living aurora. "I've never backed down from a challenge yet, and I'm not about to start now." As the training began anew, as Goku pushed himself to understand and master the full scope of his Dragon King powers, the stage was being set for a confrontation that would echo through eternity. 2 dragons, one who fought for balance and protection, one who fought for supremacy and domination, preparing for a battle that would determine not just their own fates, but the fate of countless worlds. The Dragon King and the Dragon of Apocalypse. Compassion versus contempt. New order versus ancient chaos. The countdown had begun, and when it reached 0, reality itself would tremble. But for now, on the Eternal Mountain in the Dragon Realm, under skies that defied description, Goku trained. He pushed Shenron to its limits and beyond, discovering abilities he'd never dreamed of, the power to create and destroy dimensions, to rewrite the laws of physics, to exist in multiple timelines simultaneously, to heal wounds that shouldn't be healable, to see through all deceptions, to commune with the fundamental forces of existence itself. And as he trained, as he grew stronger and wiser and more complete, one thought kept him grounded, kept him focused, kept him true to who he was. He had people to protect. Earth, yes, but also every world, every person who might suffer if he failed. That was what being the Dragon King meant, not ruling over creation, but standing as its guardian, its protector, its champion against the darkness. Vitra was coming, and Goku would be ready. The prismatic light of Shenron blazed brighter, a beacon that could be seen from every corner of the Dragon Realm, a declaration and a promise. The Dragon King had awakened,
and he would not fall.
The first thing Goku noticed when Shenron mode fully activated was the silence. Not the absence of sound, but something deeper, a profound stillness that existed beneath all noise, all chaos, all motion. In that stillness, he could hear everything. Every heartbeat of every dragon across every dimension pulsed through his consciousness like a cosmic rhythm. Billions upon billions of souls, each one unique, each one connected to him through invisible threads of ancient power. Their joys resonated through him like warm sunlight, their sorrows cut through him like frozen blades. Their purposes, varied and beautiful and terrible, unfolded in his mind like flowers blooming across an infinite garden. He stood at the center of the Dragon Realm's grand platform, a massive disk of crystallized dragon essence that floated in the void between realities. Above him stretched what appeared to be stars, but he knew better now. Each point of light was a dragon, manifested in its truest form, watching him with ancient eyes that had seen universes born and die. Below him was nothing, or rather, everything. The space beneath the platform contained all possibilities, all potentials, all the raw creative force that dragons channeled when they granted wishes. Looking into it too long made his head spin, so he focused instead on what was directly in front of him. Elder Dragon Sephiroth stood there, his massive form scarred by countless eons of battle and service. His scales were the color of old bronze, marked with silver streaks that pulsed with inner light. Each scar told a story. Goku could see them now, could read them like words on a page. This dragon had fought against the collapse of Universe 4 in its early days, had stood against the Void Lords during the Second Cosmic War, had personally forged the first set of Dragon Balls alongside the Grand Priest himself. "You understand now," Sephiroth said, his voice like grinding mountains, "what the Dragon Balls truly are." Goku nodded slowly. The knowledge had flooded into him the moment Shenron mode activated, but understanding and accepting were different things. They're not just magical items, they're pieces of dragon souls, living fragments sent into the mortal realm. "To grant hope," another voice added. Dragon Queen Luminara materialized beside Sephiroth's, her pearl-white scales shimmering with an inner radiance that made Goku's eyes water if he looked directly at her. When the Grand Priest first proposed the Dragon Ball system, it was meant to be a gift, a way for mortals to overcome impossible obstacles, to bring back those lost too soon, to right terrible wrongs. "But mortals are flawed," Sephiroth continued, his tone not judgmental but matter-of-fact. "They see a tool and think only of how to use it for their own benefit. They don't consider the cost." Goku felt his chest tighten. A sharp stabbing pain bloomed beneath his ribs, spreading outward like cracks in ice. He gasped, dropping to one knee. What is that?" Luminara moved closer, her expression sympathetic. "Those are the wounds, Dragon King. Every time a Dragon Ball is misused, every time a wish is made with selfish intent, every time someone resurrects the dead against the natural order of things, the dragon who granted that wish suffers." The pain intensified. Goku saw flashes of memory that weren't his own. He saw Frieza's revival, felt the dragon Purunga's anguish at being forced to bring back such evil. He saw the wish that created the Black Star Dragon Balls, felt the dragon's horror as its power was corrupted and twisted. He experienced the formation of the Shadow Dragons in Universe 7, felt the accumulated negative energy tearing through dragon souls like acid. "I used them," Goku said quietly, shame coloring his voice. "I brought back Krillin. I brought back everyone Frieza killed on Namek. I brought back everyone Cell killed. I fought the Shadow Dragons, but I never understood what caused them. I never knew you were all suffering because of us." "You were not meant to know," a third voice spoke. Dragon Prince Zarathos appeared, younger than the others but no less powerful.
His scales were deep crimson, and his eyes burned with fierce intensity. You were not meant to know. The system was designed so that mortals wouldn't feel guilty about using the Dragon Balls. Guilt defeats the purpose of hope. But the system was also designed with the assumption that mortals would use the Dragon Balls sparingly, wisely, only in times of true need. That assumption was wrong, Sephiroth said bluntly. Within a single mortal generation, the Dragon Balls of Universe 7 were being used multiple times per year. Resurrections became commonplace. The wishes became increasingly selfish and petty, and the dragons suffered in silence, because that is what we were created to do. Goku stood slowly, fighting through the pain. His Shenron aura flickered around him, golden white light that pushed back against the darkness of accumulated suffering. Show me all of it. Luminara hesitated. Dragon King, the full scope of the damage might... I said, show me, Goku interrupted, his voice firm but not angry. If I'm supposed to heal this, I need to understand it completely, all of it. The three elder dragons exchanged glances. Then Sephiroth nodded. Very well, but steel yourself, Goku. What you're about to experience has broken lesser beings. The world dissolved. Goku found himself floating in a vast cosmic space, surrounded by threads of light that stretched in every direction. Each thread represented a dragon, and he could feel them all.
Simultaneously, the healthy ones pulsed with steady, strong energy, but there were so many that flickered weakly, their light dim and struggling. He focused on one at random, reaching out to touch it. The moment his consciousness made contact, he was pulled into a vision so vivid it felt more real than reality. Universe 3, a planet called Macaris, where technology had advanced to levels that rivaled the gods themselves. In the throne room of the planet's supreme dictator, 7 Dragon Balls sat arranged in a circle, glowing with power. The dragon that emerged was small, perhaps only 10 feet in length, with scales the color of emeralds. Its name was Verdalis, and Goku could feel its exhaustion like it was his own. "Speak your wish," Verdalis said, its voice weak. The dictator, a cybernetically enhanced being called Monarch X, grinned with metallic teeth. "I wish for the power to destroy the rebel fleet currently hiding in the Andromeda sector." Verdalis's eyes showed pain, but it had no choice. "Your wish is granted." Energy flowed from the dragon's body, carrying through its essence like hooks through flesh. The wish was granted. Somewhere in distant space, an entire fleet of ships, filled with families, children, people fighting for freedom, simply ceased to exist, erased in an instant. Verdalis collapsed, barely able to maintain its form. The Dragon Balls scattered, flying off to random locations across the planet. Monarch X laughed. "Excellent! In 2 months, when they regenerate, I'll summon you again. I have many enemies to erase." The dragon faded, returning to its realm to recover. But Goku could feel that it wouldn't fully recover. Not in 2 months, not in 2 years. The damage was cumulative, and Verdalis was dying slowly, wish by wish. The vision shifted. Universe 6, a planet Goku recognized, Sadala, the Saiyan homeworld that still thrived in this universe. But something was wrong. The Dragon Balls here had been used 17 times in the past 3 years. 17 times.
The dragon, Sadalan, was massive and powerful, befitting the warrior race it served. But even its strength had limits. A young Saiyan warrior stood before it, the 7 Dragon Balls arranged at her feet. "I wish to be the strongest fighter in the universe." Sadalan granted the wish, and Goku felt the dragon's power drain. But more than that, he felt the wrongness of it. Strength gained through wishes rather than training created an imbalance in the cosmic order. It had to be compensated for somewhere, somehow. The the cost was paid by Sadalin itself. A portion of its eternal essence was burned away to fuel the unearned power. The warrior didn't notice or care. She powered up, feeling her new strength, and immediately flew off to challenge someone to a fight. Sadalin faded, weaker than before. The visions came faster now, one after another, an avalanche of pain and suffering. Universe 10, a dragon forced to grant the same resurrection wish 15 times for the same person, a spoiled prince whose parents refused to let him die despite his own recklessness. Each resurrection pulled the soul further from the natural cycle, damaging both the dragon and the fabric of reality itself. Universe 12, a dragon manipulated by a corrupt Kaioshin into granting wishes that altered historical events, creating temporal paradoxes that had to be stabilized by the dragon's own life force. Universe 2, a dragon driven to madness by the sheer volume of love-related wishes, its mind fracturing under the weight of manipulating emotions and hearts against their natural inclinations. Universe 8, a dragon trapped in a time loop forced to grant the same wish over and over for eternity because a mortal had accidentally wished for this moment to last forever. And Universe 7, his home. Goku saw Shenron and Porunga, both dragons he knew personally, both suffering from decades of overuse. He saw the moment the shadow dragons were born, felt the accumulated negative energy finally reaching critical mass. He experienced their pain when Omega Shenron nearly destroyed everything. The visions finally released him. Goku found himself back on the grand platform, on his hands and knees, tears streaming down his face. His entire body shook with the weight of what he'd experienced.
"Now you understand," Sephiroth said quietly. "This is why you were chosen, Goku. Not because you're the strongest fighter, not because you saved the multiverse before, but because you have the capacity to feel others' pain and actually care about it. Because you can witness suffering and choose to act." Goku slowly stood, wiping his eyes. His Shenron aura blazed brighter than before, fueled not by anger, but by determination. "How do I fix this? How do I heal them?" Luminara gestured toward a doorway that hadn't existed a moment before. "Come, we'll show you the Nexus." They walked through corridors that defied physics, spaces that were somehow both vast and intimate, ancient and newly formed. Other dragons passed them, nodding respectfully to Goku. He could feel each one now, could sense their individual essences. Some were curious about their new king, others were skeptical. All of them were waiting to see what he would do. Finally, they entered a chamber that made Goku's breath catch. The Nexus. It was a sphere of pure energy, perhaps 50 feet in diameter, floating in the center of a spherical room. Thousands upon thousands of threads extended from it in every direction, each one glowing with a different color, each one pulsing with a unique energy. These were the connections to every dragon in existence, and through them to every Dragon Ball across every universe. "This is the source," Luminara explained, her voice reverent. "Every dragon ever created draws power from the Nexus. Every Dragon Ball is connected to it. As Dragon King, you have the ability to channel this energy, to redistribute it where it's needed most, to heal the wounded and prevent the accumulation of negative energy." Goku stepped forward, drawn to the Nexus like a magnet to a magnet. He reached out slowly, his hand trembling slightly, and placed his palm against its surface. The connection was instantaneous and overwhelming. Power flooded through him, not destructive power like he was used to, but creative force. The energy that birthed stars and shaped galaxies. The power to heal, to restore, to balance. It was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. Ultra Instinct had made him move without thinking. Super Saiyan transformations had multiplied his strength. But this
this was something entirely different. This was the power to make things right. He could see everything now. Every thread, every connection, every dragon across every universe. He could feel each one, like a doctor reading a patient's vital signs. Verdalis in Universe 3 was at 17% capacity, dying slowly. Sadalon in Universe 6 was at 42%, stable but damaged. The dragon trapped in the time loop in Universe 8 was at 8%, on the verge of complete dissolution. "I can feel them all," Goku whispered. "Every single one." "Yes," Sephiroth confirmed, "and you can help them. Watch." The Elder Dragon placed his claw beside Goku's hand on the Nexus. Through their combined connection, he showed Goku how to channel the energy, how to select a specific thread, how to push healing power through it, how to balance the flow so that helping one didn't damage another. Goku focused on Verdalis, the small green dragon suffering in Universe 3. He could feel the dragon's pain, its fear, its exhaustion. With careful precision, he pushed golden white energy through the thread connecting them. Across dimensions, across the vast gulf of space, his power reached Verdalis. The dragon was resting in a cavern of pure crystal, trying to recover before Monarch X summoned it again. It felt the energy flowing into it and raised its head in shock. What is this?" Verdalis gasped, as wounds healed, as strength returned, as vitality flooded through its battered form. Through the connection, Goku spoke directly into the dragon's mind. "This is your king. I'm sorry for what you've suffered. I'm going to make it right." More energy flowed. Verdalis' scales, which had been cracked and dull, began to shine again. Its size increased, growing from 10 feet to 15, then 20. Power that had been stolen through forced wishes was restored. "My king," Verdalis said, tears streaming from its eyes. I thought I would die. I thought no one knew or cared." "I know now," Goku said firmly, "and I care. Rest and recover. When Monarch X tries to summon you again, you'll have the strength to resist, and I'll be watching." He felt Verdalis' gratitude like a warm sunshine before he withdrew from the connection. On the grand platform, he opened his eyes, panting slightly from the effort. "That was incredible," he said, grinning despite his exhaustion. "I could feel the dragon healing. It was like giving someone a senzu bean, but 1,000 times more intense." "You've taken your first step as Dragon King," Luminara said with approval. "But there are hundreds more who need your help, thousands even. Can you handle that burden?" Goku's grin widened. "Try me." For the next several days, though time moved strangely in the Dragon Realm, making it hard to measure precisely, Goku worked tirelessly. He connected to dragon after dragon, learning each one's story, understanding their pain, and channeling healing energy to them. He restored the dragon in Universe 10, the one forced to resurrect the reckless prince repeatedly. With its strength returned, the dragon was able to implement a safeguard. The prince could only be resurrected once more. After that, his death would be permanent. Natural consequences would finally apply. He helped the dragon in Universe 12, untangling the temporal paradoxes that had formed around it. This required assistance from the Time Patrol, and Goku found himself working alongside Cronoa, the Supreme Kai of Time, to stabilize the timeline while simultaneously healing the dragon. The dragon in Universe 2, driven mad by love wishes, required a different approach. Goku couldn't just restore its power, he had to help restore its sanity. He sat with that dragon for hours, talking, listening, helping it process the overwhelming emotions it had been forced to manipulate. Slowly, gently, the dragon's mind healed. The dragon trapped in the time loop was the hardest. Goku had to physically enter that universe, find the location where the loop existed, and carefully unravel the wish that had created it. It took precision and patience, two things Goku wasn't naturally known for, but his new role was teaching him both. When the loop finally broke, the dragon, a beautiful silver creature named Chronalis, wept with relief. 10,000 years, it said. I've been trapped for 10,000 years, experiencing the same moment over and over. Thank you, my king. Thank you. Each healing, each restoration, each dragon saved filled Goku with a sense of accomplishment different from winning a fight. This wasn't about being stronger than an opponent. This was about making things better, about undoing damage, about giving hope to those who had lost it. But it was exhausting. After healing the 30th dragon in a row, Goku collapsed onto the grand platform, breathing hard. His sweat poured down his face despite the realm's perfect temperature. His muscles ached in ways they hadn't since his hardest training sessions. Zarathos appeared beside him, offering a cup filled with glowing liquid. Drink, it's condensed dragon essence. It'll help you recover faster. Goku drank gratefully. The liquid tasted like starlight and felt like electricity flowing through his veins. Energy returned to his limbs almost immediately. Thanks, he said, handing the cup back. This is harder than I thought it would be. Not the healing itself, but feeling all their pain, experiencing what they've been through. It's a lot.
That's why only someone with a strong heart can be Dragon King, Zarathos said, sitting beside him. Someone weaker would be crushed by the weight of all that suffering. Or worse, they'd become numb to it, treating the dragons as tools just like the mortals do. Goku stared out at the cosmic vista surrounding them. Do you think it'll make a difference? I can heal the dragons, but if mortals keep abusing the Dragon Balls, the damage will just happen again. Perhaps, Zarathos admitted. But you're doing more than just healing, Goku. Every time you restore a dragon, you also strengthen it, make it more resistant to damage, and you're establishing a connection between yourself and every dragon in existence. If one of them is in true danger, you'll know immediately. You'll be able to intervene. Like a guardian, Goku said thoughtfully. Exactly like a guardian. The Dragon King isn't meant to do all the work alone. We elder dragons can help. The younger dragons can learn to protect themselves better. But having someone who actually cares, who will respond when we're in trouble, that changes everything. Goku smiled. I can do that. I'm good at showing up when people need help. Zarathos laughed, a sound like crackling fire. So I've heard. The legends of your battles have reached even here, though I must say, seeing you work with healing energy instead of destructive force is refreshing. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching as other dragons flew past, going about their eternal duties. Some were carrying newly formed Dragon Balls to universes that needed them. Others were returning from granting wishes, their forms dim with exhaustion until they touched the Nexus and were restored. It was a cycle, Goku realized, an endless cycle of giving and recovering, of hope granted and energy expended. Beautiful in its way, but also fragile. Goku, Zarathos said, suddenly, his tone shifting to something more serious. There's something you should know. Something the elders haven't told you yet. Goku turned to look at him. What is it? The Crimson Dragon's eyes reflected something that looked like fear. When you were healing the dragons, did you feel anything else? Anything beyond the normal pain and damage? Goku thought back. Now that Zarathos mentioned it, there had been something. A cold presence at the edge of his perception, like someone watching from a dark corner. He'd been so focused on the healing that he hadn't paid much attention to it.
Yeah, he said slowly. Something cold. Something that felt wrong. Zarathos nodded grimly. The elders have been trying to protect you from worrying about it while you learned your new duties, but you deserve to know. 3 cycles ago, roughly 300 years in mortal time, something appeared at the edge of dragon perception. We don't know what it is. We can't see it clearly, but we can feel it watching us. A chill ran down Goku's spine.
Watching you? Why? We believe it wants the Nexus, or more specifically, it wants to consume what the Nexus represents, the source of all dragon energy across all universes. If something managed to devour that, every Dragon Ball would stop working, every dragon would die, hope itself would disappear from the multiverse. Exactly. Goku stood, his Shenron aura flickering to life around him. Then we need to stop it. Where is it? Can you show me? That's the problem, Zarathos said, standing as well. We can't pinpoint its location. It exists outside normal space, outside the boundaries of the universes we know. It's like trying to see something in your peripheral vision. The moment you look directly at it, it's gone. But it's getting closer? Yes, slowly, but definitely closer. And 3 days ago, while you were healing Chronalis, we felt it move for the first time. Really move, with purpose and direction. Where? Zarathos' expression was grave. Universe 11. Goku's eyes widened. Jiren's universe, the Pride Troopers. Yes, whatever this thing is, it's manifesting there, or trying to. The Pride Troopers are strong, but I don't think they're equipped to handle something that exists outside the normal rules of reality. Before Goku could respond, alarms blared across the Dragon Realm. Not sound-based alarms, these were pulses of energy that resonated through every dragon simultaneously, a warning that bypassed hearing and struck directly at consciousness. Dragons appeared from every direction, materializing on the grand platform with expressions of panic and fear. Sephiroth and Luminara rushed forward, their ancient faces showing genuine alarm for the first time since Goku had met them. It's happening. The darkness is manifesting, fully manifesting. Where? Goku demanded, though he already knew the answer. Universe 11, Sephiroth confirmed. It's tearing through the dimensional barriers. The Pride Troopers have engaged it, but... He trailed off, clearly seeing something through his connection to the cosmic order. But what? Goku pressed. They're losing, badly. This entity, it doesn't fight like anything they've encountered before. It doesn't have energy they can sense or counter. It's pure void, pure emptiness given form, and it's consuming everything it touches. Goku didn't hesitate. I'm going there, now. Wait, Luminara said urgently. She placed a claw on his chest, and draconic symbols blazed into existence across his skin, glowing with golden light. This seal will allow you to call upon dragon energy even when you're away from the Nexus, but use it sparingly. Every time you draw power from here to the mortal realm, it costs us. It strains the Nexus and makes all dragons weaker temporarily. Sephiroth stepped forward, touching Goku's forehead. More symbols appeared, these ones silver. And this will let you return instantly if the darkness threatens the Dragon Realm directly. Remember, Goku, your first duty is as Dragon King. If that thing turns its attention here, to the Nexus itself, you must come back, immediately, even if it means abandoning Universe 11. Goku wanted to argue, but he understood the logic. If the Nexus fell, every universe would lose hope. It's the classic trolley problem. Save the few or save the many. I understand, he said, but I'm not planning on letting it get that far. He closed his eyes, focusing on Universe 11, his connection to the dragons there. Yes, there are dragons in Universe 11 too. He could feel them now, gave him a beacon to lock onto. Reality bent around him as he prepared to teleport. One more thing, Zarathos said quickly. You won't be able to access your full Shenron power in the mortal realm. The rules there are different. You'll be limited to maybe 20% of what you have here. Then I'll make every punch count, Goku said, with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes.
The space in front of him tore open, a portal of swirling gold and white energy forming. Through it, he could see Universe 11, a massive planet under siege. The sky was literally breaking apart, cracks spreading across reality itself like a shattered mirror. Good luck, Dragon King, Luminara said softly. Goku stepped through the portal. The transition hit him like a physical blow. The moment he crossed from the Dragon Realm into Universe 11, the reduction in power was immediate and dramatic. His Shenron aura, which had blazed like a star in the Dragon Realm, dimmed to something more manageable but still impressive. The golden-white energy still surrounded him, but it was muted, restricted by the laws of mortal physics. More importantly, he felt heavy again. In the Dragon Realm, he'd been something more than physical, his existence partially abstract. Here, he was solid again, bound by gravity, by inertia, by all the limitations of having a body. But that was okay. He'd spent his whole life fighting in a physical body. This felt familiar, comfortable even. He appeared in the sky above Universe 11's capital world, floating above a massive city of crystalline towers and gleaming spires. Below, he could see the Pride Troopers assembled in their standard formation, but something was very wrong. The sky was bleeding. Black ichor dripped from massive cracks in the fabric of reality itself. Where the substance touched the ground, everything simply ceased to exist. Not destroyed in an explosion, not disintegrated, just gone, erased from reality as if it had never been. Buildings vanished, trees disappeared. People who were touched by even a single drop flickered out of existence mid-scream. And pushing through those cracks was something that made Goku's enhanced senses scream in protest. A hand. A massive, clawed hand of absolute darkness emerged from the largest crack, each finger the size of a mountain. Where its skin should be, there was only void, the complete and total absence of everything. Light touched it and died. Sound approached it and was consumed. Even space itself seemed to bend away from it, reality rejecting its very existence. Goku could see the Pride Troopers fighting desperately below. Jiren stood at the forefront, his red aura blazing at maximum power, firing continuous blasts at the emerging hand. But the energy didn't damage it. It was simply absorbed into the void, adding nothing, changing nothing. Topo had activated his God of Destruction form, purple energy crackling around him as he launched Hakai blasts. These seemed to have slightly more effect, erasing small portions of the void flesh, but it regenerated instantly, the darkness flowing back into place like water. Dispo moved at incredible speed, evacuating civilians from buildings about to be consumed, but even his velocity couldn't keep up with the spreading erasure. "What is that thing?" a Pride Trooper screamed as another section of the city vanished. "Unknown," Casserole shouted back, his Justice Tornado doing absolutely nothing against the void. "Our attacks have no effect." The hand pushed further through the crack, widening it. A second hand emerged from a different crack, then a third, and through the largest crack, a head began to force its way into reality. It had no face. Where eyes, nose, and mouth should be, there was only that same terrible void. But Goku could feel it looking at him anyway, could feel its attention focusing on him specifically. Recognition flashed through the creature's alien consciousness. "Dragon King." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, vibrating through the very fabric of space. It wasn't sound in any conventional sense. It was the universe itself being forced to carry meaning it was never meant to convey. "You smell delicious." Goku's fists clenched. His Shenron aura exploded outward, golden white light pushing back against the oppressive darkness. The pressure was immense. Just being near this thing felt like carrying the weight of a dead universe on his shoulders. "Sorry," Goku said, his voice carrying clearly despite the chaos, "but I'm not on the menu, and neither are my friends." He shot forward like a meteor, closing the impossible distance in a fraction of a second. His fist, wreathed in draconic energy, slammed into the creature's void face with enough force to shatter planets. The impact created a shockwave that flattened mountains in the distance. The creature's head snapped back, black ichor spraying from the wound. For a moment, he thought he'd actually heard it.
Then the wound started regenerating.
The void flesh flowed back into place like liquid shadow, filling the crater his punch had created. Within seconds, it was as if he'd never hit it at all. "Interesting," the creature hissed. "Pain. I remember pain. Such a mortal sensation." Multiple arms burst through the cracks in reality, each one reaching for Goku with fingers that could grasp continents. He dodged the first, his body moving on pure instinct. The second he deflected with a barrier of dragon energy, the golden light holding back the void flesh for precious seconds. But the third caught him. Massive fingers wrapped around his body, and the moment they made contact, Goku's scream tore through the air. It wasn't just physical pain, though that was excruciating enough. The void was trying to erase him. He could feel his very existence being drained away, his atoms coming apart, his connection to reality itself being severed strand by strand. His Shenron aura blazed desperately, fighting against the erasure. Dragon energy poured through him, anchoring him to existence, but it was a losing battle. Whatever this thing was, it was fundamentally opposed to being. It was the opposite of creation, the antithesis of life. "No," he gritted his teeth, his voice strained. "You don't." He pulled on the power Luminara had sealed in him. The symbols on his chest blazed like small suns, and a pulse of pure dragon essence exploded outward. The void hand recoiled, fingers opening, smoking and damaged where they'd touched him. Goku broke free, gasping for air he didn't actually need, but his body demanded anyway. His gi was smoking, partially erased where the void had touched it. His skin showed burns that weren't quite burns, places where reality had been thinned, where he was closer to not existing than existing. That was way too close. He put distance between himself and the creature, landing beside Jiren on a platform of dragon energy he manifested in midair. "Goku," Jiren said, his normally calm voice tight with stress. "What is that thing?" "Something that shouldn't exist," Goku replied, watching as more of the creature pushed through into Universe 11. It was emerging fully now, a torso of writhing void flesh, countless eyes opening and closing across its surface. Each eye reflected a different dead universe, empty cosmos that had been consumed and destroyed long ago. Its name is Voidgast. It's the devourer of hope. It exists in the space between realities, feeding on dying universes. But dying universes aren't enough anymore. Now it wants something eternal. The Dragon Balls, Jiren understood immediately. It wants to consume the dragons themselves. Yeah, and if it succeeds, every Dragon Ball across every universe will stop working. Hope dies everywhere, all at once. Toppo landed beside them, his god of destruction energy flickering as exhaustion set in. "Then we stop it here. The Pride Troopers don't abandon those in need." More Pride Troopers gathered. Dispo, Casserole, Vuan, Tupper, and others. They were battered, exhausted, many of them injured, but they all stood ready to fight. "All right," Goku said, his Shenron aura flaring brighter. "But we need to be smart about this. Normal attacks just feed it. We need to..." He didn't get to finish. Voidgast's form completed its emergence. It stood taller than the planet's largest mountain, a nightmarish amalgamation of void and stolen flesh from 1,000 dead worlds. Structures that might have been bones jutted from its torso at random angles. Faces, hundreds of them pressed against the void flesh from the inside, mouths open in silent screams. "More," it roared, and the sound shattered glass across the entire city. Tendrils of darkness shot out in every direction, thousands of them, each one capable of erasing whatever it touched. The Pride Troopers scattered, but there were too many civilians below who couldn't move fast enough. Goku reacted on instinct. His hands shot out,
and chains of golden dragon energy manifested from thin air. The chains intercepted the tendrils, wrapping around them, holding them back from the fleeing people. But holding them cost him. Each tendril pulled at his energy, trying to consume it. The symbols on his chest and forehead blazed painfully as he drew more power from the nexus, straining the connection. "Get them to safety," he shouted to the Pride Troopers.
Dispo was already moving, his speed allowing him to evacuate dozens of people per second. The other Pride Troopers created barriers, shields, anything to protect the civilians from the spreading erasure. Jiren and Toppo moved to engage Voidgas directly. Jiren struck first, his fist creating a massive crater in the creature's chest. Toppo followed immediately with a concentrated Hakai blast that erased a chunk of its shoulder. For a moment, it looked like they were making progress. Voidgast laughed. The wounds they'd created began pulling everything nearby into them, not healing, consuming. Buildings, ground, even light itself was sucked into those void wounds. The consumption accelerated. Chunks of the city simply disappeared into the wounds Jiren and Toppo had created, pulled into the void like water down a drain. Worse, Goku could feel the creature growing stronger with each thing it consumed. "Stop!" he shouted to them. "You're feeding it! Every attack makes it stronger!" But his warning came too late. The wounds sealed, but Voidgast's form had grown. It now towered even higher, its body swelling with stolen matter and energy. New limbs sprouted from its torso, arms that terminated in hands with too many fingers, each one dripping with that reality-erasing ichor. "Yes." Voidgast's voice resonated with satisfaction. "Destruction feeds me. Hakai feeds me. Everything feeds me." Toppo stumbled back, horror dawning on his face. "Our god of destruction energy? It's making it stronger?" "All attacks are," Goku said grimly, releasing the chains as the last civilians were evacuated. "It doesn't just consume matter, it consumes the concept of destruction itself. Every time we damage it, we're just giving it more fuel." Jiren's eyes narrowed. Then how do we stop something that grows stronger from being fought? That was the question, wasn't it? Goku reached out through his connection to the Dragon Realm, his consciousness touching the Nexus even across the dimensional barrier. "Sephiroth, Luminara, this thing gets stronger from every attack. How am I supposed to fight it?" Their response came immediately, voices echoing in his mind with urgency. "You cannot fight it conventionally. Voidgast exists by consuming existence itself. Every form of destruction, every attack, every defensive technique, all of it is fuel to a creature born from the death of universes." "Then what do I do?" "You must give it what it wants, but not in the way it expects." Goku felt confusion ripple through him. Give it what it wants? It wants to consume everything. Yes, it feeds on death and emptiness and the absence of things, so you must do what seems impossible. You must overwhelm it with the opposite. Give it so much life, so much hope, so much raw creative energy that it cannot process it all. Make it choke on existence itself. Understanding dawned like sunrise. It was crazy, absolutely insane, the kind of plan that either save everyone or doom them all. Perfect. But before he could act, Voidgast moved. With speed that contradicted its massive size, the creature lunged forward. Multiple arms reached out simultaneously, each one targeting a different Pride Trooper. Goku watched in horror as Vuan was caught by one massive hand. The Pride Trooper's scream lasted only a second before he simply ceased to exist, not killed, erased, as if he'd never been born.
The universe itself forgot he ever existed. Vuan! Khosrol's anguished cry rang out. More hands reached, more Pride Troopers in danger. Goku's aura exploded with fury. Not on my watch! He teleported, not using instant transmission, but the direct spatial manipulation that came with Shenron mode. One moment he was beside Jiren, the next he was intercepting Voidgast's hand before it could grab Khosrol. The impact jarred every bone in his body. The void flesh pressed against his dragon energy, erasure meeting creation in a violent stalemate. Goku screamed from the effort of holding it back, his muscles burning, his energy draining rapidly. "Get back!" he shouted to the Pride Troopers. "All of you! This isn't a fight you can win!"
"We don't abandon," Casserole started. "You're not abandoning anything," Goku interrupted, still straining against the crushing pressure. "You're protecting the civilians. That's your job right now. Let me handle this thing." Jiren appeared beside him, adding his own power to hold back the Void Hand. "What's your plan?" "Something stupid. But first, I need you to do something for me." "What?" "When I give the signal, I need you and Topo to get every Pride Trooper and every civilian as far from here as possible, at least 3 star systems away." Jiren's eyes widened slightly, one of the few times Goku had ever seen the stoic warrior show surprise. "What are you planning?" "To give this thing the biggest meal it's ever had," Goku said. Then he grinned despite their desperate situation. "Trust me?" For a long moment, Jiren studied him. Then he nodded once. "I trust you." Together, they pushed back against the Void Hand, creating enough space for Goku to slip away. The moment he did, Jiren's power flared to its absolute maximum, holding the creature's attention. Goku dropped down to the ruined city below, landing in what had once been a central plaza. Around him, buildings stood partially erased, their edges simply ending where reality had been consumed. He took a deep breath and let his Shenron aura fade completely. The golden white light vanished, leaving him standing in just his base form. His orange gi was torn and burned, his body showing signs of exhaustion and damage. To any observer, he looked like he was surrendering. Voidgast's countless eyes all turned toward him simultaneously. "Dragon King surrenders?" The creature's voice carried a note of confusion. "Nah," Goku said calmly, settling into a familiar stance. His hands came together at his side, forming the position he'd used thousands of times before. "I'm just getting ready to give you the biggest meal you've ever had." He closed his eyes and reached not for his own ki, but through the connection to the Dragon Realm, through the symbols Luminara and Sephiroth had placed on him, through the very essence of what it meant to be Dragon King. He reached for the Nexus itself. In the Dragon Realm, alarms blared again. Dragons across every universe felt it simultaneously. Their king is pulling directly from the source of all dragon power. "He's drawing from the Nexus," a young dragon shouted in panic. "He'll kill himself." Luminara and Sephiroth stood before the great sphere of energy, watching as one of the thousands of threads, the one connected to Goku, began to glow with unprecedented intensity. "He's pulling too much," Sephiroth said, his voice tight with concern. "His mortal form can't channel this level of power. It will tear him apart." "I know," Luminara said quietly, "but look at what he's attempting." They both fell silent, witnessing through their connection what Goku was planning. The sheer audacity of it took their breath away. "If he succeeds," Sephiroth began, "he'll have transformed a creature of pure destruction into something entirely new. But if he fails, he dies, and the Nexus will be severely weakened, and Voidgast will consume Universe 11 before moving on to the Dragon Realm itself." They exchanged glances. "Do we stop him?" asked Sephiroth. Luminara was quiet for a long moment. Then she shook her head. "No, we trust him. He's earned that much." In Universe 11, Goku's body began to change. Dragon energy flooded into him at levels that should have been impossible.
His veins lit up like golden circuitry beneath his skin. His eyes blazed pure white, pupils disappearing entirely. The symbols on his chest and forehead burned so brightly they were visible through his gi, casting sharp shadows across the ruined plaza. His hair, already wild, began to flow upward as if caught in an invisible wind, but it wasn't turning golden like Super Saiyan. Instead, individual strands started shifting through every color of the spectrum, becoming prismatic, reflecting every possible hue.
Pain lanced through every cell of his body. His mortal form was never meant to channel this much raw creative force. He could feel himself beginning to come apart at the seams, his physical structure unable to contain the power flowing through it. Blood ran from his nose, from his ears, from the corners of his eyes. But he didn't stop. "Jiren!" he shouted, his voice distorted by the sheer energy. "Now!" Jiren didn't hesitate. In an instant, he appeared among the Pride Troopers. "Evacuation Protocol Omega! Move everyone, now!" Topo immediately understood. His god of destruction energy flared, and he began creating portals for rapid mass evacuation. Dispo moved faster than he had ever had before, gathering any stragglers. "But Goku," Kasuro protested. "He's saving us," Jiren said firmly. "Don't waste his sacrifice by staying." Within seconds, the Pride Troopers had evacuated every remaining civilian and most of their own forces. Jiren was the last to go, taking one final look at Goku's glowing form before disappearing through a portal. Now, Goku stood alone before Voidgast. The creature sensed the power building in him and lunged forward with all its arms, desperate to consume this concentration of energy before it could be released. Ka! Goku's hands glowed with power beyond anything he'd ever wielded. Not the blue of his normal Kamehameha, not even the golden energy of his god forms. This was prismatic light, every color and no color simultaneously, the pure essence of creation itself. May! His body shook violently. Cracks began appearing in his skin, light bleeding through like he was a clay vessel barely containing a star. Voidgast's hands were almost upon him, void flesh reaching to erase him from existence. Ha! The energy built to critical levels. Goku could feel his connection to the Nexus straining, could feel every dragon in existence pouring their power into him. This wasn't just his attack, it was the collective hope of every dragon across every universe channeled through their king. The creature's hands made contact with his aura. May! For a fraction of a second, erasure met creation. Void touched existence. The two fundamental forces of reality clashed at the point where Voidgast's flesh met Goku's energy. Reality screamed. Then Goku released everything. The beam that erupted from his hands was impossible to describe in conventional terms. It was every color and no color. It was sound and silence. It was the moment of a universe's birth compressed into a focused blast. It was hope made manifest. The beam struck Voidgast dead center, and the creature's scream shook every universe simultaneously. This wasn't pain. Voidgast had endured pain before, had even enjoyed it as a novelty. This was something the creature had never experienced in its entire existence across countless eons. This was overwhelming fullness. The creature existed by consuming emptiness, by feeding on the absence of things. Its entire being was structured around void, around nothing, around the death of stars and the silence after civilizations fell. And Goku was forcing it to consume pure existence itself. The beam didn't destroy Voidgast's form, it filled it. Every cell, every impossible particle of void flesh was flooded with dragon energy, with life, with the memories of every wish ever granted across every universe, every moment of joy when the Dragon Balls had brought back a loved one, every celebration when an impossible dream had been achieved, every tear of happiness shed by someone whose hope had been restored. Goku poured it all into the creature, channeling centuries of accumulated positive dragon energy directly into a being built to contain only negativity. "Stop! Too much! Too much!" Voidgast thrashed, trying desperately to escape. Its arms flailed wildly, tearing at the sky, at the ground, at anything in reach. But the beam followed relentlessly, locked onto the creature's essence. The void flesh began to change. Where before it had been absolute darkness, now light was appearing within it. Pinpricks at first, like stars being born in an empty cosmos. Then more and more, until the entire creature was filled with countless points of light.
Goku's scream joined Voidgast's. His body was disintegrating, unable to withstand the strain of channeling this much power. The cracks in his skin widened, brilliant light pouring out. His fingers were starting to come apart, dissolving into pure energy. But he could feel it working, could feel Voidgast's nature changing, transforming under the assault of concentrated hope. In the Dragon Realm, every dragon watched in awe and terror as their king burned himself away to save them all. "He's dying," a young dragon whispered. "He's transcending," Luminara corrected, tears streaming down her face. "Watch." The beam intensified one final time. Goku poured every last bit of energy into it, not just from the Nexus, but from himself. His life force, his soul, everything that made him Goku flowed into the attack. His body was almost completely dissolved now, more light than matter, but his will remained unbreakable. With one final pulse, he released the absolute totality of dragon energy he'd gathered. The explosion engulfed Voidgast entirely. When the light finally faded, the creature was gone. In its place floated a massive egg of crystallized dragon energy. It was beautiful, opalescent and rainbow-hued, roughly the size of a small moon. Within it, something slumbered. Something that had been Voidgast, but was Voidgast no longer. The creature that had fed on death and emptiness for eons had been forcibly transformed into something that embodied life and fullness. Goku hadn't destroyed it. He'd changed its fundamental nature, rewriting what it was at the most basic level. It would sleep now, perhaps for millennia, dreaming of the hope it had been shown. And when it finally awakened, it would be something entirely new. Something that created rather than consumed. But Goku wasn't conscious to see his victory. His body, or what remained of it, fell from the sky. He was barely held together, more a collection of dissolving energy than a physical form. The symbols on his chest and forehead still glowed, but weakly, flickering like candles in the wind. A portal of golden light opened beneath him as he catched him before he struck the ground. The Dragon Realm was reclaiming his king, pulling him back to safety. As he fell through dimensions, his fading consciousness registered voices. Jiren's voice, "Son Goku, thank you." Toppo's voice, "He saved us all, again." The Pride Troopers, all of them, bowing in respect to the falling warrior. Then he was in the Dragon Realm, being lowered gently into a pool of pure healing essence. Sephiroth and Luminara stood over him, their expressions mixed with relief, concern, and something like awe. "You magnificent idiot! You nearly erased yourself from existence." Did it work?" Goku managed to whisper, his voice barely audible. "It worked," Luminara confirmed, tears falling freely now. "Voidgast sleeps, transformed. You've saved not just Universe 11, but potentially every universe. That creature would have eventually consumed them all." "Good. That's good." Goku's eyes were already closing. "Rest now," Luminara said softly, placing a claw gently on what remained of his forehead. "You've more than earned it."
Goku wanted to argue, wanted to say there was still work to do, still dragons to heal, still responsibilities to fulfill. But darkness was pulling him down, and he was too exhausted to fight it. He slept. For 3 days he remained unconscious, his body slowly reconstituting itself from the raw dragon energy that filled the healing pool. It was a delicate process. He had dissolved so thoroughly that putting him back together required the combined effort of dozens of elder dragons. They worked in shifts, carefully reconstructing his cells, his organs, his very existence from the scattered pieces of energy he'd become. It was like assembling a jigsaw puzzle where the pieces kept trying to drift apart. His mortal body wasn't meant to channel that much power, a one healer dragon said worriedly. There may be permanent damage. Then we fix it, Sephiroth said firmly. Whatever it takes. He saved us, we save him. On the 3rd day, Goku's eyes finally opened.
He found himself in a chamber he didn't recognize, floating in a pool of softly glowing liquid that felt like warm sunlight. His body felt strange, not painful, but different somehow. Changed. Luminara was sitting beside the pool, having apparently been waiting for him to wake. "Welcome back, Dragon King," she said with a gentle smile. Goku sat up slowly, testing his limbs. Everything seemed to work, but he could feel that he'd been altered on a fundamental level. His connection to the Nexus was stronger now, more permanent. It was as if the massive channeling of dragon energy had changed him, made him less purely mortal and more something else. "How long was I out?" he asked. 3 days. Your body was almost completely destroyed. We had to rebuild you cell by cell." Goku looked down at his hands, flexing his fingers. They looked normal, but he could see faint traces of the draconic symbols beneath his skin now, as if they'd been permanently etched into his very being. "What happened to me?" "You pushed beyond the limits of what a mortal, even a Saiyan, should be capable of. You channeled enough energy to birth a universe through a physical form meant to contain only a fraction of that power. By all rights, you should have been annihilated. That you survived at all is miraculous. But you're changed. Your connection to the Nexus is permanent now. Even if you wanted to give up being Dragon King, you couldn't. It's woven into your existence now. You'll always be able to feel the dragons, always be connected to the source of dragon energy." Goku processed this information. Part of him felt a momentary loss of pang, the idea that he could never fully return to his old life. But another part, a larger part, felt right about this. "I can live with that," he said finally. "It means I can help better, right? Heal the dragons more easily?" Luminara smiled. "Yes, you'll be a better Dragon King for it, though you'll need to be more careful going forward. Another stunt like what you pulled in Universe 11 might actually kill you permanently, even with our healing abilities." "Noted." Goku stood up from the pool, dragon energy evaporating off his skin instantly, leaving him dry. Someone had provided a new gi, this one with subtle golden threading that matched his Shenron aura. "So what's the damage? How many dragons were affected when I pulled all that power from the Nexus?" "That's the surprising part," a new voice said. Zarathos entered the chamber, his crimson scales gleaming. "Instead of weakening the Nexus, what you did actually strengthened it." Goku blinked. "How's that work?" "The energy you channeled into Voidgast didn't disappear. Yes, it transformed the creature, but it also created something new, a being that will eventually add to the cosmic balance rather than subtract from it. You essentially invested dragon energy and will eventually get a return on that investment." "Plus," Sephiroth added, entering behind Zarathos, "every dragon across every universe felt what you did. They felt your willingness to sacrifice yourself completely for their sake. That faith, that hope, that absolute commitment, it resonated through the Nexus and actually strengthened all of us." "Morale boost?" Goku suggested. "More than that, belief has power, Goku. When every dragon in existence simultaneously believes in their king, when they all have absolute faith in the system, that belief itself becomes energy, becomes strength. Goku grinned. So I accidentally made everyone stronger by almost killing myself? That's pretty cool. The three elder dragons exchanged glances that clearly said they were dealing with someone whose priorities were somewhat skewed. Well, yes, Luminara said diplomatically. Please try not to accidentally strengthen us through near-death experiences too often. No promises, Goku said cheerfully. Then his expression grew more serious. But I felt something else. Even while I was fighting Voidgast, I could sense there's something bigger out there, isn't it? Something that sent Voidgast as a test. The chamber fell silent. Finally, Sephiroth nodded gravely. Yes, we've felt it too. Voidgast was powerful, but it was just a scout, a probe sent to test our defenses and gauge the Dragon King's strength. The real threat is still out there, Zarathos continued, in the darkness between universes, in the spaces where reality grows thin. We don't know what it is yet. We can't see it clearly, but we know it's aware of us, now. Aware of you. And it's planning, building, waiting for the right moment to strike.
Goku's grin turned fierce. Good. Let it plan. Let it wait. Because when it does come, I'll be ready. He walked toward the chamber's exit, his new G flowing around him. At the doorway, he paused and looked back at the three elders. In the meantime, I've got dragons to heal and a cosmic balance to maintain. That's my job now, right? That's your job, Sephiroth confirmed with something that might have been a smile. Welcome to kingship, Goku. It's going to be a long eternity. Sounds perfect, Goku said. He stepped out of the chamber and made his way back to the Nexus room. The great sphere of energy pulsed welcomingly as he approached, and he could feel every dragon connected to it. Some were still wounded, still suffering from mortal abuse, but now they had hope, real hope, because they knew their king would come for them. Goku placed his hands on the Nexus, feeling the familiar rush of connection. There was so much work to do. Dragons to heal, balance to restore, systems to reform so that mortals couldn't abuse the Dragon Balls as easily. And somewhere out there, a threat was building, something that made even Voidgast seem small. But Goku had never backed down from a challenge in his life, or his death, or his multiple deaths, really. He was the Dragon King now, protector of hope across all universes, guardian of the source of miracles, and he was going to be the best damn Dragon King existence had ever seen. His Shenron aura blazed to life around him, gold and white light mixing with the rainbow hues of the Nexus itself. Through thousands of connections, across billions of light years, in dimensions beyond mortal comprehension, dragons felt their king's presence and were comforted. Hope still existed. And as long as Son Goku drew breath, or whatever passed for breath in his new semi-divine state, hope would continue to exist. The real battle was still coming. He could feel it in his bones, in the way reality itself seemed to hold its breath sometimes. Something vast and terrible was moving in the darkness, planning, preparing. But let it come. Goku would be ready. He always was.
It started with whispers, dragons in distant realms suddenly going silent. Then Goku felt it, a wrongness in the cosmic flow that made every scale on his transformed body stand on edge. The sensation was unlike anything he had experienced before, not in all his years as a warrior, not in all his battles against gods and monsters, not even in his ascension to the role of Dragon King. This was something primal, something that touched the very foundation of existence itself. The Dragon Realm existed beyond mortal comprehension, a place where time flowed like honey and space curved upon itself in impossible geometries. Here, among crystalline mountains that sang with ancient melodies and rivers of pure starlight, Goku, the Dragon King, stood at the precipice of his greatest challenge. The realm itself was a masterpiece of creation, a testament to the power and artistry of dragons who had shaped reality according to their will for eons uncounted.
Mountains floated in the air, defying gravity not through magic, but through the sheer creative force that permeated every atom of this dimension. Waterfalls flowed upward, their waters catching the light of 3 suns that orbited each other in an eternal dance. Gardens grew in mid-air, their roots drinking from clouds of pure elemental energy. His transformation into the Shenron form had been complete for what mortals would measure as 3 years, though in the Dragon Realm such measurements held little meaning. A day here could be a year elsewhere, or a century could pass in what felt like minutes. Time was not a river that flowed in one direction, but an ocean that could be navigated in any direction one chose. His one had the knowledge and power to do so. His body had evolved beyond the Saiyan warrior he once was, transcending the limitations of flesh and blood to become something more, something that existed on multiple planes of reality simultaneously. Silver scales now covered portions of his arms and chest, each one inscribed with runic patterns that pulsed with the rhythm of creation itself. These were not mere decorations or symbols of status. Each rune was a living equation, a fragment of the cosmic code that governed how reality functioned. They shifted and changed based on his thoughts and intentions, adapting to whatever task he set himself to. When he focused on defense, they would arrange themselves into patterns that could deflect attacks from beings powerful enough to shatter planets. When he channeled creative energy, they would glow with an inner light that could reshape matter at the molecular level. His hair, once wild and black in his Saiyan youth, now shimmered with an ethereal quality, shifting between obsidian and platinum depending on the angle of light. Each strand seemed to contain its own universe, tiny galaxies swirling within if one looked closely enough. It moved of its own accord sometimes, responding to currents of cosmic energy that flowed through the Dragon Realm like invisible winds. His eyes, those eyes that had witnessed the rise and fall of countless battles, that had seen friends die and be resurrected, that had looked upon gods and refused to blink, now held the depth of cosmic understanding, swirling with galaxies yet unborn. When Goku looked at something now, he didn't just see its surface appearance. He saw its history, its potential futures, the web of cause and effect that connected it to everything else in existence. He could see the molecular bonds that held matter together, the quantum probabilities that determined whether something would exist or not exist, the threads of fate that wove through every living being. It was overwhelming at first, this level of perception, but he had learned to filter it, to focus on what was relevant and ignore the infinite noise of information that constantly bombarded his enhanced senses. The Dragon Council had been in session beneath the great worm tree, an entity so vast that entire civilizations of lesser dragons made their homes in its roots. The tree was not truly a tree in the botanical sense. It was a living manifestation of the concept of growth and connection, a physical representation of the network that linked all dragons across all dimensions. Its trunk was wider than most planets, its branches extended into other dimensions entirely, and its leaves were said to contain the accumulated knowledge of every dragon that had ever lived. Goku stood among legends in this sacred place. Bahamut, the platinum dragon whose scales contained the history of reality itself, was a being of such immense power and wisdom that even other ancient dragons spoke his name with reverence. He had existed before the current iteration of the multiverse, had witnessed the death of previous cosmic cycles and the birth of new ones. His body was covered in platinum scales that reflected not just light, but time itself. One could look into them and see events from the past or glimpses of possible futures. His eyes, ancient beyond measure, had watched civilizations rise from primordial chaos and fall back into entropy countless times. Tiamat, the 5-headed chromatic queen whose very breath could reshape matter, represented the wild, untamed aspect of draconic power. Where Bahamut was order and wisdom, Tiamat was chaos and passion. Her 5 heads, white, black, green, blue, and red, each had its own personality, its own way of viewing the world, yet they functioned in perfect harmony when necessary. The white head spoke with the voice of reason and logic. The black head whispered secrets and schemes. The green head hissed with cunning and deception. The red head crackled with pure, unbridled fury. Together, they made Tiamat a force of nature unto herself, capable of creation and destruction on scales that mortals could scarcely imagine. Shenron, his old friend and guide who had first introduced him to this realm, coiled nearby. Compared to the truly ancient dragons like Bahamut and Tiamat, Shenron was almost young, though he had still existed for millions of years by mortal reckoning. He had been the bridge between Goku's mortal life and his ascension to Dragon King, patiently teaching him the ways of dragons, helping him understand that power was not just about strength, but wisdom, creativity, and responsibility. Shenron's serpentine body was a deep crimson, his scales smooth and perfect, his eyes holding a warmth that belied his immense power. And there were dozens of others, each a being of incomprehensible power and wisdom. Io, whose crystalline scales showed swirling nebulae within, was said to be the first dragon, the progenitor from whom all others descended. Sardior, the ruby dragon, whose mastery over psionic powers allowed him to reshape reality with thought alone. Null, the dragon of endings and transitions, whose very presence reminded all beings that nothing lasts forever. Chronepsis, who existed outside the normal flow of time and could see all moments simultaneously. Each of these beings could have destroyed Universe 7 with a casual blink of an eye.
Thought, yet they gathered here in council to discuss matters of cosmic importance with the respect and decorum of scholars. The council had been in session for what would have been weeks in mortal time, discussing the intricate balance of creation and destruction, the delicate threading of fate between universes, and the responsibilities that came with shaping reality. These sessions were not dry academic affairs, they were passionate debates that could literally shake the foundations of dimensions. Dragons did not hide their emotions or temper their arguments for the sake of politeness. When they disagreed, they made it known, and the clash of their wills could create storms in the fabric of space-time itself. Goku had grown to love these sessions, even when they became heated debates that could literally shake the foundations of dimensions. He had learned so much in his time here, far more than he had ever learned in all his years of training and fighting. How to sense the cosmic flow, the invisible current of cause and effect that connected all things. It was like learning to read the universe itself, understanding that every action rippled outward infinitely, affecting things in ways both obvious and subtle. A dragon's decision here could influence the development of a civilization in a distant galaxy. A creative act could prevent a catastrophe that wouldn't occur for millennia. He had learned how to heal rifts in reality caused by temporal paradoxes or dimensional tears. Time travel, which Goku had experienced firsthand through Trunks and his own adventures, created wounds in the fabric of causality. Dimensions that brushed too closely together could tear like fabric, creating dangerous breaches where the laws of physics broke down. The dragons had techniques to repair these damages, to smooth over the wrinkles in space-time and restore the natural order. It was intricate work that required both immense power and delicate precision, like performing surgery on reality itself. The dragons had been patient teachers, and Goku had been a surprisingly adept student once he understood that this wasn't about fighting, but about understanding the fight itself, why conflicts arose, how they could be resolved, and when intervention was necessary versus when it would cause more harm than good. His Saiyan instinct had always been to solve problems with his fists, to train harder and become stronger. But here he learned that sometimes strength meant restraint, that the mightiest act was often choosing not to act at all. But today, something felt different. Goku's newly attuned senses picked up a dissonance in the cosmic symphony. The universe, he had learned, was like a vast orchestra playing an infinitely complex piece of music. Every atom vibrated at its own frequency, every star sang its own song, every living being added their voice to the chorus. Normally, even with all this complexity, there was a fundamental harmony to it all, a sense that everything was working together in some grand design. But now, there was a note that didn't fit.
It was subtle at first, like a single instrument slightly out of tune in a vast orchestra. A casual listener might not even notice it, but to Goku's trained senses, it was as obvious as a scream in a library. Other dragons began to notice it too, their ancient eyes narrowing, their massive heads turning toward distant realms as if listening to something only they could hear. Conversations faltered and died. The passionate debates that had filled the chamber moments before gave way to uneasy silence. "Do you feel that?" Goku asked, interrupting a discussion about dimensional anchoring techniques. His voice carried an edge of concern that made several younger dragons look up in alarm. If the Dragon King was worried, then something was truly wrong. Shenron's serpentine body coiled tighter, his red eyes flickering with concern. Yes, something is wrong. His voice, usually so calm and measured, had taken on a tension that Goku had rarely heard from his mentor. The whispers started then, not verbal whispers, but psychic echoes transmitted through the dragon network, a vast telepathic internet that allowed dragons separated by infinite distances to communicate instantaneously. Messages of confusion, then concern, then alarm rippled through the network like shockwaves through water. "The dragons of the seventh spiral have gone silent," one voice reported, from somewhere in the outer reaches of creation. The seventh spiral was a distant realm, far from the central hub of the dragon realm, but it was home to hundreds of dragons who served as guardians and nurturers of young civilizations. "Contact lost with the guardians of the temporal nexus," another voice added. The temporal nexus was a crucial node in the structure of space-time, a place where multiple timelines intersected and had to be carefully managed to prevent paradoxes from cascading out of control. If the guardians there had fallen silent, it could mean catastrophe on an unimaginable scale. "Something is spreading through the outer realms," a third voice said, and this one carried unmistakable fear. Dragons did not frighten easily. They had faced cosmic horrors, battled beings of pure entropy, survived the death of previous universes. For a dragon to be afraid meant that whatever they were facing was truly terrible. Goku stood, his Shenron senses reaching out like tendrils of consciousness across the vast expanse of creation. His awareness expanded outward, touching distant realms, feeling the pulse of life and energy that flowed through the cosmos. What he felt made his blood run cold, a sensation he hadn't experienced since his mortal days of facing existential threats. A wrongness, a corruption, a void where life and energy should flow. It was like looking at a beautiful painting and seeing a section where the canvas had been burned away, leaving only absence. Not darkness. Darkness at least was something, a presence in its own right.
This was the opposite of presence, a hungry nothingness that consumed everything it touched. Bahamut rose to his full height, his platinum scales dimming as if reflecting the growing darkness elsewhere. His 5 eyes, which normally gleamed with inner light, seemed shadowed. "It cannot be," he whispered, his voice trembling with something Goku had never heard from the ancient dragon before. Fear. True existential fear, of the sort that comes from recognizing a threat to one's very existence. "What is it?" Goku demanded, his warrior instincts flaring to life, even as his Dragon King wisdom urged caution. His body tensed, scales rippling as power gathered beneath his skin. Whatever this threat was, he would face it as he had faced every other challenge in his life, head-on and without hesitation. Shenron materialized beside him in his smaller, more mobile form, still massive by mortal standards, easily 50 feet long, but compact enough to move swiftly through the chamber. His expression was grave, the kind of gravity that comes from witnessing the impossible made manifest. "Dragon King," Shenron began, each word carefully chosen, weighted with the burden of ancient knowledge. "We have a crisis. The black energy has returned." The council chamber erupted into chaos at those words. Dragons who had maintained composure through cosmic catastrophes now showed visible signs of distress. Some roared in denial, their voices shaking the very foundations of the realm, causing the crystalline mountains to ring like bells and the floating islands to tremble.
Others coiled defensively, ancient instincts overriding millennia of wisdom, their bodies unconsciously assuming combat postures that hadn't been needed in ages. A few of the younger dragons, those who had never heard the old stories, looked confused and frightened by the elders' reactions, their eyes darting from one ancient face to another, seeking understanding. "Silence!" Bahamut's voice crashed through the chamber like a thunderclap, instantly restoring order. The sheer force of his will, backed by eons of authority, cut through the panic like a blade through water. His 5 eyes, for the Platinum Dragon, possessed more than the standard 2, each one able to see different aspects of reality, blazed with authority. Panic serves no purpose. We must assess and act. Goku moved forward, his presence commanding despite being relatively young compared to the ancient beings around him. In 3 years as Dragon King, he had earned their respect, not through age or ancient lineage, but through his actions, his willingness to learn, and his genuine care for all forms of life. I need to understand what we're facing. What is the black energy? Bahamut's expression grew heavy with the weight of ages, the burden of knowledge that stretched back to the dawn of creation itself. He looked at Goku with eyes that had witnessed the birth and death of countless realities, and in those eyes was a sorrow deeper than oceans. An ancient corruption, Dragon King, born not from darkness as mortals understand it, but from something far more fundamental and far more terrible, the opposite of creation itself. He gestured with one massive claw, and the air before them shimmered, reality bending to his will as he created an illusion to illustrate his words. We dragons embody the principle of creation, of bringing form and meaning to the cosmos. We take the raw potential of existence and shape it into something beautiful, something meaningful. We create worlds, nurture civilizations, inspire art and science and love. This is our purpose, woven into the very essence of what we are. The illusion showed dragons at work, breathing life into barren worlds, guiding young species towards enlightenment, creating wonders that took Goku's breath away, even though he knew they were just images. Then the image darkened, corrupted by spreading blackness. The black energy embodies the desire for absolute void, Bahamut continued, his voice heavy with dread. Not simply destruction, which is itself part of the cosmic cycle. Destruction can be necessary, even beautiful in its own way. The supernova that seeds space with heavy elements, the forest fire that clears the way for new growth, the death that makes room for new life. No, the black energy is something beyond destruction. It is the cessation of all possibility, the ending not just of what is, but of what could ever be. Tiamat's 5 heads all spoke in unison, creating a haunting harmony that made the air itself vibrate with resonance. It seeks to possess all dragons, to turn their creative energy into destructive emptiness, to corrupt the very source of creation and use it to unmake reality itself. The illusion shifted again, showing dragons being consumed by black corruption, their forms twisted into nightmarish versions of themselves. Where once they brought life, now they spread death. Where once they created, now they destroyed. But worse than the physical transformation was what Goku could sense about their essence. The creative spark that made them dragons was still there, but inverted, corrupted, turned against its own nature. We thought it was sealed away eons ago, Tiamat continued, her red head speaking now while the others remained silent. Bound by the sacrifice of the previous Dragon King and held in a prison dimension where it could touch nothing, influence nothing, spread to nothing. The words hit Goku like a physical blow. The previous Dragon King had sacrificed himself to stop this threat. The magnitude of what he was facing began to sink in, settling over his shoulders like a weight that threatened to crush him. This was not like fighting Frieza or Cell or even Beerus. Those had been opponents he could punch, could overcome with sufficient strength and determination. This was something that attacked the fundamental nature of reality itself. How did it return? Goku asked, his mind already working through possibilities, strategies, potential solutions. Years of battle experience combined with his new cosmic awareness created a unique perspective. He could see both the immediate tactical situation and the larger cosmic implications. His Saiyan warrior instincts wanted to charge forward,
confront the threat directly, but his Dragon King wisdom knew that this required careful thought and planning.
Seals weaken over time, Shenron explained, his voice carrying the sadness of inevitability, especially when they're designed to contain something that actively works against existence itself. You must understand, the black energy is not mindless. It is intelligent in a way that transcends conventional consciousness. It has been patient, working from within its prison for countless ages, slowly eroding the barriers that held it. Each tiny crack it created was repaired, but each repair was slightly weaker than the original structure. Over eons, the accumulated weakening became critical. And now, Goku prompted, though he feared he already knew the answer. Now it's free, Shenron finished, his voice heavy with sorrow and resignation. The seal finally broke, and the black energy has emerged into our reality once more. Goku's Shenron senses painted a clearer picture of the spreading corruption. He could feel it now, like an oil slick spreading across the pristine waters of creation. Each dragon it touched became a vector for more infection, the corruption spreading exponentially. It was strategic in its spread, moving with intelligence and purpose rather than simply expanding outward randomly. An ancient dragon named Io, whose scales were translucent like crystal and showed swirling nebulae within, spoke up from the back of the chamber. His voice was like wind chimes, musical and otherworldly. We must understand the pattern of infection. Which realms fell first? How is it spreading? If we can identify the pattern, perhaps we can predict where it will strike next and prepare defenses. The council quickly organized, ancient dragons who had lived through countless crises falling into practiced roles with the efficiency of a well-oiled machine. Some reached out through the dragon network, trying to establish contact with distant realms, calling out to dragons across the infinite expanses of creation to assess their status. Others began mapping the spread of the corruption, creating multi-dimensional charts that showed not just space, but time and probability, tracking how the black energy moved through reality. Others dove into ancient archives, seeking any scrap of knowledge about the black energy that might offer insight. Old texts, forgotten prophecies, accounts from the last time this threat had emerged. Goku stood at the center of it all, his Shenron form allowing him to process information from multiple sources simultaneously. His consciousness expanded to touch the dragon network, feeling the vast web of light that stretched across infinity. He could see where that web was going dark, nodes of light winking out one by one as dragons fell to the corruption. It was like watching a constellation fade, stars going dark in an accelerating pattern. It's strategic, Goku observed, his tactical mind recognizing the pattern as it emerged. It's not just spreading randomly, it's isolating targets, corrupting them when they're alone and vulnerable, then using them to attack others. It's building an army, using our own people against us. It's fighting smart. Bahamut nodded grimly, his platinum scales reflecting the grim determination on Goku's face. The black energy is not mindless. It is intelligent in a way that transcends conventional consciousness.
It is known that terror is a weapon as effective as any physical force. It will use every advantage against us, exploit every weakness, turn every strength into a liability if it can. As they worked to map the corruption spread, studying the patterns and trying to predict its next moves, the first corrupted dragons began to appear at the council chamber itself. They arrived through tears in dimensional space, ripping holes in reality with their corrupted power. The very act of their arrival was wrong, sending ripples of discord through the cosmic harmony that normally suffused the dragon realm. Their forms were twisted and wrong in ways that made Goku's eyes hurt to look at them directly. Where their scales had once shone with vibrant colors, brilliant reds, deep blues, shining golds, now they were black as obsidian, seeming to absorb light rather than reflect it. It was like looking at holes in reality, spaces where existence itself had been cut away. Their eyes, once filled with wisdom or joy or curiosity, were now empty voids rimmed with sickly red energy that pulsed with malevolent purpose. But what was worst was that Goku could still sense who they had been. Their essences, their fundamental identities were still present beneath the corruption. They weren't dead or replaced. They were trapped, imprisoned in their own bodies, while the black energy used them as puppets. He could feel their anguish, their desperate attempts to fight back from within the corruption, their horror at what they were being forced to do. The corrupted dragons attacked without warning, without mercy. They moved with a coordination that was horrifying to witness, their individual personalities completely subsumed by the black energy's will. Dragons who had once been friends, family, students, now they were weapons aimed at the heart of creation itself. They fought with a savagery that was foreign to their true natures, employing tactics that no honorable dragon would use, targeting weaknesses with cold precision. Goku's first instinct was to fight, and that instinct was overpowering. His Saiyan nature, honed through countless battles, screamed at him to protect his people, to strike down the threat before it could harm anyone else. Every fiber of his being wanted to charge forward, to transform into his most powerful state, to unleash the full might of his Shenron form against these corrupted beings. He moved with blinding speed, his body responding to his will before conscious thought could even form. His Shenron form granting him power that dwarfed even his ultra instinct, allowing him to perceive and react to threats at a level that would have seemed like magic to his younger self. He intercepted a corrupted dragon that was diving towards a group of younger council members, smaller dragons who had been listening and learning from the elders. The corrupted dragon was Pyraxis, he realized with a shock, a young dragon he had personally trained in cosmic energy manipulation just months before.
Pyraxis had been so eager to learn, so full of questions and enthusiasm. He had reminded Goku of Gohan at that age, brilliant and curious and kind. They had spent hours together, Goku teaching him how to sense the cosmic flow, how to channel creative energy without exhausting himself, how to shape reality with gentle precision rather than brute force. Pyraxis had been getting so good at it, showing a natural talent that exceeded even some ancient dragons. Now that promising young dragon was a corrupted shell, his eyes empty voids, his body radiating wrongness. Goku caught him mid-flight, his hands gripping Pyraxis' shoulders and redirecting his momentum away from the younger dragons. The corrupted dragon thrashed in his grip with strength born of desperation and the unnatural power of the black energy, his roar a pure anguish mixed with inhuman rage. Black energy crackled around Pyraxis' body like dark lightning, trying to spread to Goku to corrupt him as well. Goku could feel it probing at him, searching for any opening, any weakness it could exploit. The sensation was violating, like having something try to crawl inside his mind and soul.
But his Shenron form was anathema to the corruption. The pure creative energy that flowed through him actively repelled the void, creating a barrier that the black energy couldn't penetrate. "I'm sorry," Goku whispered to the corrupted dragon, his voice thick with emotion. "I'm so sorry, Pyraxis. I'll find a way to save you. I promise." He struck, not to kill, but to incapacitate, channeling his energy in a precise burst that should have knocked the corrupted dragon unconscious without causing permanent harm. It was a technique he had practiced countless times, learned to perfect through his training sessions with various dragons. The right amount of force, applied to the right pressure points, could temporarily shut down a dragon's consciousness without causing real damage. But something went wrong. The moment his energy connected with the corrupted form, instead of the expected result, the black energy feeding on Pyraxis suddenly surged. The corruption spread faster, consuming more of the dragon's essence, dark tendrils spreading further across his scales. And worse, it seemed to grow stronger. The black aura around Pyraxis intensified, pulsing with increased power, and when he broke free from Goku's grip with a violent thrash, he moved with even greater speed and ferocity than before. "Goku, stop!" Bahamut's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and commanding. "Don't fight them!" But it was too late. Other dragons, seeing their king engage the corrupted, had instinctively joined the battle. They moved to protect the younger members of the council, to defend their home, to strike back against the threat. It was natural, instinctive. When attacked, you fight back. But natural instincts were exactly what the black energy was counting on. The chamber erupted into violence as corrupted dragons clashed with uncorrupted ones. Energy blasts that could vaporize planets flew back and forth, leaving trails of distorted space-time in their wake. Dragons bit and clawed and breathed elemental fury at each other. Reality itself began to crack under the strain of so much power being unleashed in concentrated space. Hairline fractures in the very fabric of existence. And with each clash, each strike, each defensive maneuver, the black energy grew stronger. Goku could see it with his Shenron senses, could feel it like a growing weight on the fabric of creation. Every act of violence, every dragon struck down, even in self-defense, fed the corruption like fuel poured on a fire. It was a trap, and they had walked right into it. "Cease!" Bahamut's voice carried such authority, backed by such overwhelming force of will, that even mid-strike, dragons froze. Combat stopped as if time itself had paused. This is what it wants. Every dragon we strike down, every blow we land, it feeds the black energy. We are doing its work for it. The revelation crashed over Goku like a tidal wave, nearly staggering him with the implications. This wasn't a foe he could punch into submission. This wasn't like Frieza, who got stronger through training but could still be overcome with superior power. This wasn't even like Jiren, where greater power and determination in pushing past your limits could win the day. This was something fundamentally different, an enemy that grew stronger from the very act of opposition. Fighting it directly only made it more powerful. Defending against it fed energy. Even trying to protect the innocent gave it exactly what it wanted. It was a perfect trap, exploiting the very nature of what made dragons who they were, their desire to protect, to fight against threats, to stand up for what is right. The corrupted dragons, no longer facing active resistance, hovered in the air around the council chamber like dark angels of death. They didn't press their attack now that the defenders had stopped fighting, simply surrounded the assembled dragons like a tightening noose. It was psychological warfare of the cruelest kind, forcing the uncorrupted to watch their friends and loved ones transformed into weapons, knowing that to fight back would only make things worse. The corrupted dragon's empty eyes stared at them, void-like and unblinking, a constant reminder of what awaited them all if the black energy wasn't stopped. "Then how do we stop it?" Goku demanded, his voice carrying the frustration of a warrior denied the ability to protect, the helplessness of someone watching people he cared about suffer while being unable to act. Bahamut's ancient eyes met his, and in them he saw something that chilled him more than the black energy itself. Resignation. The look of someone who knows exactly what must be done, but wishes desperately that there was another way. "The only way to stop it," Bahamut began, his voice heavy with the weight of terrible knowledge accumulated over eons, is to contain it, to draw it all into one place and seal it as was done before. But that requires a vessel strong enough to hold it. The implication hung in the air like a death sentence, so obvious that no one needed to state it explicitly. But Tiamat did anyway, her voice soft with mixture of respect and mourning.
"You are the Dragon King," all 5 of her heads said in perfect unison, then lowered in something between respect and mourning, a gesture of acknowledgement to one about to make the ultimate sacrifice. "Your Shenron form makes you uniquely suited to this task. Your power is vast enough to contain the corruption, perhaps the only power in all of creation vast enough. Your creative energy is strong enough to counteract its void, to hold it in perfect balance where neither can overcome the other. And your connection to the Dragon Network is deep enough to draw it all into yourself, to call the corruption home like a beacon." "But the last Dragon King died doing this," Shenron added, his voice cracking with emotion that he didn't try to hide. Dragons did not cry in the way mortals did, but Goku could feel his friend's anguish through their bond, could sense the tears that would have fallen if Shenron's physiology allowed it. "The seal requires not just power, but sacrifice. You would have to willingly accept the black energy into yourself, open yourself to it completely, and let it pour into your being. Then you would have to contain it within your essence, holding it through sheer force of will. And finally, you would have to seal yourself away from all reality to prevent any possibility of it escaping. Eternal imprisonment in a void between dimensions, forever containing a force that wants nothing more than to consume all of existence." Goku stood silent, processing what they were asking of him. His mind, enhanced by the Shenron form, could see all the implications instantly. It wasn't death they were proposing. Death would be a mercy by comparison. This was something worse, something that made death look like a pleasant afternoon nap. Eternal imprisonment, locked away in a void between dimensions, forever containing a force that would never stop trying to break free. No afterlife, no reincarnation, no rest or peace or release. Just endless vigilance against an enemy that would never stop trying to escape, would never tire, would never give up. He would be conscious through it all, aware of every passing moment, alone with his thoughts and his regrets, and the constant pressure of containing something that wanted to unmake all of reality. He thought of his friends back on Earth, the people who had shaped him into who he was. Vegeta, who had started as his greatest enemy and become more than a rival, a brother in all but blood, someone who understood him in ways that perhaps no one else could. They had pushed each other to greater and greater heights, had saved each other's lives more times than either would admit, had developed a bond forged in combat and tempered by mutual respect. Gohan, his firstborn son, who had surpassed him in so many ways. Goku had always known that Gohan's potential exceeded his own, had seen it in his eyes even when he was young. Gohan had achieved Super Saiyan 2 before Goku had unlocked his mystic potential, had balanced the life of a warrior with the life of a scholar in ways Goku never could. He was everything Goku hoped he would be and more. Strong when he needed to be, but preferring peace, brilliant and kind and good. Goten, who carried his smile and his kind heart, who had achieved Super Saiyan at an even younger age than Gohan had. Goten reminded him of himself at that age, always ready for adventure, always excited to train and get stronger, but with a gentleness and joy that made everyone around him happy. His granddaughter Pan, who represented everything he had fought for, the next generation, living in peace. She had her mother's fierce determination and her father's intelligence, combined with the Saiyan love of combat that ran through their bloodline. She was the future, the promise that all their sacrifices meant something. Bulma, whose genius had enabled so much of what they had accomplished. Chi-Chi, who had put up with him for decades despite his flaws and absences. Piccolo, his first true friend in many ways, who had evolved from enemy to ally to family. Krillin, his oldest friend, who had stood by him since they were children training under Master Roshi.
If he did this, if he accepted this sacrifice, he would never see them again. Never share another meal with them, the simple pleasure of eating Chi-Chi's cooking or whatever elaborate feast Bulma might throw together. Never spar with Vegeta, trading blows and insults in equal measure. Never watch his grandchildren grow. Never meet any future descendants who might carry his legacy forward. Never hear their laughter or dry their tears or offer the simple comfort of presence. He would become a story to them, then a legend, then eventually a myth, and finally forgotten altogether. Memories would fade over generations, the details would be lost. Eventually, no one would remember Son Goku the person, only Son Goku the Dragon King who had saved creation. And even that would fade, until he was nothing more than a footnote in ancient histories that few would bother to read. All while remaining conscious, trapped, fighting an eternal battle against the void, aware of everything he was missing, knowing that life continued without him, that his friends and family would grieve and then move on, that the world would keep spinning and he would not be part of it. But if he didn't do it, the black energy would consume everything. Every dragon, every realm, every universe. Earth and everyone on it would eventually fall to the corruption. It might take time. The black energy would spread from realm to realm, corrupting and consuming, but it would be inexorable. Eventually, it would reach Universe 7. Eventually, it would reach Earth. And when it did, who would stop it? Vegeta was strong, but not strong enough for this. Gohan had amazing potential, but had chosen the path of a scholar over a warrior. There was no one else with the power to seal the black energy. The infection would spread until there was nothing left but emptiness. Not even the void of space, which at least had potential, had the possibility of stars forming and life emerging. No, the black energy would create true nothingness, the absence of even the potential for existence. It wasn't really a choice at all. When he looked at it clearly, without emotion clouding his judgment, there was only one possible answer. The Dragon King's duty was to protect creation, and if that required his eternal suffering, then so be it. But before Goku could speak, before he could voice the decision that was forming in his heart with all the weight of absolute certainty, his Shenron senses suddenly screamed.
Warning, so loud it was like a dagger through his skull. He gasped, staggering, his hand going to his chest as if he'd been physically struck. The sensation was so intense it overrode everything else, cutting through even his contemplation of cosmic sacrifice. Something was wrong, terribly, catastrophically wrong. Not here in the Dragon Realm, but somewhere else, somewhere that mattered to him more than any other place in all of creation, more even than his duty as Dragon King. His consciousness amplified by the Shenron form to levels that allowed him to perceive things across infinite distances, stretched across dimensions in the direction of the disturbance. Through the barriers between realms, across the gulf of space and time that separated the Dragon Realm from mortal reality, his awareness raced toward Universe 7, toward a small blue planet on the edge of an unremarkable galaxy, toward Earth, toward home. What he saw made his blood turn to ice in his veins, made his heart clench with a fear more primal than anything the black energy could inspire. Massive disruptions in the life energy he knew so well, power signatures he had memorized as intimately as his own heartbeat, suddenly vanishing. Not suppressed, not hidden, not teleported away or knocked unconscious. Gone. Erased from existence with such finality that not even their souls remained. Removed from reality so completely it was as if they had never existed at all. No, he whispered, the word barely audible, but carrying such anguish that every dragon in the chamber turned to him, their own concerns momentarily forgotten in the face of their king's obvious distress. Vegeta's energy signature, that proud flame that had burned alongside his own through so many battles, that fierce determination that had pushed them both to greater heights, snuffed out in an instant, there and gone, as if it had never existed at all.
One moment, Goku could feel his old rival's presence across the dimensional divide, that familiar mixture of pride and determination and barely suppressed rage that was so quintessentially Vegeta. The next moment, nothing, not even an echo. Bra, Vegeta's daughter, who had inherited her father's strength and her mother's brilliance, who had so much potential and so much life ahead of her, erased, gone as completely as if she had never been born. Trunks, the boy who had traveled through time to save them all, who had faced horrors that would have broken lesser men and emerged stronger for it, who had grown into a man of such courage and determination, gone. The fusion energy of Gotenks, that wild and chaotic power that represented the unity of his son and Vegeta's son, two boys who had become so close they could merge into a single being, extinguished like a candle flame in a hurricane. Gohan, his firstborn, his son who had once surpassed them all, who had chosen knowledge over battle but remained one of Earth's greatest defenders, who had given him a granddaughter he adored. The boy he had held as a baby, had trained in the wilderness, had watched grow into a man, gone. Oob, the reincarnation of Kid Buu, the young man he had been training to become Earth's next guardian. Goku had seen so much potential in him, had been working with him to unlock the power that lay dormant within. He was supposed to be the future, the one who would protect Earth when Goku and the others were too old or too dead. Destroyed before he could fulfill that destiny. And Pan, his granddaughter, his precious Pan who carried his adventurous spirit and his love of fighting, but tempered with wisdom beyond her years. She was still alive. He could feel her energy signature blazing with desperate determination, but even as he watched with his cosmic awareness, it grew weaker. She was fighting something, giving everything she had, and she was losing. His Shenron sight pierced through the dimensional barriers completely now, ignoring the normal rules that kept realms separate. He could see the threat clearly, could witness the scene unfolding on Earth as if he were standing right there. A figure wrapped in purple and gold, feline in features, divine in nature. Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, stood amidst the ruins of what had been a gathering of Earth's defenders. Around him, the very space where his friends and family had existed was simply empty. Not even ash remained, no bodies, no blood, no evidence that they had ever been there. Hakai, Goku realized. Beerus had used Hakai, the ultimate erasure technique that destroys not just the body, but the soul itself. There was no coming back from Hakai. No Dragon Balls could restore someone who had been subjected to that technique. They were simply gone, removed from existence at such a fundamental level that even the afterlife couldn't claim them. Beerus looked bored, almost irritated, as Pan launched another desperate attack. The young woman was giving everything she had, her power flaring to levels that would have impressed even Goku. She had clearly broken through multiple barriers in this fight, pushed past limits she didn't even know she had in her desperation to survive, to avenge her fallen family. Her gi was torn and stained with blood, her face swollen from impacts, but she was still standing, still fighting, refusing to give up even as Beerus prepared to end her. "Why?" he voiced was barely human now, caught between the divine authority of the Dragon King and the primal rage of a father, grandfather, and warrior watching his loved ones die. It came as a growl, a sound of such anguish and fury that reality itself seemed to recoil from it. Shenron moved beside him, his expression stricken with sympathy and concern. "I don't know. Beerus is capricious, we know this. He has destroyed planets for trivial reasons. Bad food, being woken from sleep, simple boredom. But this level of destruction, targeting Earth's defenders specifically? There must be a reason. There has to be." "No, I don't care about his reasons," Goku snarled, and for a moment, the Saiyan warrior that lived in his heart overwhelmed the Dragon King, pushed aside all the cosmic wisdom and
responsibility to leave only rage and grief. My family, my friends, he just erased them. Not killed, erased. They can't even go to the afterlife, can't be wished back. They're just gone. And Pan, even as he watched with his enhanced senses, Pan fell to one knee, her energy flickering like a dying flame. She was at her absolute limit, had pushed beyond what her body could handle. Blood dripped from countless wounds and her breathing was labored. But still she tried to stand, tried to raise her hands for one more attack. That was his granddaughter, stubborn as her grandfather, brave as her father, refusing to give up even in the face of certain death. Beerus raised one clawed finger and reality itself seemed to bend around it. The energy of destruction gathered at that singular point, a sphere of purple-black energy that radiated finality. Not power in the conventional sense, this was the fundamental force of ending, of cessation, of the universe's inexorable march toward entropy given form and purpose. It was beautiful in its own terrible way, and absolutely inescapable once unleashed. No! Goku screamed, but he was too far away, separated by dimensions and by the duties that bound him. He was the Dragon King, not just a warrior who could rush off whenever he pleased. He had responsibilities here, a crisis that required his immediate attention. The black energy was spreading, corrupting more dragons with each passing moment. If he left now, there would be no one to seal it, no one to prevent it from consuming all of creation. But none of that mattered in the face of seeing Pan about to die. Then something inside him snapped. The carefully maintained balance between his duties as the Dragon King and his nature as a Saiyan warrior shattered like glass. The black energy, the Dragon Realm, the cosmic responsibilities that he had accepted, none of it mattered in the face of his family being destroyed. Not just threatened, not just in danger, but actually dying right before his eyes while he stood paralyzed by duty. All his life, Goku had fought to protect the people he cared about. That had been his driving force from his earliest days training under Master Roshi to his battles against gods and universe-destroying threats. Protecting others wasn't just what he did, it was who he was at his core. Take that away, ask him to stand by and watch his family die for the sake of some greater good, and what was left? What kind of person could do that? What kind of king demanded that kind of sacrifice? The Saiyan nature that had defined him for his entire life surged to the forefront, overriding everything else. He was not primarily the Dragon King, he realized. That was a role he had accepted, a responsibility he had taken on, but it wasn't who he was. He was Son Goku, the Saiyan raised on Earth, the husband to Chi-Chi, the father to Gohan and Goten, grandfather to Pan, and friends to those who were now dead or dying. And he would not let Pan die, not while he still had breath in his body and power in his limbs, not while he could do something to stop it. "I'm sorry," he said to the assembled dragons, his voice carrying absolute finality. It was not a request for permission or understanding, it was a statement of fact. "I'm sorry, but I have to go. Earth needs me, my family needs me." "Goku, wait!" Bahamut called out, his voice urgent, almost desperate. The ancient dragon moved forward, trying to physically block his path, which was a testament to how serious the situation was. Bahamut almost never moved unnecessarily. "If you leave now, who will seal the black energy? It will continue to spread. It will consume realm after realm, universe after universe. Billions will die. Then you'll have to find another way." Goku shot back, his energy already building, preparing for the dimensional jump. Silver light began to pour off his body as the Shenron form activated fully, responding to his desperate need for power. Which was a testament to how serious the situation was. Bahamut almost never moved unnecessarily. "If you leave now, who will seal the black energy? It will continue to spread. It will consume realm after realm, universe after universe. Billions will die." "Then you'll have to find another way," Goku shot back, his energy already building, preparing for the dimensional jump. Silver light began to pour off his body as the Shenron form activated fully, responding to his desperate need for power. I can't save the cosmos if I can't save my own family. What kind of king, what kind of person would I be if I let Pan die when I have the power to save her? What's the point of having all this power, all this cosmic understanding, if I can't use it to protect the people I love?
A kind who thinks beyond himself, Bahamut said, and there was no judgment in his voice, only sad understanding born of living long enough to see this same scenario play out before. That is what it means to be the Dragon King, Goku. It means sacrificing your personal desires for the greater good. It means watching those you love suffer and die if that's what's necessary to save everyone else. Then maybe I'm not meant to be the Dragon King. The words tore from his throat with a force that shook the entire Dragon Realm, and with them came a release of energy so vast that it shook dimensions. The crystalline mountains cracked, floating islands tumbled from the sky, and the great worm tree itself groaned as if in pain. I never asked for this. I never wanted to be responsible for all of creation. I just wanted to get stronger, to protect the people I care about, to be there when they need me. And right now, Pan needs me more than she has ever needed anyone. The silver scales on his body began to fade, the runic patterns dimming and flickering like dying lights. The Shenron form, sensing his rejection of its cosmic purpose, started to recede. It had been built on his acceptance of a role larger than himself, on his willingness to put the needs of all creation above his personal desires. But that foundation was crumbling now, undermined by the very emotions that made him human, or cyan, or whatever complex mixture of both he had become over the years. You're making a mistake, Tiamat warned, her 5 heads all fixed on him with intense gazes that seemed to see right through him. If you abandon your post now, the black energy will consume everything, including Earth. Perhaps not today or tomorrow, but eventually. If the corruption spreads unchecked, it will reach every realm, every universe. Earth will fall, and Pan along with it, and everyone else you might save today will die anyway in the coming apocalypse. You're trading the certain death of billions for the possible survival of one person.
Then I'll deal with it after I save Pan, Goku roared, his power exploding outward in a corona of silver-white light that was so bright several younger dragons had to look away. I'll fight it, I'll seal it, I'll do whatever it takes, but later, after I've saved my granddaughter, after I've stopped Beerus. Don't ask me to just stand here and watch her die. Don't ask me to be that cold. There might not be a later, Bahamut said quietly, his voice cutting through Goku's rage with simple truth. The corruption spreads with every moment we debate this. By the time you return from Earth, if you return, it may be too late to stop. The window of opportunity to seal the black energy is narrow, and it's closing rapidly. Once it spreads beyond a certain threshold, once it corrupts enough dragons, there won't be enough uncorrupted power left to perform the sealing ritual at all. Goku hesitated, feeling the weight of the impossible choice bearing down on him. Stay here and seal the black energy, sacrificing himself and letting Pan die, letting Earth fall to Beerus's inexplicable rampage? Or go to Earth, save his family if he could, but doom countless other worlds and peoples to corruption and void. The Dragon King would choose the greater good, would make the hard choice, would sacrifice his personal happiness for the sake of all creation. That was what Bahamut was asking of him, to be the perfect king, the selfless savior, the one who put duty above all else. But Goku had never claimed to be a perfect king. He had never even wanted to be a king at all. "I'm sorry," he said again, and this time his voice carried genuine anguish that made several dragons flinch from the raw emotion in it. "I'm sorry to all of you and to all the worlds that might fall because of this. But I can't just stand here and watch her die. I can't be the person who does that. I won't." He reached deep into himself, accessing the dimensional travel capabilities that came with his Shenron form. The power was still there, even as the form itself began to fade and flicker. He could feel the pathways between realms, the threads of reality that connected all things like a vast cosmic web. He grabbed hold of the one that led to Earth, to Universe 7, to his home. "Goku,"
Shenron called out desperately, his friend's voice cracking with emotion. "Please, at least listen to..." But Goku was already gone, his form dissolving into light and reforming across impossible distances. The Dragon Realm fell away behind him, and with it, any chance of sealing the black energy before it was too late. The corrupted dragons, sensing the absence of the only being who could truly stop them, renewed their attacks with fresh vigor. Without Goku's presence holding them back through sheer force of his power and authority, they pressed forward aggressively. The council chamber descended into chaos once more as defenders tried to hold back the spreading darkness without fighting, an impossible task that could only delay the inevitable. Bahamut watched the space where Goku had been, his ancient face unreadable, his 5 eyes reflecting emotions too complex for simple description. "So falls another Dragon King to the weight of love," he murmured, his voice barely audible over the sounds of renewed battle. Perhaps that is the true weakness of giving such power to beings who still have hearts capable of attachment. Or perhaps it is their greatest strength. The previous Dragon King sealed the black energy because he loved creation so much he couldn't bear to see it destroyed. This one abandons his post because he loves his family so much he can't bear to watch them die. Both are acts of love, just pointed in different directions. Perhaps neither choice is wrong. Perhaps they're just impossible. "Love that will doom us all," Io said bitterly, his crystalline scales darkening as he watched more dragons fall to corruption, their lights winking out in the dragon network one by one. "What good is love if it leads to the destruction of everything? What good is the Dragon King's heart if it prevents him from doing what must be done?" "Perhaps he will find a third way," Shenron said quietly, his eyes still fixed on the spot where Goku had vanished, as if hoping Goku might suddenly reappear and say it had all been a test. "He has surprised us before. He has found solutions to impossible problems, overcome unbeatable odds. Maybe he can save both Earth and the Dragon Realm. Maybe he can be both the king we need and the grandfather his family needs." But in his heart, even Shenron knew the truth. There was no third way. There was only choice and consequence, and Goku had made his choice. The cosmos would pay the price for his love, or Earth would pay the price for his duty. There was no scenario that everyone survived, no perfect solution that would save everything. That was the cruel reality of impossible choices. Someone always had to lose. The cosmos would pay the price. Goku materialized above Earth in a burst of light that briefly outshone the sun itself, his Shenron form blazing with power as he crossed dimensional barriers in an instant. His arrival sent shockwaves through the atmosphere, creating visible ripples in the sky that spread for hundreds of miles. Birds fled in panic, animals cowered, and any humans unlucky enough to be near his arrival point felt a pressure in the air that made it hard to breathe. His Shenron form was flickering now, unstable, wavering between his dragon-touched state and his base Saiyan nature. The rejection of his cosmic role was having physical consequences. The silver scales faded and reappeared in stuttering patterns. The runic inscriptions glitched like malfunctioning electronics, and his power output became erratic. But he didn't care about any of that. All that mattered was getting to Pan in time.
His senses immediately locked onto the scene below, his enhanced perception giving him perfect awareness of the situation. They were in a remote area, mountains and forests spreading out in all directions as far as the eye could see, far from any cities or towns. Smart of Beerus, he at least had the consideration to draw them out somewhere the collateral damage wouldn't kill millions of innocent people. Small comfort when Goku's friends and family lay dead, but at least the god of destruction hadn't decided to rampage through Tokyo or West City. He could see Pan clearly now with his cosmic sight. She was battered beyond anything he had ever seen her endure, bleeding from dozens of wounds, her gi torn and stained with blood and dirt.
Her face was swollen from impact that would have killed a normal person instantly. Her left arm hung at an odd angle, suggesting it was broken in multiple places, and she was clearly favoring her right leg. But she was still standing, still conscious, still fighting with everything she had. That was his granddaughter, stubborn as her grandfather, brave as her father, refusing to give up even as Beerus prepared to end her. Pan! Goku's voice thundered across the sky as he dove toward them, moving faster than light itself, faster than thought, a streak of silver-white light that burned across the heavens. The sonic boom of his passage shattered windows in towns hundreds of miles away. Beerus paused, his finger still raised with the sphere of Hakai energy gathering at its tip, and turned to look at the approaching figure. His eyes widened slightly in surprise, the first real emotion Goku had seen on the God of Destruction's face. Well, well, I wondered where you'd run off to, Goku. Interesting new look you've got there. Very draconic. Did you finally stop playing at being a warrior and embrace your true nature as something more? Goku landed between Beerus and Pan with such force that the ground cratered beneath him for hundreds of feet in every direction. Cracks radiated outward like a spiderweb, and chunks of rock were thrown into the air by the impact. His aura exploded outward, silver and white, with hints of that cosmic dragon energy still clinging to him despite his rejection of the role. The sheer pressure of his presence created winds that flattened trees for miles in every direction, stripped bark from trunks, and created clouds of dust and debris that blotted out the sun. Pan, get back, he said, his voice tight with barely controlled rage. His eyes never left Beerus, tracking every micro movement of the God of Destruction's body. Get away from here, now! Grandpa? Pan's voice was weak, disbelieving, almost delirious. She stumbled back, nearly falling before catching herself against a boulder. But you disappeared years ago. Everyone thought... We didn't know where you'd gone or if you'd ever come back. Mom and Dad were so worried. Even Vegeta wouldn't talk about it, and you know he always has something to say. I'm here now, and some of his anger gave way to relief that she was still alive, still conscious, still herself. I'm here, Pan. Everything is going to be okay. I promise you, everything is going to be okay. Is it? Asked Beerus, his tone maddeningly casual, as if they were discussing the weather rather than standing amid the corpses of Earth's greatest defenders. I wonder about that, Goku. Tell me, do you even know why you're here? Why I'm here? Do you understand what's happening? Or are you just reacting on instinct like the animal you are? I don't care why, Goku snapped, his power surging higher in response to his rage. The ground beneath him began to crack further, molten rock bubbling up through the fissures from the sheer heat his aura was generating. You killed Vegeta. You killed my son. You killed my friends, Beerus. You erased them. You didn't just kill them, you used Hakai and destroyed their very souls. There's no Dragon Balls that can bring them back, no afterlife they can wait in. They're just gone. Why would you do that? Beerus's expression shifted, the boarded casualness giving way to something more serious, more thoughtful. His eyes, which normally held a playful or sleepy quality, sharpened with focus. Because I am the God of Destruction, and it is my purpose to destroy. Surely you, in your new cosmic state, understand that, Goku. The universe requires balance, creation and destruction, two sides of the same coin, forever dancing with each other in the eternal cycle of existence. You can't have one without the other. That's not balance. Goku surged even higher, his Shenron form stabilizing as his rage gave it focus and purpose. Lightning began to arc between his scales, reality itself crackling from the concentration of energy. That's murder. Those weren't threats to the universe. They weren't rampaging monsters or evil emperors. They were good people. They were heroes who had saved Earth and Universe 7 more times than I can count. They deserved better than to be erased for no reason. They were stagnant, Beerus replied, and now there was an edge to his voice, a hint of something that might have been frustration or disappointment. Tell me, Goku, how long have you been gone? 3 years by Dragon Realm reckoning? 5 years? More? Time moves strangely where you've been, I imagine. Space and time flowing differently in that cosmic realm you've been playing king in. And in your absence, your little band of defenders became complacent, comfortable. They stopped pushing themselves, stopped growing, stopped striving for greater heights. So you killed them for not training hard enough? The absurdity of it, the casual cruelty made Goku's rage burn even hotter. His aura exploded to levels that began affecting the planet itself, weather patterns shifting, oceans churning, seismic activity spiking across the globe. I killed them because the universe doesn't need stationary guardians, Beerus replied, his voice taking on a lecturing tone that made him sound almost like Whis when the angel was explaining some cosmic principle. Your friend Vegeta actually understood this. His last words before I erased him were quite interesting. He didn't beg for his life or plead for mercy. He didn't ask me to spare his family or give him one more chance. He demanded to know why I was only using a fraction of my power, why I wasn't taking them seriously enough to go all out. Even in the absolute face of death, his pride demanded that he face a worthy opponent.
The words hit Goku like a physical blow, making him stagger slightly. That was so perfectly Vegeta, proud to the very end, insulted at not being considered a worthy opponent even as he was about to be erased from existence. Even facing certain death, his pride wouldn't allow him to accept being treated as anything less than a challenge. Goku could picture it so clearly, Vegeta standing defiant, scowling at Beerus, demanding respect even as Hawkeye energy gathered to end him. He was right, Beerus continued, his voice softer now, almost gentle. None of them were a threat to me, not even close. Not Vegeta with all his pride and power, not your son with his latent potential, not the Fusion Boy or any of the others. They had grown soft in your absence, convinced that since they had defeated universe-level threats before, they were safe. They thought that because they had beaten Frieza and Cell and Majin Buu, because they had survived the Tournament of Power, they were untouchable. Complacency is a cancer, Goku. It kills slowly, weakening you from within until you don't even realize how far you've fallen. I excised it. By killing everyone I love? Goku's voice cracked on the last word, emotion overwhelming his usual stoic demeanor. Not everyone. Beerus gestured lazily toward Pan with one clawed hand. Your granddaughter is still alive. She at least has shown potential, raw, unfocused potential, but potential nonetheless. When faced with absolute destruction, when watching everyone she cared about die around her, she broke through limits I don't think she even knew she had. She went from what you would call Super Saiyan Blue to something more. Not as powerful as this Dragon King form you're wearing, not even close really, but impressive for someone her age. Impressive for someone who has had so little proper training. Goku glanced back at Pan and for the first time noticed the aura around her. It was different from when he'd last seen her, before he'd left for the Dragon Realm. Deeper, more refined, more powerful. There was a quality to her energy now that reminded him of his own ultra instinct, that sense of tapping into something beyond normal limits. She had indeed broken through to a new level in the face of death, probably multiple new levels in rapid succession, trauma and desperation forcing her to evolve in ways that years of normal training never could. But it hadn't been enough. Against a god of destruction, against Beerus, who had existed for millions of years and destroyed countless worlds, even her newfound power had been nothing more than a brief entertainment. That doesn't justify what you did, Goku said, turning back to Beerus. Nothing justifies it. You're supposed to be better than this. You're a god of destruction, yes, but you're not supposed to be evil. You're supposed to maintain balance, not go on killing sprees because you're bored or disappointed. Evil? Beerus actually laughed at that.
a short bark of amusement. Good and evil are mortal concepts, Goku. They're frameworks you use to try and make sense of a universe that doesn't care about your moral judgments. I am beyond such things. I am a fundamental force of the universe, as natural and necessary as gravity or time. You might as well call gravity evil for pulling things down, or entropy evil for ensuring all things eventually decay. I simply am, and I do what must be done. You're not gravity or entropy, Goku shot back, his fists clenching. You're a person. You have thoughts, feelings, preferences. You like good food and long naps and Earth's culture. You get angry and happy and annoyed. You chose to do this. That makes you responsible. That makes you accountable for your actions. I chose to do this, Beerus agreed, his expression becoming unreadable, because it needed to be done. And because there's something else at play here, something bigger than you realize, something that connects your little rampage back to Earth with the cosmic crisis you've been dealing with in the Dragon Realm. What are you talking about? Goku felt a chill run down his spine. How could Beerus know about the Dragon Realm, about the black energy? Beerus's expression became unreadable, his cat-like features settling into something that might have been sympathy or might have been contempt. It was hard to tell. Where have you been, Goku, really? What have you been doing that was so important you abandoned Earth for years? What cosmic duty could possibly be worth leaving your family, your friends, your entire planet unprotected? Goku hesitated. How could he explain the Dragon Realm in a way that Beerus would understand? How could he make the god of destruction comprehend the weight of responsibility he had taken on, the incredible things he had learned, the cosmic balance he was trying to maintain? He was learning, he finally said, the words feeling inadequate even as he spoke them. Growing, becoming something more than just a fighter, trying to understand creation itself, to help maintain the balance between realms, to becoming the Dragon King. Beerus interrupted, and Goku's shock must have shown clearly on his face because the god of destruction smirked. Oh yes, I know. Did you think you could take on such a significant cosmic role without the gods of destruction being aware? We know many things, Goku. We know about the Dragon Realm that exists parallel to normal reality. We know about the cosmic hierarchy of dragons that maintains creation itself. We know about the Shenron transformation and what it means, the merging of mortal determination with cosmic creative force. And we know about the black energy that threatens all of existence. The words hit Goku like ice water, shock temporarily overwhelming even his usual stoic demeanor. You know about the black energy and what it can do? Of course I know about it, Beerus said, his tone suggesting it should have been obvious. Did you think such a threat could arise without the gods of destruction being aware? It is our purpose to maintain balance after all. Destruction to counter creation, death to balance life, endings to give meaning to beginnings. The black energy threatens that balance more than anything else ever has. It doesn't destroy in the natural sense. It corrupts, it perverts, it turns creation against itself. That's an abomination even to me.
Then why aren't you helping fight it? Goku demanded, hope and anger mixing in his voice. If you know about it, if you understand how dangerous it is, why are you here killing my family instead of helping seal the corruption? Because it's not my fight, Beerus interrupted, his voice firm. The black energy is a threat to dragons and to the creative forces of the cosmos. It has nothing to do with my universe or my responsibilities as its god of destruction. In fact, one might argue that as a being whose very nature is destruction, I have more in common with the black energy than with the dragons you've been playing king for. We're both forces of ending, just expressed in different ways. You're wrong, Goku said fiercely, his power flaring in response to his conviction. The black energy doesn't destroy, it corrupts. It takes what exists and twists it into something wrong, something that shouldn't be. That's not the same as what you do. Your destruction is natural, part of the cycle. The black energy it's a cancer. It's wrong on a fundamental level.
Perhaps, Beerus allowed with a slight nod, but it's still not my problem. My problem is that the Dragon King of all creation has been neglecting Universe 7 for years now, leaving it vulnerable, leaving its defenders to grow soft and complacent without their strongest warrior to push them. So I decided to do something about it, to make a point that needed to be made. Understanding dawned on Goku's face, followed immediately by horror so deep it made him feel physically sick. You killed them to get my attention? To force me to come back? You erased my friends, my family, just to teach me some kind of lesson? You killed them to make a point, Beerus corrected, his voice calm and measured. The point being that you can't have it both ways, Goku. You can't be the Dragon King and the Guardian of Earth. You can't take on cosmic responsibilities and then get upset when your mortal attachments suffer for it. You made a choice when you accepted that crown and those scales and that cosmic power. You chose creation over family, the cosmos over your home. You can't be both, and trying to be both means you fail at everything. No, Goku said, but his voice was weak, the conviction draining out of him as Beerus's words hit home. I was trying to protect everyone. By becoming stronger, by learning more, I thought I could protect Earth better. I thought... Liar, Beerus said flatly, the single word cutting through Goku's rationalization like a knife through flesh. You weren't doing it for Earth. You were doing it for yourself, because you're a Saiyan, and Saiyans crave power and growth above all else. You were offered godhood among dragons, the chance to become something truly cosmic, and you couldn't resist. You wanted to see how far you could go, how strong you could become, what heights you could reach. Earth was an afterthought, a place you told yourself you were protecting, while really you were just pursuing your own desires. That's not true, but even as he said it, doubt crept into his heart like poison. Had he been selfish? He had told himself he was learning and growing for the sake of protecting everyone, but had that been a rationalization? Had he simply been unable to resist the lure of new heights to climb, new levels of power to achieve? Was Beerus right? Your son called out for you, Beerus said, his voice cutting through Goku's self-doubt like a blade through flesh. Gohan. When I began my destruction, when it became clear that they couldn't win, when everyone started to realize they were going to die, he reached out across the cosmos, looking for his father, hoping you would come save them like you always had before. And you weren't there. You were too far away, in a realm beyond even my ability to reach, playing at a cosmic king while your son died calling your name. The words drove into Goku's heart like nails, each one a spike of agony. He could picture it so clearly. Gohan, his brilliant, kind son, reaching out desperately with his senses, searching for that familiar energy signature, praying for his father to arrive and save the day one more time, and finding nothing. No response, no sign that Goku even knew what was happening. Goku's knees nearly buckled, his Shenron form flickered more violently, the silver scales fading as his will wavered under the weight of guilt and grief. No, I didn't. I couldn't have known. Vegeta was more pragmatic, Beerus continued, merciless in his honesty, determined to make Goku understand the full weight of his choices. He didn't call for you. He knew you wouldn't come, knew you had chosen your cosmic duties over Earth. In his last moments, he didn't curse me or beg for mercy. He cursed you for abandoning them, for thinking you were above them, for choosing dragons over Saiyans, strangers over family. The Dragon Realm trembled. Massive obsidian pillars that had stood for eons crumbled into dust. The sky, a swirling canvas of cosmic energy, flickered and distorted like a dying flame. Across the infinite expanse of the sacred dimension, dragons of every color and size writhed in agony as black tendrils of corrupted energy wrapped around their bodies, dissolving their essence into nothingness. Goku stood at the center of the Dragon King's palace, his 7 pairs of prismatic wings folded against his back. Dragon scales covered portions of his arms and torso, shimmering with power that made the air itself hum. His eyes,
No longer simply black pupils, reflected galaxies, timelines, the very fabric of existence itself. But right now, those infinite eyes were filled with anguish. A massive crimson dragon crashed through the palace entrance, half of its body already consumed by the spreading black energy. Dragon King, the eastern quadrant has fallen. The void spreads faster than we can contain it. Goku's fist clenched, energy crackling around his knuckles. Behind him, the colossal form of Shenron materialized, his serpentine body coiling through the palace chamber. The eternal dragon's red eyes burned with urgency. "You cannot go," Shenron's voice echoed through the realm, each word carrying the weight of cosmic law. "If you leave now, the black energy will consume all dragons. The multiverse will fall into void." Goku's head lowered. His spiky black hair, now streaked with flowing strands of white energy, cast shadows across his face. "But my family," the words caught in his throat. Through his connection to Universe 7, he could feel it. The energy signatures he had known his entire life, now flickering out one by one. Gohan, Goten, Vegeta, Bulma, Piccolo, Krillin, even the mighty fusion warriors were falling. And at the center of it all, Beerus, the god of destruction, moved with calculated precision, erasing everything Goku had ever fought to protect. "They are already gone, Goku." Shenron's voice held genuine sorrow. "I'm sorry, but if you abandon your post as Dragon King, everyone dies. Every universe, every timeline, every soul across infinite reality." The palace shook violently. Through the massive crystalline windows, Goku could see entire sections of the Dragon Realm collapsing into absolute darkness. Dragons screamed as the void consumed them, their ancient power meaningless against the spreading corruption. Goku's shoulders trembled. He had trained his entire life to become stronger, had pushed past every limit, broken through every ceiling, had unlocked Ultra Instinct, mastered divine energy, and finally achieved the sacred dragon form, the sacred state of the Dragon King that made him a guardian of cosmic balance. And yet he was powerless to save the people he loved most. Tears streamed down his face, evaporating instantly from the heat of his overwhelming aura. Then, a flicker. Tiny, distant, so faint it was almost imperceptible. But Goku felt it. Pan, his granddaughter's energy signature, barely alive, crushed beneath Beerus's power, but still fighting, still clinging to existence with the stubborn determination that ran through the Sun family bloodline. Goku's eyes snapped open. The infinite galaxies within his pupils blazed with sudden intensity. His body straightened. His aura exploded outward in a pillar of prismatic light that tore through the palace ceiling and shot into the Dragon Realm sky. Shenron. The Dragon King's voice carried absolute authority. Not a request, but a command that resonated through every layer of reality. The Eternal Dragon's eyes widened. "You cannot go." His voice trembled. "My power is not sufficient." "It is now." Goku moved.
In less than an instant, he crossed the space between them, his hand crackling with the concentrated essence of the Shenron state pressed against Shenron's massive scaled head. Energy erupted. Not a transfer, not a sharing, a fundamental rewriting of cosmic law. Power flowed from the Dragon King into the Eternal Dragon. Not all of it, but enough to temporarily elevate Shenron beyond his natural limits, to grant him a fraction of the authority that came with the Shenron transformation. Shenron's body convulsed. His crimson scales began to shift, taking on the prismatic quality of higher dimensional energy. His form grew, evolved, became something more than what he had been. Behind him, Translucent wings of pure cosmic force materialized, echoes of Goku's own divine appendages. The eternal dragon gasped as power beyond imagination flooded his being. "This will only buy you minutes," Shenron managed, his voice now carrying harmonics of the Dragon King's authority. "The black energy is too strong. Without the full power of Shenron, I cannot hold it back for long." Goku's face hardened into an expression of absolute determination. "Then I'll make them count." His aura exploded. The entire Dragon Realm shook as Goku's power surged beyond even what it had been moments before. Every ounce of his strength, every reserve of energy, every fragment of divine power condensed around his body in a shell of reality-warping force. He raised both hands above his head. Space cracked. Not metaphorically, not symbolically, reality itself fractured like glass struck by a cosmic hammer. Through the cracks, Goku could see it, the dimensional barriers that separated the Dragon Realm from the mortal universes, walls of energy that normally required precise navigation and careful passage through designated gateways. Goku didn't care about precision. "Ah!" His shout shook the foundations of existence itself. He brought his hands down in a ripping motion, fingers tearing through the fabric of space-time like it was paper. The dimensional barriers screamed, an actual sound, high-pitched and discordant, as the laws of physics themselves protested this violation. Light erupted from the tears, not normal light, but the raw essence of the space between dimensions, chaotic energy that could erase souls on contact. Goku walked into it without hesitation. His dragon-scaled body absorbed the chaos, his Shenron form protecting him from energies that would obliterate even gods. Behind him, he could hear Shenron roaring commands to the remaining dragons, organizing a desperate defense against the spreading void. But Goku was already gone. He tore through layer after layer of dimensional space. Each barrier he ripped through created cascading fractures across the multiverse. In distant universes, mortals and gods alike looked up in confusion as their skies momentarily shattered, revealing glimpses of impossible colors and alien geometries before sealing shut again. Goku didn't slow down. His speed accelerated beyond measurement. He wasn't flying, he was forcing reality itself to bend around him, compressing the infinite distance between the Dragon Realm and Universe 7 through sheer, overwhelming power. Images flashed past him in the dimensional void, other timelines where different versions of him trained in peaceful worlds, alternate realities where the Saiyans had never been destroyed, dead universes erased by Xeno, their remnants floating as cosmic debris in the space between spaces. None of it mattered. Goku's focus narrowed to a single point. Pan, his granddaughter. The little girl who had looked up at him with those bright eyes and called him grandpa with such innocent joy. She was still alive, and nothing, not dimensional barriers, not cosmic law, not even the risk of the multiverse itself would stop him from reaching her. The final barrier approached.
The wall between the Dragon Realm and Universe 7, thicker than all the others combined, reinforced by the natural laws that kept the mortal and divine dimensions separate. Goku's aura intensified until it became a miniature star burning in the dimensional void. His 7 pairs of wings spread wide, each one gathering energy from the surrounding chaos. His hands came together at his right hip. Blue energy, the signature color of his Kamehameha, began to gather between his palms. But this wasn't normal ki. This was power infused with the essence of the Dragon King, energy from a realm beyond mortal comprehension. The sphere of energy between his hands expanded, pulsing with prismatic light.
Sparks of white lightning danced across its surface. The very act of containing this much power in one place was causing microfractures in the surrounding dimensional space. The energy reached critical mass. Reality warped around Goku's hands, unable to properly contain what he had created. His eyes blazed with the reflected light of infinite galaxies. The beam erupted. Not blue, not gold, not even the prismatic rainbow of the Shenron form, pure white. The color of absolute power distilled to its most fundamental essence. The beam struck the dimensional barrier with force equivalent to the birth of a universe. The barrier held for exactly one heartbeat. Then it shattered. The explosion of breaking dimensional walls sent shockwaves rippling backward through every layer Goku had already torn through. In the Dragon Realm, Shenron felt the impact and knew the Dragon King had succeeded in forcing his way home. But the cost. The dimensional barriers were meant to keep the realms separate for a reason. Without them, energies from the Dragon Realm would bleed into Universe 7. Reality itself would become unstable. It didn't matter. Goku burst through the final barrier like a meteor of living light and stepped into the sky above Earth. The atmosphere of Earth screamed. Goku's emergence from the dimensional void wasn't a gentle transition. It was a violent rupture, a cosmic-level event that instantly registered on every divine being's awareness across the multiverse. In Universe 6, Champa's head snapped up from his meal, his eyes wide with shock. In Universe 11, Jiren paused mid-meditation, his aura flaring involuntarily in response to the surge of power he felt across dimensional boundaries. In the world of Void, the Grand Priest's serene expression flickered for just a moment. And in the sacred world of the Kais of Universe 7, Old Kai and Shin both fell to their knees, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of energy that had just entered their universe. "This power," Shin gasped, his voice barely a whisper. "It's impossible. That's Goku, but he feels like a god above gods," Old Kai finished, his weathered face pale. "What has he become?" On Earth, Beerus stood, among ruins. The god of destruction had been methodical in his work. Entire cities reduced to atomic dust, mountain ranges erased from existence, oceans boiled away into nothing. And the people. Gohan's body lay crumpled against a shattered cliff face, his ultimate form dispelled, his G torn and bloodied. Vegeta had fallen in a crater of his own making, his Super Saiyan Blue evolution pushed beyond its limits and found wanting. Piccolo's broken form was barely visible beneath collapsed rubble. Gotang and Trunks attempted fusion one last time, but even Gotang's most powerful attack had been swatted aside like an annoying insect. The Z-Fighters, humanity's greatest defenders, had been systematically dismantled. Except for one.
Pan. The young girl knelt in the dirt, her G torn, her face bruised and bloodied. Her left arm hung at an odd angle, broken. Her breathing came in ragged gasps. Blood dripped from a cut above her eye, partially obscuring her vision. But she was still standing. Or rather, she was still trying to stand. Beerus watched her with mild curiosity, his purple face expressionless. The god of destruction stood with his arms crossed, not a scratch on him, not a sign of exertion despite having just annihilated Earth's mightiest warriors. "Remarkable," Beerus said, his voice carrying casual interest. "Even now you refuse to stay down. You truly are Goku's granddaughter." Pan spat blood onto the ground.
Her legs trembled as she forced herself upright, one hand clutching her broken arm. "I won't let you—" Each word came out as a gasp, her lungs struggling to pull in air. "Destroy our home." "Your home?" Beerus tilted his head. "Child, I am the god of destruction. I don't destroy homes, I erase entire universes from existence. Your planet, your family, your entire reality, it means nothing to me." He raised one hand lazily. Purple energy, Hakai, the power of complete erasure, began to gather above his palm. It started small, just a sphere the size of a marble, but it grew rapidly, expanding until it was the size of a building, then larger still. The air around it didn't just heat up, it ceased to exist entirely, creating a perfect vacuum that pulled in loose debris from the surrounding destruction. Pan felt the pull. Her feet began to slide across the broken ground, dragged toward the growing sphere of annihilation. "This is the end," Beerus announced. "I've grown bored of this exercise. Your grandfather abandoned you to play at being a dragon. Fitting, then, that I erase his legacy from existence." The sphere of Hakai energy expanded further, now large enough to consume continents. When released, it would spread across the entire planet, erasing every atom, every molecule, every trace that Earth had ever existed. Pan's vision blurred. Her body had nothing left to give. She had pushed beyond her limits, beyond what any say in her age should have been capable of. And it still wasn't enough. Tears mixed with blood on her face. Not tears of despair. Tears of rage, of the same stubborn refusal to give up that had defined every member of the San family. "Grandpa," she whispered, her voice so quiet even she could barely hear it. "I'm sorry. I couldn't protect them." Beerus's hand began to descend, ready to release the sphere of destruction. Then, the sphere began to shrink. Beerus's eyes widened. It wasn't his doing. The Hakai energy was compressing against his will, growing smaller and smaller despite his attempts to maintain it. What? The pressure hit. Gravity. Not normal gravity, not even the intense gravitational force of a collapsing star. This was gravity that bent reality itself. Beerus felt his body suddenly weigh 1,000,000,000,000 tons. His legs, which had never buckled in his entire existence as a god of destruction, trembled. His knees bent involuntarily. The god of destruction looked down in shock at his own body, betraying him for the first time in eons. "Impossible," he breathed. The sphere of Hakai energy compressed to the size of a marble again, then imploded completely, winking out of existence as if it had never been. Beerus's arms, which had been crossed confidently across his chest, fell to his sides as he struggled against the increasing gravitational pressure. Around him, the ground began to crack, not from impact, but from pure gravitational force compressing the earth itself. Rocks floated upward for a moment before being crushed into powder. The atmosphere became visible as atmospheric pressure created shimmering waves of distortion. Then, Beerus fell. The god of destruction who had never known defeat, who had erased galaxies with a touch, who stood at the pinnacle of divine power, fell from the sky. His body struck the earth with apocalyptic force.
The impact crater expanded for miles in every direction. Shockwaves rippled across the continent, toppling what few structures still stood after the earlier destruction. The very tectonic plates beneath the impact site cracked and shifted. Beerus lay at the center of the crater, pressed flat against the ground, unable to move under the incredible weight that pinned him down. And from above, descending through the sky, came the source of that impossible gravity. Pan's head lifted weakly. Her vision was almost completely blurred now, her body on the verge of shutting down entirely. But through the haze, she saw him. A figure descended from the heavens, surrounded by light that made even Beerus's divine energy look dim by comparison.
7 pairs of wings spread behind him, each one pulsing with colors that shifted and changed, blue to gold to crimson to shades that had no names in any mortal language. They weren't physical wings, but constructs of pure energy, manifestations of power so great it needed multiple forms of expression. Dragon scales covered his arms, his torso, portions of his face, not armor that he wore, but part of his very being now. They reflected the light around them, creating a prismatic effect that made it difficult to look at him directly. His gi had changed. The orange and blue that Goku had worn his entire life was now accented with flowing white fabric that moved independently of any wind, responding instead to the currents of cosmic energy that flowed around him. His hair defied description, still spiky, still recognizably Goku's signature style, but now streaked with flowing strands of white energy that moved like liquid light. Each strand seemed to contain entire galaxies, tiny points of light that represented stars and worlds beyond counting. But it was his eyes that truly marked the change. No longer the simple black pupils of a mortal Saiyan. Now they were windows into infinity itself, reflecting galaxies, timelines, the fundamental structure of reality. To look into those eyes was to glimpse the cosmic truth that most beings could never comprehend. Around him, reality continued to fracture. Each step he took in the air created another crack in space-time. It wasn't that he was breaking reality intentionally. His mere presence was too much for normal dimensional space to contain. The laws of physics bent and warped around him, creating visual distortions that made it seem as if he existed in multiple places simultaneously. The sky itself had shattered when he emerged. Great jagged cracks spread across the atmosphere like a broken mirror, revealing glimpses of the dimensional void beyond. Through these cracks, energy from the Dragon Realm bled into Universe 7, streams of prismatic light that defied natural law, creating impossible geometries in the air. Lightning that wasn't really lightning danced between the cracks. Thunder that wasn't sound but compressed reality boomed across the planet. Every living being on Earth felt it in their bones, the arrival of something that transcended their understanding of power. Goku descended slowly, each movement deliberate and controlled. His 7 pairs of wings didn't flap, they simply existed, radiating waves of energy that pushed against the fabric of space itself, allowing him to move through the air as easily as walking on solid ground. The gravitational pressure emanating from him intensified with every meter he descended. The ground beneath Beerus cracked further, the crater deepening as if an invisible mountain was being pressed down upon it. The god of destruction struggled against the force, his arms trembling as he tried to push himself up, but the weight was too immense. Goku's gaze swept across the battlefield. He saw Gohan's broken body, Vegeta's fallen form, Piccolo buried in rubble, Goten and Trunks unconscious in the distance, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, all of them defeated, some barely clinging to life. His expression didn't change. The infinite galaxies in his eyes continued to swirl, impossible to read. Then his gaze found Pan. The young girl was on her knees, barely conscious, her body shaking from exhaustion and pain. But when she saw him, something sparked in her eyes. Recognition, hope, relief. "Grandpa!" The word came out as barely a whisper. For the first time since emerging from the dimensional void, Goku's expression shifted. The cosmic detachment faded slightly, replaced by something deeply human. Concern, love, rage at what had been done to his family. His aura flared. The prismatic energy surrounding him intensified, creating a pillar of light that shot up into the broken sky. The pillar expanded, grew wider, until it was visible from orbit. Satellites burned up as they passed through the energy field. The International Space Station had to engage emergency thrusters to avoid being pulled into the gravitational anomaly.
On the moon, the impact of Goku's power created new craters. On Mars, seismographs registered tremors. On distant Jupiter, the great red spot swirled more violently. His power wasn't just affecting Earth, it was affecting the entire solar system. Goku's feet touched the ground. The moment of contact sent another shockwave rippling outward. The earth beneath him didn't crack, it simply ceased to exist, vaporized by the concentration of energy in his body. A perfect circle of nothingness formed around his feet, exposing the molten mantle below. But Goku didn't sink. He stood on the air itself, his presence defying the natural laws that governed matter and space. He took one step forward. The gravitational pressure doubled. Beerus gasped, his face pressed against the ground, unable to even lift his head now. The god of destruction's eyes widened in genuine shock. This wasn't possible. He was a deity. He was destruction incarnate. Nothing should be able to pin him down like this. Goku took another step. The broken sky above shuddered. More cracks spread across the atmosphere, creating a web of fractures that made it look like the entire world was enclosed in a sphere of breaking glass. Through the largest cracks, the void between dimensions became visible, an endless expanse of swirling chaos where the normal rules of existence held no meaning. Energy from the Dragon Realm continued to pour through. Golden streams mixed with crimson, azure mixed with violet. Colors that had never existed in Universe 7 before began to paint the sky in impossible hues. The very fabric of reality was unraveling. But Goku didn't care. His focus was absolute. His path was clear. He walked past Pan without stopping, though a subtle wave of his hand sent healing energy washing over her broken body. The girl gasped as her injuries began to close, her broken arm straightening, the cuts on her face sealing shut. "Stay back," Goku said quietly. His voice was strange. It carried layers, not just the familiar tone of Goku's normal speech, but harmonics that seemed to come from multiple dimensions at once. When he spoke, reality itself resonated with his words. Pan nodded weakly, crawling backward away from the confrontation that was about to unfold. Goku stopped 10 meters from where Beerus lay pinned. The god of destruction finally managed to lift his head, his neck straining against the gravitational force. His eyes met Goku's, and for the first time in Beerus's countless eons of existence, he felt something he had never felt before. Fear. Not the mild concern of facing a strong opponent, not the irritation of dealing with an inconvenience. True, primal fear. Because when Beerus looked into Goku's eyes, he saw infinity. He saw the death of universes and the birth of new realities. He saw timelines collapsing and cosmic structures being rewritten. He saw power that made his own abilities look like a child's tantrum. "Goku," Beerus managed to speak, his voice strained. "What have you become?" Goku's expression remained neutral. The galaxies in his eyes swirled faster. "Dragon King." 2 words, spoken quietly, without emphasis or emotion, but the weight behind them was crushing. Goku raised one hand slowly. His fingers were partially covered in dragon scales, each scale reflecting light that didn't come from any natural source. Energy crackled between his fingertips, not ki in the traditional sense, but something far more fundamental, the building blocks of reality itself, compressed and shaped by will alone. "You destroyed my home," Goku said, his voice still carrying those strange harmonics. "You killed my friends. You tried to erase my granddaughter." With each statement, the gravitational pressure increased. Beerus felt his bones beginning to crack under the strain. His divine body, which had withstood attacks from the strongest beings in the multiverse, was being crushed by invisible weight. "I understand your duty as god of destruction. I understand the balance you maintain. But you crossed a line, Beerus." The energy around Goku's hand intensified. It began to take shape, a sphere of compressed power that made the Hawkeye energy Beerus had created look like a flickering candle in comparison. You made this personal. Beerus's eyes widened as he realized what Goku was doing. That energy, it wasn't destruction. It was something beyond destruction. It was erasure on a level that transcended even the gods of destruction's abilities. It was the power to unmake reality itself. "Wait!" Beerus shouted, genuine panic entering his voice for the first time. "Goku, if you use that power here, you'll destroy more than just me. The dimensional barriers are already broken. That kind of energy will—" "I know." Goku's voice was cold, colder than Beerus had ever heard from the Saiyan who had always fought with joy and excitement. The sphere of reality-warping energy grew larger. Space around it began to distort, creating visual paradoxes, angles that shouldn't exist, distances that compressed and expanded simultaneously, colors that hurt to look at because mortal eyes weren't designed to perceive them. Around the planet, every divine being capable of sensing cosmic-level power felt what was coming. In the sacred world of the Kais, Shin stood frozen in horror. He's going to do it. He's actually going to erase a god of destruction. On Beerus's planet, Whiss's staff began to glow. The angel's perpetual smile faded slightly. Oh my, this is quite problematic. In the world of Void, the Grand Priest's eyes narrowed. He raised one hand, preparing to intervene if necessary. And in the palace of Zeno, both versions of the Omni King looked up simultaneously, their childlike faces showing interest. Back on Earth, Goku's hand drew back, the sphere of erasure energy ready to be released. Beerus struggled against the gravitational force, managing to get one arm underneath him. His own purple aura flared weakly as he tried to summon his Hawkeye power, but it was like trying to light a match in a hurricane. Goku's overwhelming presence simply snuffed out any attempt at resistance. "Goku, please," Beerus's voice cracked. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have. I didn't know you had family that meant so much. I was acting on orders from—" "I don't care about your excuses." Goku's arm began to move forward. The sphere of erasure energy hummed with power that could delete Beerus from existence so completely that even the angels wouldn't be able to resurrect him. It would be as if the god of destruction had never existed at all. Then, a voice cut through the tension. "Grandpa, wait!" Pan. Goku's movement stopped. His head turned slightly, the galaxies in his eyes shifting to focus on his granddaughter. The girl had managed to stand, her body still weak but healing rapidly from the energy Goku had sent her. She took a stumbling step forward, her hand reaching out. "Don't do it. Please. You're not a killer. You've never been a killer." "He tried to erase you, Pan. He erased everyone else. He deserves." "Maybe he does, but that's not who you are. You're Son Goku. You're my grandpa. You're the man who always finds another way." Goku's expression didn't change, but the sphere of erasure energy stopped growing. "You became the Dragon King to protect the multiverse," Pan continued, taking another step closer, despite the overwhelming gravitational pressure that made each movement an ordeal. "But if you erase a god of destruction, you'll be throwing the balance into chaos. You'll be doing exactly what you're supposed to prevent." The girl's words hung in the air. Goku stood motionless, the sphere of reality-warping energy still crackling in his hand. His 7 pairs of wings spread slightly, casting prismatic shadows across the ruined landscape. For a long moment, nothing moved. The world held its breath. Then, Goku's hand closed. The sphere of erasure energy compressed, grew smaller, and finally dissipated harmlessly. The light faded. But the gravitational pressure didn't decrease. Beerus remained pinned to the ground, unable to move. Goku turned to face him fully, his expression unreadable. "My granddaughter is wise beyond her years," he said quietly. "She's right. I'm not a killer. I'm a protector." He took a step closer to Beerus, his dragon-scaled hand reaching down toward the god of destruction's face. "But that doesn't mean you escape consequences." Goku's hand stopped inches from Beerus's forehead.
Energy began to gather, not destructive energy, but something else. Something that made Beerus's eyes widen in new terror. "What are you?" "As Dragon King, I have authority over cosmic balance," Goku said, his voice carrying the weight of absolute law. "And I judge that you have failed in your duty. You allowed personal anger to override your purpose. You threatened the stability of Universe 7 through reckless destruction." The energy around Goku's hand intensified, taking on a golden hue mixed with prismatic light. "Therefore, I strip you of your power." "No!" Beerus shouted. "You can't! Only Zeno can!" "Zeno rules over the multiverse, but I am the Dragon King. I exist outside that hierarchy, and in this moment, my authority supersedes even the gods of destruction." Goku's hand touched Beerus's forehead. Light erupted. Not an explosion, not a violent discharge of energy, but a steady, unstoppable flow of power being extracted from the god of destruction's body. Beerus screamed. It wasn't a sound of physical pain, but of existential agony. His very essence, the divine energy that made him what he was being drained away. The purple aura that had surrounded him for eons flickered and died. The marks of divine office on his body faded. His power level dropped catastrophically, from the heights of a god of destruction down to levels that would barely register on a mortal scale. The extraction lasted only seconds, but to Beerus it felt like an eternity. When Goku finally pulled his hand away, the god of destruction collapsed completely. No longer held down by gravitational force, he simply had nothing left to resist with. His body was intact, his life preserved, but his power was gone. Beerus looked up at Goku with wide, terrified eyes. "What did you do to me?" "I saved your life," said Goku simply. "If I had killed you, it would have created a void in the cosmic balance. Another god of destruction would need to be appointed, and the process would take time that we don't have. Instead, I've temporarily sealed your power." He held up his hand, showing a small sphere of purple energy floating above his palm, the extracted essence of Beerus's divine authority. "When you have proven that you understand the responsibility of your position, when you have shown that you can control your temper and act according to cosmic law rather than personal vendetta, then maybe I'll return this to you." Goku's hand closed around the sphere and it vanished, absorbed into his own being for safekeeping. Beerus tried to push himself up, but found he barely had the strength. Without his divine power, he was weaker than even a normal mortal. The god of destruction who had erased galaxies on a whim was now helpless. Goku turned away from him, his attention shifting to the broken forms of the Z-fighters scattered across the battlefield. His expression softened. He walked to where Gohan lay crumpled against the cliff face. The man's breathing was shallow, his ji soaked with blood. Multiple bones were broken, his internal organs damaged. By all rights, he should already be dead. Goku knelt beside his son, his dragon-scaled hand hovering over his chest. Golden light flowed from Goku's palm, washing over Gohan's broken body. This was different from the healing energy he had sent to Pan. This was power drawn directly from the Dragon Realm itself, the same fundamental force that allowed Shenron to grant wishes and restore life. Gohan's wounds began to close, bones knitted back together, internal bleeding stopped, color returned to his pale face.
His eyes fluttered open. "Dad?" Gohan's voice was weak, confused. "What happened? I thought I was—" "Rest," Goku said gently, his voice losing some of the cosmic harmonics and sounding more like the father Gohan remembered. "Everything's going to be okay." He moved to Vegeta next. The Saiyan Prince lay in his crater, his pride as shattered as his body. Goku could see it in Vegeta's half-conscious expression, the shame of being defeated so thoroughly, the rage at his own weakness. Goku placed his hand on Vegeta's chest, sending the same healing energy flowing through his rival's body. Vegeta's eyes snapped fully open, and for a moment raw emotion flashed across his face. Then his usual scowl returned. "Kakarot," he growled, his voice rough. "How dare you?
I didn't need your... Yeah, Goku interrupted with a small smile, the first genuine smile since returning to Earth. You had it all under control. Just rest for now, Vegeta. The Prince of all Saiyans tried to protest further, but exhaustion overwhelmed him and his eyes closed again. One by one, Goku moved through the battlefield. He healed Piccolo, pulling the Namekian from beneath the rubble and restoring his broken body. He healed Goten and Trunks, separating them from the failed fusion and repairing the damage from their desperate final attack. He healed Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and all the others who had fallen trying to protect Earth. With each healing, more energy flowed from Goku's body. The prismatic light around him dimmed slightly, his 7 pairs of wings becoming more translucent. He was expending power at a rate that would have exhausted a normal being instantly. But Goku didn't stop until everyone was stable. Finally, he stood and surveyed the battlefield. All around him, his friends and family lay unconscious but alive, their bodies healed, their energies slowly recovering. Pan approached cautiously, her own healing complete. "Grandpa, you did it! You saved everyone!" Goku nodded, but his expression was troubled. He looked up at the shattered sky, at the cracks in reality that continued to spread slowly. The dimensional barriers are broken. Energy from the Dragon Realm is bleeding into Universe 7. If I don't seal the breaches soon, both realms will become unstable. "Can you fix it?" Pan asked. "I can," Goku confirmed, "but it will require most of my remaining power. And even then, the barriers won't be as strong as they were before. I forced my way through too violently." He turned to look at his granddaughter, and for a moment, the infinite galaxies in his eyes seemed to show something almost like regret. "Pan, I need you to understand something. What I've become as the Dragon King, it's not just another level of Super Saiyan or a new technique I can turn on and off." "What do you mean?" Pan's voice trembled slightly. "The Shenron form changed me on a fundamental level. I'm not fully mortal anymore. Part of me exists in the Dragon Realm now, anchored to responsibilities that go beyond just protecting Earth or even Universe 7. He gestured to the chaos around them, the broken sky, the dimensional fractures, the lingering energies that defied natural law. "I can't stay here long. The Dragon Realm needs its king, especially now with the black energy spreading. Shenron is holding the line, but he's not strong enough to maintain the defense indefinitely." Pan's eyes widened. "You mean you have to go back?" "Yes," Goku said quietly. "But first, I need to make sure Earth is protected. I need to repair the damage I caused by breaking through the barriers, and I need to deal with him." He glanced back at where Beerus lay weakly, the powerless god of destruction, barely conscious. Pan followed his gaze, her expression hardened. "What are you going to do with him?" "I'm going to send him to the sacred world of the Kais. Without his power, he's no threat to anyone. And maybe some time away from his duties will teach him the lesson he needs to learn." He raised his hand toward Beerus. Golden energy surrounded the fallen deity, lifting him gently into the air.
Kai, Goku said simply. It wasn't the instant transmission technique he'd learned from the Yardrats. This was the sacred teleportation ability of the Kais, but enhanced by the power of the Dragon King. Space folded around Beerus, and in an instant he vanished, transported across the universe to the realm of the Supreme Kais. Shin and Old Kai would be in for quite a shock when a depowered god of destruction suddenly appeared on their doorstep. With Beerus dealt with, Goku turned his attention to the damaged sky. He rose slowly into the air, his 7 pairs of wings spreading wide. The prismatic light around him intensified once more, drawing power from deep within his transformed state. "Pan, step back," he warned. "This is going to take everything I have left." The girl nodded and retreated to a safe distance, joining the unconscious forms of the other Z-fighters.
Goku ascended higher, passing through the lower atmosphere and into the upper reaches where the dimensional fractures were most severe. Up close, the damage was even worse than it had appeared from the ground. Great tears in the fabric of space-time leaked chaotic energy, creating zones where the laws of physics simply didn't apply. Through the largest crack, Goku could see into the Dragon Realm itself. He saw Shenron locked in battle with tendrils of black energy, the Eternal Dragon's temporary power boost, allowing him to hold the corruption at bay, but slowly being overwhelmed. He didn't have much time. Goku's aura exploded outward, the prismatic light becoming so bright it could be seen from everywhere on Earth's surface. People who had survived the earlier destruction looked up in awe and fear at the new sun that had appeared in their sky. His 7 pairs of wings began to move, not flapping, but weaving through the air in complex patterns. With each movement, trails of energy followed, golden threads that began to stitch across the broken sky like cosmic sutures. The work was delicate and required absolute precision. He wasn't just sealing cracks, he was repairing the fundamental structure of dimensional space, rewinding the damage he had caused when he tore through the barriers. Sweat beaded on his forehead, despite the cosmic power flowing through him. This was harder than any fight he had ever faced. In combat, he could rely on instinct and reflexes honed through decades of training, but this required careful manipulation of forces beyond mortal understanding. One by one, the cracks began to seal. The largest fracture, the one through which he could see the Dragon Realm, resisted his efforts. Too much energy was flowing through it, creating a feedback loop that fought against his attempts to close it. Goku gritted his teeth, pouring more power into the repair. His wings blazed brighter, the dragon scales on his body glowing with inner light. The crack began to shrink, slowly, painfully slowly, but it was working. Through the narrowing gap, Goku saw Shenron look up. The Eternal Dragon's eyes met Goku's across the dimensional divide. "Hurry, Dragon King," Shenron's voice echoed across realities. "The black energy advances. I cannot hold much longer." "Almost there," Goku shouted back, his voice strained with effort. He pulled deeper into his reserves, drawing on power that came with a cost. Each surge of energy he used to repair the barriers was energy he would need to defend the Dragon Realm when he returned. He was weakening himself, potentially leaving himself vulnerable to the very threat he was meant to fight, but he had no choice. The crack continued to shrink, 10 meters wide, 5 meters, 1 meter. The flow of chaotic energy from the Dragon Realm decreased, the pressure on Universe 7's dimensional structure easing. 50 centimeters, 20, 10. Goku's wings were almost completely translucent now, his power depleted to dangerous levels. 5 centimeters. Through the tiny remaining gap, he saw a tendril of black energy reach towards Shenron, moving with predatory intelligence. "Now!" Goku roared, throwing the absolute last of his sealing power into the repair. The crack snapped shut.
The sudden closure created a shockwave that rippled across the planet, a boom of thunder that everyone on Earth heard simultaneously. The sky, which had been a fractured web of breaking reality, suddenly smoothed out. The visual distortions disappeared. Above Earth, everything looked normal again. But Goku knew the truth. The barriers were sealed, but they were fragile now, weakened by the violence of his passage. It would take time for them to regain their original strength, time he couldn't afford to give them. His wings flickered and faded completely. The dragon scales on his body began to recede, returning to normal skin. The infinite galaxies in his eyes dimmed, becoming once more the simple black pupils of a Saiyan warrior. Goku's power level dropped precipitously. He was still in the Shenron form, but barely. He had expended so much energy healing his friends and repairing the dimensional damage that he was running on fumes. And he still had to return to the Dragon Realm to face the black energy. Goku descended back to the ground, landing softly near where Pan waited. The girl ran to him, her face showing concern at how exhausted he looked. "Grandpa, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Goku said, though his voice lacked its usual energy.
Just tired. That took more out of me than I expected. He looked around at the unconscious Z-fighters. They would wake soon, confused about what had happened, but alive and whole.
Reality shattered as Goku returned to Earth. The black energy had spread further, a massive void of darkness that was consuming everything it touched. Goku appeared directly in front of it, his ultimate Dragon Saiyan form blazing with rainbow light. The black energy seemed to sense him, condensing into a writhing mass of pure darkness. Goku raised both hands, and behind him, the spectral forms of all 7 eternal dragons manifested, their massive forms towering into the sky. They roared as one, and their power flowed through Goku.
"Time to seal you away," Goku shouted. His hands began to glow, each finger radiating a different colored energy. He brought his palms together, and 7 beams of light shot forth: emerald, crimson, sapphire, gold, violet, silver, and obsidian. The beams intertwined, forming a complex lattice of dragon energy that expanded outward. The lattice wrapped around the black energy from all sides, the 7 dragon powers working in perfect synchronization. Where the dragon energy touched the darkness, it didn't destroy it. It contained it, compressed it, sealed it away. The black energy thrashed and writhed, trying to break free, but Goku poured more power into the seal. The 7 dragons behind him roared again, their combined might flowing through him in an endless stream. "7 Dragon Seal!" Goku's voice thundered across the battlefield. The lattice of multicolored energy tightened, compressing the black energy into a smaller and smaller sphere. The darkness fought back, but against the unified power of all 7 eternal dragons channeled through the ultimate Dragon Saiyan form, it had no chance. With a final pulse of rainbow light, the seal completed. The black energy was compressed into a tiny point of contained darkness, wrapped in layer upon layer of dragon magic. The point of darkness shot upward, disappearing into a dimensional pocket where it would remain sealed for all eternity. The spectral dragons faded, their task complete. Goku floated in the air, his ultimate Dragon Saiyan form still active but flickering slightly from the enormous energy expenditure. He had done it. With the power of all 7 eternal dragons unified within him, he had sealed the black energy away forever. As his feet touched the ground, Goku's transformation remained stable. The rainbow aura still swirled around him, his dragon scales still gleamed on his skin, his hair still cycled through the 7 colors. The ultimate Dragon Saiyan, a new form born from the fusion of Saiyan might and the eternal power of 7 dragons. A transformation that represented the pinnacle of both mortal strength and divine dragon energy working as one. Goku smiled, feeling the 7 dragons' presence still within him, their power now permanently part of his being. The black energy was sealed, and Goku had reached a new level of power beyond anything he'd ever imagined. Within the prismatic prison that floated between dimensions, Goku sat in eternal meditation. His Shenron form blazed with 7-colored light. Wings of pure energy spread behind him like a cosmic peacock's tail. Dragon scales shimmered across his skin, each one a miniature universe of swirling colors. But the beauty of his form was contrasted by the horror that surrounded him. The black energy pressed against him from all sides, a living nightmare of corruption that sought to devour everything. It had no true form, constantly shifting between shapes, sometimes appearing as twisted dragons with eyes like empty voids, sometimes as a formless mass of darkness that seemed to absorb even the concept of light itself. Goku's breathing was steady, controlled. Each breath was a meditation, each heartbeat a declaration of resistance. His ki flared continuously, creating a barrier of prismatic energy that kept the corruption at bay.
But it was exhausting work, even for someone who had transcended mortal limitations. Time had no meaning here. Had it been days, years, centuries? Goku couldn't tell anymore. The prison existed outside of normal space-time, a bubble of frozen eternity where past, present, and future blurred together into a single endless moment. The dark dragon entity spoke, its voice like the sound of stars dying. "You grow weaker, Dragon King. I can feel your energy fluctuating. How much longer can you maintain this facade of strength?" Goku opened one eye, a slight smile on his face despite the strain. "Long enough. I've been in tough spots before. This is just another training session." "Training?" the entity laughed, a sound that made reality itself shudder. "You are not training. You are dying slowly. Your precious Earth continues without you. Your family has moved on. Your granddaughter grows older, and you are not there to see it. What is the point of this resistance?" "The point," Goku said, opening both eyes now, their prismatic depths reflecting infinite determination, "is that as long as I'm here, you're not out there. As long as I fight, they're safe. That's all the point I need." The black energy surged forward, testing his defenses. Corrupted dragons materialized from the darkness, their forms twisted mockeries of the sacred beasts Goku had come to know and respect. They attacked in waves, claws of void stuff reaching for him, jaws filled with teeth made of condensed nothingness trying to bite into his energy. Goku's hands moved in practiced patterns. The blast of prismatic energy tore through the corrupted dragons, dispersing them back into raw black energy. But immediately, more formed to take their place. It was endless, exhausting, and Goku could feel the toll it was taking on him. His Shenron form flickered for just a moment, barely perceptible, but enough. The dark dragon entity noticed. "Aha, there it is, the first crack. Your transformation wavers. Soon you will be unable to maintain it, and when that happens, I will consume you completely. And then, Dragon King, I will be free to finish what I started." Goku gritted his teeth, forcing more energy into his form. The 7 wings blazed brighter, and the dragon scales across his body hardened. Not going to happen. He launched himself forward, moving faster than thought. His fist connected with a mass of black energy, and where his knuckles struck, the corruption actually recoiled. Sacred dragon fire erupted from his punches, each impact creating explosions of light and darkness that threatened to tear the prison apart from the inside. But for every piece he destroyed, more flowed in to replace it. The entity was right. This was a war of attrition, and Goku was only one being against an infinite tide of corruption. Outside the prison, in the vast expanse of space near Earth, the sealed sphere pulsed with conflicting energies. It looked like a small star, but anyone with the ability to sense ki would know it was so much more. Inside that tiny point of light, a battle that could determine the fate of all existence was being waged every single second. Pan stood on the rebuilt lookout, staring up at that distant light. She was older now, not by much in cosmic terms, but the years had changed her. Her body was lean and powerful, muscles honed by endless training. Dragon scales would sometimes manifest on her forearms when she powered up, a gift from her grandfather's Shenron energy that still lingered in her cells. Piccolo stood beside her, his arms crossed. He too had been training, pushing himself to new limits. The threat of the black energy reminded everyone that peace was always temporary, that strength was always necessary. "You're thinking about him again," Piccolo said. It wasn't a question. "I'm always thinking about him," Pan replied, her eyes never leaving that distant star. "Every day I train, every day I get stronger, I'm thinking about how to reach him, how to free him."
You've made incredible progress. Your dragon ki has developed beyond anything I thought was possible for someone who's only part Saiyan. Pan clenched her fists, and prismatic energy flickered around them. It's not enough, Piccolo-sensei. I can feel him. I can feel his energy signature actually across dimensional barriers. And I can feel he's struggling. The fight is taking its toll. Piccolo's expression darkened. The seal was designed to last forever. Breaking it without releasing the corruption might be impossible.
Impossible is just another challenge, Pan said, echoing words her grandfather had said countless times. I'll find a way. I have to. In Universe 11, in the domain of the Pride Troopers, Jiren stood alone in his meditation chamber. His eyes were closed, but his senses extended far beyond his physical body. He too could feel the distant battle, the clash of cosmic forces that Goku waged every moment. You continue to surprise me, son Goku, Jiren murmured to himself. Even sealed away, even fighting an impossible battle, your spirit refuses to break. Perhaps that is what true strength looks like. Toppo entered the chamber. Jiren, we've detected unusual energy readings coming from the direction of Universe 7. The angels are concerned. The seal is holding, Jiren said with certainty. Goku will not allow it to fail. How can you be so sure? Jiren opened his eyes, and for a moment something that might have been respect flickered in their depths. Because that is who he is. He does not know how to give up. In Universe 6, Kaba and Caulifla stood on planet Sadala, looking up at their night sky. They couldn't see the prison directly, but the Universe 6 Supreme Kai had informed them of what was happening. That's the kind of warrior I want to be, Kaba said quietly. Someone who would sacrifice everything to protect others. Caulifla punched his shoulder lightly. Then stop talking about it and start training harder. We need to get strong enough that Goku doesn't have to fight alone next time. You're right. Kaba's ki flared around him. Let's go. Another 10,000 punches before sunset. Back in the prison, Goku could feel something changing. The black energy was adapting, learning from their eternal conflict. It no longer simply attacked mindlessly. It was developing strategies, feints, coordinated assaults that forced Goku to constantly evolve his defense. You see, the entity spoke, I am growing stronger from our battle. Every technique you use, I analyze. Every pattern you follow, I memorize. Eventually, I will know you completely, Dragon King, and then defeating you will be trivial. Goku wiped sweat from his brow, or what passed for sweat in this dimension. His energy reserves were depleting faster than they could regenerate. The Shenron form was incredibly powerful, but maintaining it constantly for years on end while also fighting off endless attacks, even his Saiyan stamina had limits. Then I'll just have to keep surprising you, Goku said, forcing confidence into his voice. But inside, doubt was beginning to creep in. Could he really do this forever? Would he eventually fail? Would all his sacrifice be for nothing? No, he couldn't think like that. Chi-Chi wouldn't want him to give up. Gohan would tell him to stay strong, and Pan was counting on him to hold out until she could find a way to save him. Goku closed his eyes and centered himself. He thought about everyone he'd ever known, every friend he'd made, every rival he'd faced. He thought about Earth, the smell of its forests, the taste of its food, the sound of laughter at Capsule Corp during celebrations. He thought about fighting alongside Vegeta, training with Piccolo, the pride in Gohan's eyes when they fought Cell together, the determination in Goten's face during their sparring sessions. The memories fueled him. His ki surged and the Shenron form stabilized. The 7 wings blazed brighter than ever, and the dragon scales across his body hardened into something nearly indestructible. I'm not just fighting for myself, Goku said, his voice resonating with absolute conviction. I'm fighting for everyone, and that's a power you'll never understand.
The black energy recoiled slightly, as if burned. For the first time since the battle began, it seemed uncertain. But then it rallied, gathering itself into a massive wave. Enough talk. Let us see if your determination can withstand this. The attack came from all sides simultaneously, a crushing assault of pure corruption that would have destroyed a lesser being instantly. Goku's hands moved in a blur, creating barriers, redirecting energy, countering with bursts of dragon fire. The prison shook violently. Outside, in normal space, the sealed sphere pulsed with dangerous intensity. Alarms went off across multiple universes as Angels and Kai detected the instability. On Earth, Pan gasped as she felt a spike of distress from her grandfather's ki. "No, Grandpa!" Beerus and Whis appeared beside her instantly. The god of destruction looked uncharacteristically serious. The seal is under extreme stress. If it breaks without proper containment, then the black energy will be released, Whis finished grimly. And this time, there may be no one strong enough to seal it again. "We have to help him," Pan shouted, her own ki flaring with desperate intensity. Dragon scales manifested across her entire body, and her eyes took on that prismatic quality. "I'm strong enough now. I can break through to him." "You'd only weaken the seal further," Beerus said, putting a hand on her shoulder. Gently, respectfully, so different from his behavior years ago. "I know it's hard, but we have to trust that Goku can handle this." "He's been handling it alone for years!" Pan's voice cracked with emotion. "When does he get help? When do we get to save him for once?" Whis looked troubled. I don't know, child. I truly don't know." Inside the prison, Goku was being pushed to his absolute limit. The black energy's assault was relentless, overwhelming. His Shenron form flickered again, longer this time. His breathing was ragged, his movements a fraction slower than before. "Yes!" the entity roared in triumph. "Fall! Break! Surrender!" Goku's vision blurred. His knees buckled. For the first time since the sealing, he fell to one knee, his hands pressed against the non-existent ground of the dimensional pocket. "Is this it?" he thought. "Have I finally reached my limit?" The black energy sensed victory. It gathered itself into a massive form, a dragon of pure corruption, larger than galaxies, with eyes that held the end of all things. Its jaws opened wide, ready to consume the fallen Dragon King. Goku looked up at it, his body trembling with exhaustion, and prepared for one final attack. If he was going down, he'd take as much of this thing with him as possible. But then, something changed. A presence appeared at the edge of his senses, something vast, ancient, and impossibly pure. It felt like the first sunrise after eternal night, like water after endless drought, like home after a lifetime of wandering. Goku's eyes widened as he felt this new energy approaching. It moved with incredible speed, crossing dimensional barriers as if they were paper, heading directly toward the prison with unmistakable purpose. The black energy felt it too. Its attack hesitated, the massive, corrupted dragon pausing mid-strike. What is this? And then, with a sound like reality itself sighing in relief, the presence arrived. The prison's barrier opened, not breaking, but parting respectfully as if in the presence of royalty. Through that opening stepped a figure that made even the eternal darkness of the black energy recoil in something that might have been fear. Goku stared, his exhausted mind trying to process what he was seeing. The being was humanoid, but clearly not human. Its skin seemed to be made of condensed starlight, shifting between every color imaginable, and some that shouldn't exist. Its eyes were like twin galaxies, deep and infinite. It wore robes that appeared to be woven from reality itself, and from its body radiated an aura so divine, so fundamentally sacred, that the very air around it sang with power. But what struck Goku most was the feeling of familiarity. Somehow, despite never having seen this being before, he knew what it was. A dragon. Not a dragon like Shenron or Purunga. This was the dragon, the first, the source. Zalama, Goku whispered, the name coming to him from the deep knowledge his Shenron form had granted him. The being nodded, its expression serene. When Dragon King Son Goku, its voice resonated with the weight of eons, I have been waiting for you, or perhaps you have been waiting for me. In matters of destiny, causality becomes complicated. The black energy, which had been momentarily stunned, suddenly roared back to life. Zalama, the Ancient One, the creator of the Super Dragon Balls. You have been meditating for 1,000,000 years. What do you think you can do here? Zalama turned its gaze to the corruption, and for a moment, the black energy actually shrank back in fear. But then it rallied, gathering its courage. I know what you've been doing, old dragon. You've been meditating, gathering energy, preparing for this moment. You've collected so much divine power over these 1,000,000 years. But, the black energy's voice rose triumphantly. That energy cannot be used by you alone. It must be fused with another being to be released, and no one can handle that much power except you. You cannot fight me, Zalama, and I will destroy all of you. I will erase everything. I will have my revenge for what was done to the one-star dragon. You will all pay. Goku struggled to his feet, his Shenron form stabilizing slightly now that he had a moment to recover. He looked at Zalama, understanding dawning in his eyes. Zalama approached him slowly, its divine aura washing over Goku like warm rain. The ancient dragon's expression was gentle, almost fatherly.
Goku, Zalama said softly, look within yourself. Know who you are. You have passed the dragon trials, a feat that has been accomplished by only 3 beings in all of history. You understand dragons. You have fought alongside them, protected them, sacrificed for them. You became their king not through conquest, but through compassion. Goku's prismatic eyes widened as he began to understand. The energy I have gathered over 1,000,000 years of meditation is vast, too vast for any one being to control or release. But fusion allows 2 spirits to become one, their strengths combined, their limitations transcended. Goku, you are the only candidate who could possibly fuse with me. The Dragon Trials are not just tests of power, they are tests of spirit, of character, of worthiness, and you have proven yourself beyond any doubt. You want us to fuse? Goku asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I want us to save existence itself, Zalama replied. But I will not force this. The choice must be yours. Fusion of this magnitude will be unlike anything you have experienced before. It may change you in ways neither of us can predict. Are you willing? Goku looked down at his hands, at the dragon scales that covered them, at the prismatic energy that flickered between his fingers. He thought about everyone waiting for him outside this prison. Pan, who had never stopped believing, Vegeta, who would probably be annoyed that Goku got another power-up, all his friends, his family, the entire universe counting on him. Then he looked at the black energy, at the massive tide of corruption that wanted to end everything. The choice really wasn't a choice at all. Goku looked up at Zalama and smiled, that familiar, determined smile that had carried him through countless battles. I'm willing. Let's do this. Zalama's expression softened into something that might have been pride. Then close your eyes, Dragon King. Open your heart and trust in the bond that connects all dragons, all warriors, all beings who fight for something greater than themselves. Goku closed his eyes, letting out a slow breath. His Shenron form pulsed, the 7 wings spreading wider. Zalama did the same, its divine aura intensifying until it was almost blinding.
They reached out simultaneously, their hands clasping in the space between them. The moment their hands touched, the entire prison lit up with a light that transcended physics. It wasn't just bright, it was fundamental, like watching the birth of a universe, the first moment of creation repeated infinitely. Outside the prison, every being in every universe with the ability to sense divine energy suddenly stopped what they were doing, their attention drawn to what was happening. Pan gasped, falling to her knees as she felt an overwhelming surge of ki. Not just her grandfather's, but something else too. Something so ancient and pure that it made her want to cry. "What's happening?" she whispered. Whis' eyes were wide with shock. "That's impossible. That's absolutely impossible. He can't be." "What?" Beerus demanded. "What is it?" "That's Zalama's energy signature, the creator dragon, the being who made the super Dragon Balls. He's fusing with Goku." The Grand Priest, overseeing all universes from his palace, stood abruptly from his throne. "Zalama has ended his meditation. After 1,000,000 years, he moves." Zeno, the Omni King, tilted his head curiously. "Ooh, something interesting is happening?" "Very interesting, Your Majesty," the Grand Priest replied, his usual calm demeanor cracked by genuine awe. "We may be witnessing the birth of something unprecedented." Back in the prison, Goku screamed. It wasn't a scream of pain, at least not entirely. It was a scream of transformation, of two souls merging into one, of power beyond comprehension being channeled through a mortal form. His voice echoed across dimensions, so loud that it rattled the foundations of reality. Planets near the prison's location trembled, stars flickered. The fabric of space-time itself rippled outward from that single point, waves of energy spreading through the multiverse like the rings from a stone dropped in cosmic waters. On Earth, the ground shook. Buildings that had been rebuilt after the black energy attack swayed dangerously. People ran into the streets, looking up at the sky where that distant star prison blazed brighter than it ever had before. "Grandpa!" Pan gasped, her own energy flaring in response to his. Dragon scales covered her entire body now, and her eyes blazed with prismatic light. "Whatever you're doing, hold on!" In the prison, the fusion was reaching its critical point. Goku's Shenron form was dissolving, merging with Zalama's divine essence. The 7 pairs of wings faded, only to be replaced by something else, something greater. 7 dragons descended from nowhere and everywhere all at once. They were massive, each one large enough to coil around planets, their scales gleaming with every color of creation. They were the 7 sacred dragons, the fundamental forces that Goku had learned to command in his Shenron form. But now, they weren't just manifestations of his power. They were becoming part of him, literally part of him. The dragons dove toward the fusing figures, their bodies transforming into pure divine aura. One by one, they entered Goku's body, and with each dragon that merged with him, his scream grew louder, his power multiplied exponentially. The black energy watched in growing horror. No, this cannot be. This should not be possible. The first dragon, Ignis of the Eternal Flame, entered Goku's chest. His body erupted with golden fire that didn't burn but purified. The second dragon, Aquaria of the Infinite Depths, flowed into his core. Blue energy swirled around him, representing adaptability and flow. The third dragon, Tarak of the Mountain Spine, merged with his legs. His stance became unshakable, immovable as the earth itself. The fourth dragon, Ventus of the Endless Sky, entered through his lungs. His breathing became rhythm itself, freedom made manifest. The fifth dragon, Lux of the First Dawn, merged with his mind. His eyes blazed with prismatic light, seeing all possibilities simultaneously. The sixth dragon, Umbra of the Final Dusk, entered his shadow. understanding of endings, of necessary conclusions, filled him. And the seventh dragon, Astra of the cosmic weave, merged with his spirit. Connection to all things, to the fundamental fabric of existence, became his. Goku's scream reached a crescendo that shattered dimensional barriers. The prison couldn't contain the energy anymore. Cracks appeared in its walls, spiderwebbing outward as the fusion reached completion. And then, suddenly, silence. The light faded to a golden glow. The energy stabilized. The screaming stopped. Goku stood alone in the prison, except he wasn't quite Goku anymore, and he certainly wasn't alone. His appearance had transformed dramatically. His hair had become a flowing mane of gold and white, streaked with every color of the spectrum. It moved as if in an eternal wind, never quite settling. His eyes were like Zalama's had been, galactic spirals of infinite depth, but with that familiar spark of determination that was uniquely Goku's. His body had become more refined, more divine. Muscles still defined his form, but they seemed almost carved from living light. Dragon scales covered his forearms and lower legs, but these scales were golden, edged with white light, and they shifted colors when they caught the light, red to blue to green to colors that had no names. And behind him, behind him, 7 pairs of wings spread majestically, but unlike the energy wings of his Shenron form, these wings were solid, real, made of what appeared to be condensed starlight and dragon scales. Each pair represented one of the 7 sacred dragons, and they radiated an aura so divine that the very concept of corruption recoiled from them. But the most striking change was more subtle. In his eyes, in the way he held himself, there was a duality. Goku's cheerful determination mixed with Zalama's ancient wisdom. A mortal's passion combined with a god's perspective. 2 souls, 2 minds, 1 being. The fused warrior opened his eyes fully and spoke. His voice was layered, Goku's warmth underlying Zalama's cosmic resonance. "This is incredible. I can feel everything, every dragon in existence, every star, every living being. This is the power you gathered for 1,000,000 years, Zalama?" From within, Zalama's consciousness responded, its voice now internal, part of Goku's own thoughts. "Yes, and now it is ours to wield. Are you ready, Goku?" Goku Zalama said with a smile that was fierce and serene. The black energy, which had been frozen in shock, suddenly roared back to defiance. "Impossible! This cannot be! You cannot defeat me! I am eternal! I am the end of all things!" The entity gathered itself, forming into the largest corrupted dragon it had ever created. Its body stretched across the dimensional prison, filling every space with darkness. Its eyes were empty voids, its teeth were made of condensed nothingness, and its roar was the sound of universes dying. "I will not be denied, not by mortals, not by gods, not by you." Goku Zalama simply floated there, calm, centered, as the massive corrupted dragon lunged toward him with jaws wide enough to swallow planets. At the last possible second, he moved. The fusion was so fast that it broke the concept of speed. One moment he was in the dragon's path, the next he was behind it, his fist extended where the dragon's head had been a microsecond before. The corrupted dragon froze mid-lunge. Then, starting from where Goku Zalama's fist had passed through it, the creature began to disintegrate. Not violently, peacefully. The corruption was being purified, transformed back into neutral energy. What did you do to me?" The dragon's voice echoed as it dissolved. "I didn't destroy you," Goku Zalama said gently. "I freed you. You were a dragon once before the corruption took you. Now you can rest." The dragon fully dissolved, returning to the cosmic flow. But the black energy wasn't done. It reformed, this time as 1,000 smaller dragons, attacking from all directions at once. Goku Zalama's 14 wings spread wide.
Golden light erupted from each feather, creating a dome of divine energy that the corrupted dragons couldn't penetrate. They slammed against it, screeching and clawing, but the light held firm. "Your turn to attack is over," Goku Zalama said. His voice carried absolute authority, the kind that could command reality itself. "Now it's mine." He brought his hands together in a familiar stance, but the energy that gathered between them was anything but familiar. It was gold and white, yes, but within that light swirled every color of creation. It pulsed with the power of 7 sacred dragons and the accumulated divine energy of 1,000,000 years of meditation. The corrupted dragons intensified their assault, desperately trying to break through the barrier before the attack could be completed. Reality itself seemed to hold its breath. Outside the prison, every angel, every Kai, every god of destruction watched with absolute attention. This was power on a scale they had never witnessed before. The blast erupted from Goku Zalama's hands, not as a beam, but as a wave of pure creation energy. It expanded outward in all directions, filling the entire dimensional prison with golden white light. The corrupted dragons didn't even have time to scream. They simply changed. The corruption was burned away, transmuted, transformed into something pure and clean. The black energy tried to retreat, tried to hide in the deepest corners of the prison, but there was nowhere to go. The light touched everything, saw everything, purified everything. For the first time since the battle began, the black energy felt something it had never experienced before. Fear. No, I am eternal. I am inevitable. I cannot be defeated. I cannot. "You can be healed," Goku Zalama said, his voice compassionate despite everything this entity had done. "Even you, even darkness itself can be transformed." The wave of creation energy reached the core of the black energy, the source, the consciousness that had driven all the corruption. And there, Goku Zalama saw the truth. It had been a dragon once, a dragon of endings, of necessary conclusions, of the space between stars. It had a purpose, a place in the cosmic balance. But something had corrupted it, twisted it, turned its natural function into something malevolent. And over eons, it had forgotten what it had been, knowing only what it had become. "I remember you," Goku Zalama whispered. "I remember you. You were Omega, the final dragon. You were meant to be the end of cycles, the completion of purposes. But you were corrupted by those who feared endings, who tried to use you to prevent all change, all growth. And in fighting that programming, you became something worse, an entity that wanted to end everything, not just individual cycles." The black energy, Omega, shuddered. Deep within its corrupted core, something stirred, a memory, a purpose, a self that had been lost for so long it seemed like a dream. I was? You were needed. You are still needed. Endings aren't evil, Omega. They're necessary. Without endings, there can be no new beginnings. Without conclusions, stories have no meaning. You weren't created to destroy everything. You were created to help things end properly, beautifully, with purpose. Goku Zalama extended his hand, and from his palm flowed pure creation energy, not to destroy, but to heal. It wrapped around Omega like a warm embrace, like sunlight after a long darkness, like a parent welcoming home a lost child. Let go of the corruption. Remember what you were. Remember what you can be again. For a long moment, nothing happened. The black energy trembled, caught between what it had become and what it had been.
Centuries of corruption fought against the purifying light. Then, slowly, something changed.
The darkness began to shift. Black became deep blue, like the space between stars. The malevolent energy softened, became peaceful, purposeful. The roaring, screaming presence quieted into something contemplative. A dragon emerged from the dissipating corruption. Not a corrupted one, but a true dragon. Its scales were midnight blue, speckled with points of light like stars. Its eyes held wisdom and sadness, but also peace. It was smaller than the monstrous forms the black energy had taken, almost fragile-looking compared to those titanic constructs. But it was real. It was whole. It was healed. "I remember," Omega spoke, its voice no longer harsh, but gentle, tired. "I remember my purpose. I remember before." "Welcome back," Goku Zalama said with a warm smile, Goku's smile on a divine face. Omega looked at its own body, at the scales that glittered like a night sky. "You healed me. After everything I did, all the destruction, all the pain, you healed me." "That's what we do," Goku Zalama replied. "We protect, we save, even when it's hard, especially when it's hard." "I don't deserve." "Nobody deserves anything," Goku Zalama interrupted gently. "We just get chances, and what we do with those chances, that's what matters. So, what are you going to do with yours?" Omega was quiet for a long moment. Then slowly, the dragon bowed its head. "I will return to my purpose. I will be what I was meant to be, a guardian of proper endings, a guide for transitions, a keeper of the boundary between one cycle and the next. And I will never forget what I became when I lost myself." "Good," Goku Zalama said. "The multiverse needs you, not the corrupted version, but the real you. Endings aren't evil, Omega. They're necessary. They're part of the balance." Omega nodded, then began to fade, not dying, returning, going back to its proper place in the cosmic order, where it belonged. "Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Zalama. I will not forget this mercy." And then Omega was gone, leaving behind only a sense of peace and completion. Goku Zalama floated in the now empty prison, the golden white energy around him slowly fading. The dimensional barrier that had held both him and the corruption began to dissolve. It was no longer needed. From within, Zalama's consciousness spoke. "You did well, Goku. Better than I could have imagined. You didn't just defeat the corruption, you healed it. That takes a kind of strength I've rarely seen." "Thanks," Goku's voice responded from within the fusion. "But I couldn't have done it without you. That power, that understanding, it came from you." "No," Zalama said warmly. "The power came from me. The choice to heal rather than destroy, that was all you, Goku. That's what makes you special. That's why you were the right candidate for fusion." As the prison fully dissolved, Goku Zalama found himself floating in normal space near Earth. He could see it below, blue and green and beautiful, untouched by the corruption that had threatened to consume it. He could also see dozens of figures flying toward him. Pan was in the lead, her eyes wide with tears and joy and disbelief. "Grandpa!" she screamed, rocketing toward him. Goku Zalama caught her as she crashed into him, hugging him with all her strength. "Hey, Pan, sorry I kept you waiting." "You're glowing, and you have wings, and your hair is all weird." Pan was laughing and crying at the same time. "What happened to you?" "Long story," Goku Zalama said, ruffling her hair with one hand. "I'll tell you all about it. But first..." He looked up as the others arrived. Vegeta, Piccolo, Beerus, Whis, and dozens of others from Earth and beyond. They all stared at his transformed state with varying expressions of shock, awe, and in Vegeta's case, competitive annoyance. "Kakarot," Vegeta growled. "You couldn't just come back normal, could you? You had to go and get another new transformation?" Goku Zalama laughed.
a sound that somehow blended Goku's cheerful tone with Zalama's cosmic resonance. "Sorry, Vegeta, it kinda just happened." Beerus floated closer, his expression serious. "That's Zalama's energy signature I'm sensing. The creator dragon. How did you—" "We fused," Goku Zalama explained. "It was the only way to stop the corruption. And we succeeded. The corruption is gone, healed. The threat is over." Whis' eyes widened. "You fused with Zalama? That's unprecedented. I didn't even know that was possible."
It barely was, Goku Zalama admitted. Only because I had passed the dragon trials, only because I had become the Dragon King. The fusion was intense. From within, Zalama spoke, and somehow everyone could hear it. A second voice layered beneath Goku's. "And now it must end." Goku Zalama's expression became more serious, more melancholy. "Yeah, I can feel it. This fusion, it can't last. The power is too great for even my body to contain for long. We have to separate." "How long?" Pan asked, her voice small, afraid of losing him again. "Minutes," Goku Zalama said gently. "Maybe an hour at most." As if to emphasize the point, his form flickered for a moment. The golden glow dimmed slightly. "Then let's make them count," Vegeta said, his usual scowl softening just a bit. "Come on, Kakarot. At least let us see you standing on solid ground one more time before you power down." Goku Zalama nodded, and together, the group descended toward Earth's surface. They landed in an open field near Capsule Corp. Word had spread quickly, and a crowd had gathered. All of Goku's friends and family. Krillin and 18, with Marin between them. Yamcha, Tien, Chiatsu. Bulma with baby Bulla in her arms. Master Roshi leaning on his staff. Gohan. Wait. Goku Zalota's eyes widened. Gohan was there. And Vegeta had been there in space. And Trunks was standing next to Bulma, very much alive. "But I thought Beerus destroyed you all," he said, confusion evident in his voice. Whis coughed delicately. "Ah yes, about that. When you departed in such a dramatic fashion to save Pan, your emotional state was quite elevated. You may have misinterpreted what you saw." "What?" "I had erased their energy signatures," Beerus explained, looking slightly embarrassed. "I was going to destroy them, yes, but then you showed up with power that made even me nervous, and I decided that discretion was the better part of valor. While you were focused on the black energy, Whis restored everyone. They were fine the whole time." Goku Zalama stared at him. Then, slowly, he began to laugh. Not angrily, just pure relieved laughter. "So I've been thinking my family was dead for years, and they were fine? They were just fine? We tried to contact you," Gohan called out, "but the dimensional barrier around the prison blocked everything. I'm going to choose to find this funny, because if I don't laugh, I might cry. Or punch Beerus, and both." "Please don't punch me," Beerus muttered. "You're significantly scarier in that form." The laughter broke the tension, and soon others were laughing too. The relief, the joy of reunion, the absurdity of the misunderstanding, it all bubbled up into a moment of pure shared happiness. But then Goku Zalama's form flickered again, more noticeably this time. The golden glow dimmed further. He stumbled slightly, and Pan was immediately there to steady him. "The fusion is ending," he said quietly. "I can feel it." The crowd quieted as one of the most powerful beings in existence began to separate back into its component parts. Goku Zalama walked to an open space and knelt down, placing his hands on the grass. The 14 wings spread wide one last time, their light intensifying briefly before beginning to fade. "Goku," Zalama's voice spoke from within, audible to all. "You have done excellently, better than I ever hoped. You not only saved existence, you showed that even the darkest corruption can be healed. That's a lesson that will resonate through eternity." "Thanks," Goku responded, "for everything. For trusting me, for sharing your power, for giving me a chance."
"The honor was mine, Dragon King. Now, I must return to my rest. My meditation is complete, my purpose fulfilled. But before I go..." Golden light erupted from Goku Zalama's body, shooting upward into the sky. It formed a dragon, not a physical one, but a construct of pure divine energy. Zalama's true form, or at least a representation of it. The dragon was magnificent beyond words. Its scales glowed with inner light, its eyes held the wisdom of ages, and its presence made everyone watching feel simultaneously insignificant and deeply valued. People of Earth, you have been blessed to have Son Goku as your protector. He is not just strong, he is good. He is not just brave, he is compassionate. He has shown me that mortals, despite their brief lives, can possess a depth of character that even gods might envy. Cherish him, learn from him, and remember, strength without heart is nothing but destruction. But heart with strength can change the universe itself.
The dragon turned its gaze specifically to Pan. "Young one, you carry your grandfather's legacy, but also your own potential. The dragon key within you is powerful, but it will only grow if you remember what makes it sacred. Not power for its own sake, but power used to protect, to save, to heal. Your grandfather learned this. Now you must as well." Pan nodded, tears streaming down her face. "I will. I promise." "Good." Zalama's form began to dissipate, flowing away like water. "Goku, my time as a conscious presence has ended. I return to the cosmic flow, to sleep and dream among the stars. But a part of me will always remain with you, a gift for the merger we shared. Use it wisely." "Wait!" Goku called out. "Will I ever see you again?" Zalama's voice grew faint, echoing as if from a great distance. "In dreams, perhaps, or in the spaces between thoughts, or when you next create a Dragon Ball and wonder at the magic within it. I am not gone, Goku. I am simply distributed, part of everything, including you." And then Zalama was truly gone, the divine presence fading until only Goku remained. The fusion ended in a cascade of golden light that was somehow gentle rather than explosive. The 14 wings dissolved into motes of energy that floated away like fireflies. The divine aura faded, the galactic eyes returned to their normal black. Goku collapsed forward, catching himself with his hands. His body was back to normal. Well, mostly normal. He was in his base form, his black hair messy and spiky as always. But there were subtle changes. His eyes, while black again, seemed somehow deeper, and if someone looked very carefully, they might see the faint outline of dragon scales under his skin, visible only in certain light. Steam rose from his body, and he was breathing hard. The fusion had taken its toll. "Grandpa!" Pan rushed forward, helping him sit up. "I'm okay," Goku said, his voice hoarse but recognizably his own, no longer layered with Zalama's presence. "Just tired. Really tired." Gohan was there a moment later, kneeling beside his father. "Dad, you did it! You saved everyone! Again!" Goku smiled weakly. "Had some help this time. Couldn't have done it alone." Vegeta approached, arms crossed. For a long moment he just looked at Goku, his expression unreadable. Then, quietly, he spoke. "You've done it again, Kakarot. Reached a level I can't even comprehend. Fused with a god-level dragon, saved the universe and came back to tell about it." He paused, then a smirk crossed his face. "Tomorrow, we're sparring. I need to see what you learned." Goku laughed, which turned into a cough. "Give me a few days to recover, okay?
Fine. 3 days. Then you're mine. Deal. Bulma pushed through the crowd, baby Bulla in her arms. Goku, are you okay? Do you need a Senzu bean? I think I have one in my lab. I'm fine, Bulma, really. Goku tried to stand but wobbled. Gohan and Pan steadied him. Okay, maybe I need to sit down for a while. They helped him to a nearby bench. The crowd gathered around but gave him space to breathe. Everyone wanted to ask questions, to hear what happened, but they also knew he needed time. Master Roshi approached, his expression proud. Goku, my boy, when I first met you, you were a strange kid with a tail who didn't know his own strength. Now look at you, fusing with divine dragons, saving existence itself. I couldn't be prouder if you were my own grandson. Thanks, Master Roshi, Goku said warmly. Couldn't have started this journey without you. Krillin sat down next to him. So, fusing with an ancient dragon god, that's new even for you. It was incredible, Goku said, his eyes distant with memory. I could feel everything, every star, every living being, and the power. I've never felt anything like it. It wasn't just strength, it was understanding, like I could see how everything connected, how every life mattered. But, Krillin prompted, sensing there was more. But it wasn't me, Goku admitted. Or it was me, but also not just me. Zalama's presence was there too, guiding, teaching, sharing. It was amazing, but also, I'm glad to be just me again, even if just me is a lot weaker. Weaker? Piccolo spoke up from nearby. Goku, you're still radiating energy that makes my skin crawl. Whatever Zalama did to you, some of it stayed. Goku looked down at his hands, flexing them experimentally. Yeah, I can feel that. He said a part of him would remain. I'm not sure what that means yet. We'll figure it out, Gohan assured him. Together, as a family. Goku smiled at that. Together. Yeah, I like the sound of that.
Beerus and Whis approached. The god of destruction looked uncomfortable, which was unusual for him. Goku, I owe you an apology. Everyone went quiet, shocked. Beerus apologizing? What I did years ago, Beerus continued, clearly forcing the words out. Threatening your family, erasing their signatures to teach you fear. It was wrong. I was angry and prideful, and I almost caused a catastrophe. You spent years thinking they were dead, fighting alone because of my actions. Goku stood up, still wobbly but determined. He walked up to Beerus, and to everyone's surprise, extended his hand. I forgive you. Beerus stared at the offered hand. Just like that? After everything? Just like that, Goku confirmed. You made a mistake, you regret it, and you just apologized, which I know wasn't easy for you. That's good enough for me. Besides, he smiled, we fought together against the Black Dragons. You helped save Earth. That counts for something. Slowly, Beerus reached out and shook Goku's hand. You are a strange mortal, son, Goku. But I suppose that's why Zalama chose you. I'll take that as a compliment, Goku laughed. The rest of the day passed in celebration. Bulma immediately insisted on throwing a party at Capsule Corp, and within hours, the building was filled with friends, family, and enough food to feed an army, or one very hungry Saiyan. Goku ate like he hadn't seen food in years, which, given his imprisonment, wasn't far from the truth. He talked between mouthfuls, telling stories about the Dragon Realm, the trials, the corruption, and the final battle. Pan sat next to him the entire time, sometimes just watching, sometimes asking questions, but always close. She'd spent years training to save him, and now that he was back, she wasn't letting him out of her sight. Vegeta ate nearby, pretending not to listen, but clearly absorbing every word. His competitive spirit was already calculating how to reach such power himself, even though he knew fusion with a divine dragon wasn't exactly a repeatable technique. As the evening wore on and the party began to wind down, Goku found himself standing outside, looking up at the stars. The prison was gone now, dissolved when the fusion ended.
but he could still remember what it felt like to be out there, fighting endlessly, holding back the darkness. "You okay, Grandpa?" He turned to find Pan standing behind him. "Yeah, just thinking." She came to stand beside him, looking up at the same stars. "About Zalama?" "About a lot of things. About how lucky I am, about how many people I have to protect, about," smiled, "about how I need to train harder. There are still threats out there, still challenges, and I can't rely on fusion or power-ups to save everyone every time." "You're already thinking about the next fight?" Pan asked with a mix of exasperation and fondness. "Always," Goku admitted, "but," he put a hand on her shoulder, "I'm also thinking about spending time with family, about teaching you what I learned in the Dragon Realm, about maybe taking it easy for a week or two before Vegeta drags me into a sparring match." Pan laughed. 3 days, he said. "Yeah, but I'll negotiate for a week, maybe a week and a half." Goku grinned. "I've gotten better at negotiating." They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, then Pan spoke again. "I'm proud of you, you know. What you did, sacrificing yourself, fighting alone for so long, that took real courage." "I'm proud of you too," Goku replied. "Piccolo told me about your training, how hard you pushed yourself, how you never gave up on finding a way to save me. That's the spirit of a true warrior, Pan. Not just strength, but determination." "I learned from the best," Pan said, bumping her shoulder at his. "Nah," Goku said modestly. "I just got lucky a lot." "Grandpa," Pan said seriously, "you fused with the creator of the Super Dragon Balls and healed an entity of pure corruption. That wasn't luck, that was you being amazing." Goku blushed slightly, scratching his head. "Well, when you put it like that." They both laughed, and the sound carried on the night breeze, a sound of peace and happiness and family reunited. Inside, through the windows of Capsule Corp, they could see the party still going on. Vegeta was arguing with Bulma about something, probably the mess he had made with training earlier. Gohan was showing Piccolo something on his phone, likely research data. Krillin was trying to teach Marin a technique while 18 watched with amusement. It was normal. It was home.
And after years of fighting in a dimensional prison, after battling corruption and fusing with gods, and nearly breaking under the weight of cosmic responsibility, normal was exactly what Goku needed. "Come on," he said to Pan. "Let's go back inside. I think I saw Bulma bringing out more food, and I'm still hungry." "You're always hungry," Pan teased. "True," Goku agreed with a grin, "but now I'm hungry and happy. That's the important part." They walked back toward the building together, grandfather and granddaughter, both changed by their experiences, but still fundamentally themselves. Behind them, a shooting star streaked across the sky. Except it wasn't quite a shooting star. It left a trail of golden light, and if someone had been paying very close attention, they might have seen that the light formed the shape of a dragon for just a moment before fading. Zalama, still watching, still present in his own way, still proud of the choice he made. The party continued late into the night. Stories were told, food was consumed in quantities that defied physics, and laughter filled the air. At one point, Vegeta cornered Goku in the hallway. "Kakarot, we need to talk." "About our sparring match? I told you, give me a week." "Not about that," Vegeta interrupted. "About what happened, the fusion, the power you wielded." He paused, struggling with words. "I'm not asking you to tell me how to replicate it. I know that was a unique circumstance. But I need to know, did you hold back? When you fought the corruption, when you unleashed that power, did you show it everything you had?" Goku looked at his oldest rival, understanding what he was really asking. Vegeta wanted to know if there was still a gap between them, still a mountain to climb. "Yeah," Goku said honestly. "I gave it everything. The full power of Zalama's energy, the 7 sacred dragons, all of it, no holding back." Vegeta nodded slowly. "Good, that's what I thought." Then, surprisingly, he smiled. Not his usual smirk, but a genuine smile. "Which means I have a new goal. If you can handle power like that, even temporarily, then I need to evolve too. I need to find my own path to that level." "You will," Goku said with certainty. "You always do, Vegeta. That's what makes our rivalry so much fun."
fun, Vegeta snorted. Only you would call constantly being outpaced fun. But I suppose you're right. It does keep things interesting. He turned to leave, then paused. Oh, and Kakarot, I'm glad you're back. Earth is less entertaining without you around to cause impossible situations. Before Goku could respond, Vegeta was gone, leaving him alone in the hallway with a warm feeling in his chest. That was probably the nicest thing Vegeta had ever said to him. Later, much later, when the party had finally ended and most of the guests had gone home, Goku found himself sitting alone in one of Capsule Corp's guest rooms. He'd insisted he didn't need special accommodations, but Bulma had insisted right back, and you didn't argue with Bulma when she was in organizational mode. He sat on the bed, looking at his hands in the moonlight coming through the window. They looked normal, calloused from years of training, scarred from countless battles. But he could feel the difference. The dragon ki that now flowed through him as naturally as his own blood. The connection to every dragon in existence, faint but present. The echoes of Zalama's wisdom, like having access to a library of ancient knowledge. He was changed. Not drastically, not obviously, but fundamentally. So, what do I do with this? He asked the empty room. From somewhere deep within himself, he felt a response. Not words exactly, but impressions. Zalama's final gift wasn't just power, it was understanding. It was the ability to see connections, to find peaceful solutions, to know when to fight and when to heal. Goku smiled. Guess I'll figure it out as I go. That's kind of my style anyway. He lay back on the bed, exhaustion finally catching up to him. His body needed real rest, not the constant vigilance of the prison. As sleep crept over him, his last thought was of gratitude. Gratitude for Zalama's sacrifice, for Pan's determination, for Vegeta's rivalry, for his family's love, for the chance to protect Earth again, for life in all its complicated, challenging, beautiful glory. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. Vegeta would want that sparring match. Pan would want to learn about Dragon Ki. The Z-Fighters would want to understand what had happened. There would be training and eating, and probably another crisis eventually. But tonight, Son Goku, the Dragon King, the Saiyan who had fused with a god and healed corruption itself, simply slept. And in his dreams, he flew through skies of every color, alongside dragons of pure light, while somewhere in the distance he could hear laughter, his own mixing with Zalama's, echoing across eternity.
The next morning arrived with brilliant sunshine. Goku woke to the smell of food cooking, lots of food, and stumbled out of the guest room to find Bulma's kitchen staff preparing what looked like enough breakfast to feed everyone in West City. "They're all for you," Bulma said from the doorway, sipping coffee. "I told them to make enough for a Saiyan who hasn't had a proper meal in years." "Bulma, you're amazing," Goku said, his stomach already growling. "I know," she replied with a smirk. "Now eat up. Vegeta's already been up for 3 hours training, and he keeps muttering about 3 days and surpassing that fusion power. I swear, you two are going to be the death of me with your constant one-upsmanship." Goku laughed and dove into the food. Between bites, he asked, "Where is everyone else?" "Gohan went home to Chi-Chi. She's preparing to lecture you extensively about worrying you, by the way. Pan is still asleep. She barely left your side last night until I forced her to get some rest. And everyone else has gone back to their lives, though I'm sure they'll check in soon." As if summoned by her words, there was a knock at the door. Bulma answered it to find Master Roshi, Krillin, and surprisingly, Piccolo. "Goku up yet?" Krillin asked. "We wanted to check on him before heading back to our island." "In the kitchen, eating everything that isn't nailed down," Bulma replied. They found Goku surrounded by empty plates, still eating with the enthusiasm of someone who'd forgotten what real food tasted like. "Goku," Piccolo said seriously, "I need to understand something. That power you wielded in the fusion, I could sense it even from Earth. It was beyond anything I've felt before, beyond Beerus, beyond even Whis." Goku closed his eyes, reaching inward. He could feel the Dragon Ki, stronger than before. He could sense the connection to sacred beasts across dimensions, but the overwhelming divine power of the fusion, that was gone.
not really, he admitted. I mean, I'm stronger than I was before I got sealed away. The fusion left something behind. Kind of like when you fuse with the Patara earrings and even after separation you're a bit different. It's like that. But the full power, that's gone. It was Zalama's to lend, not mine to keep. So you're back to normal power levels? Krillin asked. Well, normal for me, Goku grinned, which means I'm still pretty strong. But yeah, nothing like what you saw yesterday. Good, Piccolo said, and everyone looked at him in surprise. What? If Goku had kept power that could casually rewrite reality, it would throw off the entire balance of the universe. This way, he's still our protector, but he's not so overwhelmingly powerful that he makes everyone else irrelevant. Hey, I would never make you guys irrelevant, Goku protested. Not intentionally, Piccolo agreed, but that's what would happen. This way's better. You're still you, just with some upgrades and new knowledge. Master Roshi chuckled. In my day, we didn't have divine dragon fusions. We just trained really hard and hoped for the best. But I suppose that's what makes you special, Goku. You take the impossible and make it look routine. I don't know about that, Goku said modestly. I just do what needs doing. And that, Krillin said warmly, is exactly why it works for you. They talked for a while longer, sharing stories, laughing at memories, and simply enjoying being together. It was moments like these, not the battles, not the transformations, but the simple friendship that Goku had missed most during his imprisonment. Eventually, Pan woke up and joined them, still rubbing sleep from her eyes. "Grandpa, you're still here? Where else would I be?" Goku asked, confused. "I don't know, off training somewhere, or getting sealed in another dimensional prison, or fusing with another god?" Pan said, only half joking. "Nah, I'm staying put for a while. Besides, I promised to teach you about Dragon Ki, remember?" Pan's eyes lit up. "Really? When can we start?" "How about after breakfast and maybe a light warm-up spar?" Goku suggested. "Light warm-up spar with you always turns into something not light," Piccolo observed dryly. "I'll be gentle," Goku promised.
No, you won't, everyone said in unison, and the room filled with laughter. 3 days later, exactly as promised, Vegeta appeared at Capsule Corp's training grounds where Goku was teaching Pan some basic Dragon Ki meditation techniques. "Kakarot," Vegeta called out. "Time's up. Let's go." Goku stood up, stretching. "You sure about this? I'm still getting used to the changes from the fusion." "Which is exactly why we need to spar. I need to see what you can do now, and you need to see where your limits are." "Grandpa's going to destroy you," Pan said confidently. "The brat has spirit," Vegeta acknowledged. "Wrong, but spirited. Come, Kakarot, let's see what the Dragon King can really do." They moved to a more remote training area, one of Bulma's specially reinforced zones designed to handle Saiyan power levels. Goku and Vegeta faced each other, the familiar anticipation of battle crackling between them. "Just like old times," Goku said with a grin. "Nothing is ever like old times with you," Vegeta retorted. "You always find some way to evolve, to change, to reach beyond. It's infuriating. But it keeps you motivated, right?" "Motivated to surpass you, yes," Vegeta said. "Now, power up. I want to see what you've got." Goku closed his eyes, gathering his energy. His ki flared around him, and as it did, something new happened. Dragon scales manifested across his forearms, glowing with faint prismatic light. His eyes opened, showing hints of that infinite depth they'd held during the fusion. It wasn't the Shenron form, not fully, but it was something new, something that blended his Saiyan nature with the Dragon Ki that now flowed through him. "Interesting," Vegeta said, his own ki erupting in response. "Let's test it." What followed was a sparring match that, despite both fighters' attempts to hold back, still created shockwaves felt across West City. They were evenly matched, Vegeta's raw determination and constant improvement versus Goku's new dragon-enhanced abilities. They pushed each other, challenged each other, and in doing so, both grew stronger. Pan watched from a safe distance, taking notes, both physical and mental. She was learning from watching them, understanding how Dragon Ki could be integrated with traditional Saiyan fighting styles.
When they finally called it quits, both fighters were exhausted, but smiling. "Not bad, Kakarot," Vegeta admitted grudgingly. "Those dragon scales give you an interesting defensive boost." "Your power hasn't dropped at all," Goku observed. "You've been training hard." "Of course I have. Someone has to keep up with your nonsense." Then paused, then added, "Same time tomorrow?" "Sure thing," Goku agreed enthusiastically. As Vegeta flew off, Piccolo appeared beside Goku. "You know he's never going to stop trying to surpass you, right?" "I know," Goku said happily. "That's what makes it fun." "You're both ridiculous," Piccolo said, but there was fondness in his voice. The weeks passed peacefully. Goku spent his time training Pan, sparring with Vegeta, and reconnecting with his family. Chi-Chi had indeed lectured him extensively about worrying her, but she'd also held him tightly and told him how proud she was. Gohan had introduced him to Pan's little sister, who Goku had missed the birth of entirely while sealed away. Life returned to a comfortable rhythm, but Goku knew it wouldn't last forever. It never did. There would be new threats, new challenges, new adventures. But for now, he was content. He was home, surrounded by people he loved, and he had new techniques to master and new students to teach. One evening, as he sat on the roof of Capsule Corp watching the sunset, he felt a familiar presence appear beside him. "Whis," Goku greeted without turning. "What brings you here?" "Just checking in," the angel replied, sitting gracefully beside him. "Lord Beerus wanted to know if you've experienced any side effects from the fusion." "Just the dragon scales when I power up and a deeper connection to Dragon Ki. Nothing dangerous. Why, is he worried about me?" He'd never admit it, but yes, Whis said with amusement. "You've become rather important to him, you know. Not just as an interesting fighter, but as someone he considers, well, if Lord Beerus had friends, you'd be one of them." Goku smiled at that. "Tell him I said thanks. For everything. For apologizing, for fighting beside me, for giving my family back." "I will," Whis said to leave, then paused. "Oh, and Goku, Zalama made an excellent choice. I've seen many powerful beings in my long existence, but few with your particular combination of strength and heart. The Dragon King title suits you." "Thanks, Whis," Goku said, feeling warmth spread through his chest. "That means a lot." After Whis left, Goku continued watching the sunset. The sky painted itself in oranges and purples and reds, and for a moment he could almost swear he saw dragon shapes in the clouds. "Zalama," he said softly to the wind, "I hope wherever you are now, you're at peace. Thanks for everything you taught me. I'll do my best to live up to your example." The wind seemed to carry a response, not words, but a feeling of approval, of pride, of connection that transcended dimensions. Goku closed his eyes and smiled. Life was good. He was home. His family was safe, and somewhere out there, in the vast expanse of the multiverse, other dragons were watching over their domains, keeping the balance, maintaining the cosmic order. And if someday a threat arose that needed the dragon's attention, well, he'd be ready. But for now he was just Goku, sitting on a roof, enjoying the sunset, and looking forward to tomorrow's training session with Vegeta. And really, what more could a Saiyan ask for? Yes,